with me a little bit. Welcome everybody to the Sleestakians show. I'm your host Lorenzo Sleestak. We're joined by George Peter Gatsis and Ethereal Dragon, and also
Hello.
Also an echo. Hey, Gap After Dark. Welcome. Hey, Bone. Jack Stafford. Always good to see you. And Mahmoud, great to see you as well. In Orville Nation, thanks for stopping by. Neo Phantom, good to see you as well. Oh, and Santendo Guy, welcome. Do you have a wrench? If not, I can make you a moderator. Nintendo Guy, somebody who I see in a lot of chats. Gaming related chats. So how you guys doing?
Good.
Yeah, I wish I knew where the echo was coming from.
Mute Ethereal and then
Welcome, Mike.
Ethereal, mute yourself. Now.
Am I echoing?
You were a second ago.
Huh. I don't know what that was, but it seems to have gone away.
So who's not talking? Talking. Nope, we still have it.
Okay.
Lorenzo, mute yourself. Testing. Yeah, it's Lorenzo. I guess we're going to have to kick Lorenzo from the stream.
It's his stream, though.
Hey, you know the Echo policies?
Actually, I don't, because I don't come on as every week like you do, George.
Yeah, it's the Echo policies that was ratified back in 2008. If you have Echo on a stream, you got to boot the person. It was signed by everybody.
How is that possible? Has Lorenzo been doing this show since 2008?
Well, yeah, I don't know. It just happens. Oh, there he goes.
Well, he booted himself. But anyways, well, I liked and shared the stream earlier. I wanted to say hi.
Oh no! The Echo virus is happening again.
Anyways, I'm do some other things, so I will talk to you later.
Oh no, the stream is dead. This is all George's fault.
It's the great Echo virus. How great is it?
How come I'm hearing an echo?
I don't know. What I do know is the fact that the Marvel's Rotten Tomatoes reviews have gone up for critics. I mean, he thinks that Disney has been paying them.
And the movie is so bad.
It's like, oh yeah, this movie's doing bad, and then all of a sudden it just goes up.
Oh, the movie's terrible. But believe all the people that say the movie's terrible.
Yeah, Five Nights at Freddy wasn't that good. Oh, it's so, people are like, oh, it's so good. No, it's not.
Who said it was good? Damn it! Now there's an echo again. Did the echo disappear when I left?
No.
So wait, the echo isn't on my end? And welcome, Bone. Oh, hey,
Hi.
Johnny Boy, welcome. What is the blue background? What in blue backgrounds is going on? Good question. And Gap's greeting George. And
Is this
Julia.
what you call an echo chamber?
I believe it is.
Yeah. I don't know why people fight Five Nights at Freddy to be a good movie. It's like
Who? Wait a
it's
second. Whoever said it was a good movie? I've just been hearing negative things about it the whole time.
not various people I've talked to online say it's good.
Were they smoking?
I don't know. Maybe. Like, oh, if you're a fan, you're gonna love this movie. It's like, I know fans that don't even like that movie.
I know
It's
fans
just that most of the time the kiddo is asleep.
So Centeno Guy's taking responsibility, says it was me. I spread the FNAF movie virus. Huh. I wonder what that is. Okay, now all I hear is echo, 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 echo. To me, the FANF movie. Oh, Five Nights at Freddy's. Or wait a second. It's Five Nights at Freddy's, but it's backwards. Shouldn't it be FNAF? Anyway, Nintendo says it was okay at best. And Gap says that Ethereal sounds like a robot. Well, he always sounds like the Terminator. No offense. It's actually kind of a cool accent. So, my great grandpa Sleestak used to speak with a German accent. Couldn't understand a fucking word he said, but he also had a pipe in his mouth all the time. So, and I also didn't understand German. But like even when he spoke English, I couldn't. It was a little difficult to understand. So my family spoke German and Low German. Like I mean that's when my grandma grew up speaking, and great grandma stopped remembering how to speak those languages as time went on because she married an English speaker. So someone's got a mic close to the speaker. That's an interesting hypothesis. So George, you got a Greek sounding name. You speak Greek?
No.
But you do speak twice. You do an echo. That would be cool if you spoke Greek and then published your comic books in English and Greek. So that seems like it would be a lot of work.
Oh yeah, big time. Oh yeah, big time.
It'd be interesting. I wonder how many. I wonder the percentage of people in Greece who are fluent in English.
Everybody.
I bet it quite a few people.
Hello.
So we've got an echo, and nobody will own up to it.
Well, I'm gonna mute myself, and you talk, and you'll see it's not me.
1, 2, 3, testing. Can't be me.
It seems okay. I'm not hearing an echo. Are you?
1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Oh no! Now Gap After Dark left. Well,
Okay, so it's not me.
Johnny Boy's claiming it's Dragon. I'm not sure if it's Dragon or if it's George.
Oh, reach from the start.
But
Oh no, not me.
Tech, High-Tier Comics.
Well,
No,
it's because
you're actually fine.
well, because my headphone goes through my mic and my mic goes into the computer. So I have a Yeti mic and I've been using this damn thing for almost 20 years. No. Yeah, almost 20 years. This thing, I bought it. No, actually, I take it back. More like 10 years. So this mic, I've been using this mic for 10 years and I've never had a problem with it. So it's a good mic.
An early version. I don't know what they're like nowadays, but I mean,
Yeah.
now that the brand is so popular, but it's cool when
Oh, it was beautiful. And we set up at the echo, so it couldn't be me.
Yeah. No, it's you, Eternal.
How? When I was muted and
okay, so
and you still had
the
echo.
echo's coming from you, Dragon.
Huh. Well, somebody's echoing somewhere. Technical difficulties. 1, 2, 3, testing.
I just texted George to let him know that he wasn't responsible for the echo.
Huh.
Next horror movie, Attack of the Echoes. Yeah, that was
Attack of the Echoes.
Attack of the Killer Echoes.
Attack of the Killer Echoes.
Has anyone seen what's it called? Night of the Lepus? There's a movie about these giant bunnies down in Texas. They're like, just imagine a bunny rabbit, but it's like ginormous and like kills people. It's a fun movie.
Which movie?
Huh?
Which movie?
Night of the Lepus or Lepus?
Never heard of it. Man, I'm really starting to hate him.
Huh?
No, I've been using Subscribestar to put up stuff and what have you. And for whatever reason, every time I try, Every time I try to put up like a bunch of stuff together, it doesn't work out.
Well, I can barely hear
Well, I
you,
can
so
barely hear you, so I'm
clear
gonna
my cache and come
clear
back.
my cache and come back.
No, it's not going again,
No,
damn
it's
it.
not going again, damn it.
Hey, Ahmed. Finn is well, we already know that about Finn. Yeah, I haven't trusted him in a long time. He went off on me for no reason at all. I was on Vic's channel one time. He was calling me manipulative and all sorts of stuff, and it's like I don't even understand what. It's like that's out of left field. Hey, El Hombre. The links in the links in the chat. Yeah, Vic likes to
Vic likes to
the stream over me
the
and then
stream
falls
over me and
asleep.
then fall asleep.
Thanks for making it go
Thanks for making it go.
I think Ethereal's
I think Ethereal is
echoing again.
echoing.
That is Mo? Huh. Yeah, I don't know. So wait, what that is Mo or that is his MO?
I'm not sure what's going on, dude. Like because I've never had a problem beforehand, and usually it's everybody else.
What are you talking about?
The
Absolutely
echo,
no clue what you're talking about. I doubt the audience does either.
the echo.
Oh no, that's Ethereal Dragon. I thought you were talking
Yeah.
about something with Subscribe Star, and it's like, oh, I
Okay.
don't know anything about that.
No, I haven't went to go see. I haven't. I thought about going and see it, but I haven't seen Five Nights at Freddy. Just I haven't bothered with it. And then
Yeah, well, Dragon was saying it sucks, or it's overrated or something. And someone in the chat was saying that it's okay.
yeah.
I'll share
Actually, what I'm gonna do,
So
I'm
you've got the
gonna
link pinned in the chat.
change the
Yeah,
music.
I don't quite get why Vic streams for so many hours. Well, I think I do. So a lot of times he'll go and he'll stream and get enough money and do a commission and get enough money for like some cigarettes and food, and then
Well,
he might end the stream or whatever after that, or maybe it keeps going. I don't know.
actually I need to stream some more because I'm kind of like $200 short of my car note. So like, I need that for car note.
You could join the chat. I mean, we've got plenty of room on here for people. We just lost Dragon. It sounds like Dragon's. And
had enough with the.
I don't.
Let go, I guess.
know if George is coming back.
George of the jungle, strong as he can be.
Hey, El Hombre, you're always welcome too. All you guys are welcome. Nintendo, Johnny Boy, Cap After Dark. You're all welcome on the stream. It's kind of.
Yeah, because right now I'm working on the 8-pager comic for Pretty Vacant. So.
Well, that's cool. Do you have anything to show?
Yeah, I already put it. I already put into ready screening, dude.
Wait, are you if you're screen sharing?
Yeah.
I'm not. Let's see. That's weird because it'll show. There'll be a thing showing up as Gatsis, even when nobody new joins, and then this time there's not anything.
That's weird.
I'm on my phone, so it's kind of odd. So Shadowhawk Tux is sitting down to dinner in a minute. Thanks. Good thing anytime. Yeah, as long as we don't have like gazillion people on the panel. welcome
Yeah.
to join.
I don't know, because I hear you low.
Huh?
Because I can barely hear you. You sound like you're kind of quiet.
Yeah, and I got my volume up all the way. Oh, wait, not my volume, but I have my speaker up all the way, but I can barely hear you. I'm gonna go and
Huh.
clear my cache and log back in.
The more technology advances, the more it stays the same, or more breaks down. I might go see Godzilla minus zero at the theater. I haven't been in years. Yeah, I was gonna go watch it when it came out. It's gonna be out December 31st. December 1st. December 31st. I don't know. Do the characters first. Mainly because like there's really nothing to watch this month. And so it's just like, and I'm by myself. Lorenzo has Lorenzo himself again. I'm talking to myself. There he goes.
Is this working any better?
Yeah, I can hear you now.
Huh, I still can barely hear you.
I don't know. Let me see here.
I mean, it's
1, 2, 3 testing.
yeah, that's probably a little too loud. It might be
1,
be
2.
something going on with must be just something going on with my StreamYard tonight.
Probably.
Yeah, because the other way it's just the mic sounds too hot or whatever when you turn up the volume. So he asked Dragon if he saw the new Gen V TV series. Wonder what that is. Shadowhawk says I might go see Godzilla -1 at the theater.
Yeah, like I said, I was probably thinking about it too.
I haven't been to the theater in years.
Let me redo this here.
Last time I went was to the first Wonder Woman movie with I can't even see her name. Not Gal Dukat. What was it? That's the guy from. That was the villain on Deep Space Nine. How do you pronounce her name?
Mm-hmm.
The not Linda Carter, but the woman who plays Wonder Woman now.
Gal Gadot.
There we go. I was calling her Gal Dukat. I knew that wasn't right.
Yeah. Yeah, they're trying to pick a fight with her because she's from elsewhere.
Oh yeah. She served in the Israeli Defense Force.
Yeah.
I don't know if I think almost everybody who's in Israeli
Basically,
citizen
if you were raised in that country, you have to serve at least 2 years in the military.
yeah, it's I
It's
think it's kind of
mandatory.
like the Swiss Army, or like yeah, I'd say the Swiss Army would be the closest thing. Though I don't know if women have to serve if women serve
I
have to
know
serve or
men
not.
have to serve it,
I know,
but
huh?
I know men have to serve it in some
Yeah,
countries. This
the
is because I think it was a policy at one point in Mexico where you had to serve your like after a certain age.
it's like a citizen militia type thing.
Mm-hmm.
Kind of like I think it can kind of I don't know exactly how that worked if in like early American history if every male served in the militia or not. But before it was in the U.S. like if every
No, it's not like there was
male
a
who
lot
could
of
vote had
not like there
served.
was a lot of different things to do during that time. So it's either the military or a farmhand or
Yeah, I'm just saying I don't know if it was required the way it was in other. I think it could have been, but I can't recall. Well, the Wonka prequel. Oh, what? I know there's I know there's a Wonka movie out
Willy
made
Wonka
in the
movie.
United Kingdom, but I don't know that. Even though the original one had like Gene Wilder instead of
Mm-hmm.
like a British, well, you know, British guy or whatever. I mean, I don't know how
Yeah.
you're really going to top that as
No,
far as cinematic adaptation.
honestly, the first one was probably the best one, but it's
Yeah, I watched the Tim Burton produced one with
that one was
Johnny
just
Depp,
weird.
and yeah, it really creeped me out. It was like kind of, and this isn't saying anything bad about Johnny Depp, but it kind of remind I got kind of this weird Michael Jackson vibe off of it, and I don't know if that's like what he was going for because Michael Jackson kind of never got a chance to grow up, and he had the Neverland Ranch, and that
Yeah,
kind of
that kind
part,
of thing.
but
Yeah.
also kind of sus. Which I guess if you got this guy who's got this chocolate factory and he invites a bunch of little kids, I don't know. I mean, that does seem kind of sus. Now that I think of it, but the thing about the Gene Wilder one is even though there was parts of it that really freaked me out as a little kid, there was still something like quite magical about the whole thing,
Mm-hmm.
and I didn't quite feel that way about the one with
Yeah.
Johnny Depp
Well,
and
because
Tim
Tim
Burton,
Burns. I
and
mean, Tim
both of
Burns.
those guys were in like I mean both you got like one of what I would consider one of our greatest
Well, the problem is there's a lot
fantasy
of
type well like one of the greatest directors in general because I think
Well, the thing is that
and
there's a
one of our greatest actors too in my
well,
opinion.
Tim Burton tends to be one of the uh, more eccentric ones, I guess. So he can be kind of creepy, and I think this is one of those movies where like the creep kind of became more of the thing for Tim
Now
Burton.
why is that I And once again, my volume's quite low for some reason. Even though I logged out and logged back in.
I don't know, man.
But what did you say about the creepy part?
Well, it's just Tim Burton does a lot of creepy stuff.
Oh, well, that's
Oh,
true.
and
That's
so
true.
kind of for this
And
one,
Wonka could be could very.
and I think
It
this is
could be
one
something that could be very easily turn. It's kind of there are
made
kind
more
of
disturbing than
creepy
it should have.
situations to begin
Yeah.
with like I mean even like as I said there were some scenes that scared me as a kid when I was watching the Gene Wilder one. Can't remember who directed that, but and that's a good one.
Yeah.
So yeah, I have no clue. Yeah, that does seem like it would be really difficult to do an adaptation of. And then the British one. Did you see the trailer for that? I'm not even sure what to think of that.
I haven't seen it. So far,
Well,
I've
welcome
only seen
back.
trailers.
We were
I've
talking
seen
about
trailers for
Wonka.
the.
So was the Wonka prequel the one out of Britain, Nintendo?
Probably.
Once again, folks are welcome to join the panel. I did kind of a poor job getting the word out about the show, but I don't know. I tried. But yeah, or anybody in the chat, welcome on here. Just, please be civil, folks.
And I don't know. It's just nowadays I'm skeptical of what they're gonna put out. It's like they're like, how badly are they gonna butcher this thing, or how much of a villain are they gonna make Wonka for no reason?
That's a good question. Maybe I should restart my phone.
Probably.
So they're talking about making him like a villain.
I don't know.
I mean, he's
Probably not to anybody's face, but there's the track record people have been going.
Why would he be a villain?
I don't know, because people look at the old stuff and they think, oh, he's probably a bad person and this and this and this. We need to show that, or some logic reason.
Well, in the original version, he's got these African pygmies that are the what do you call them?
The workers.
Yeah, I can't think of the
Oompa Loompas.
Now and then they had to change. Then he had to change them, make them orange. Some Oompa Loompas. Yeah,
People get butthurt too much. It's like, guys, it's just a fictional thing. You don't have to read into it that hard. It's like,
well, I want to restart my phone. Maybe that'll fix the problem issue. I'll be back. I'm sorry.
He's gonna purposely Lorenzo himself, so give it a second, guys. It has been a rocky start to this show. It's like, oh hey, technical difficulties and mounting.
There we go. That's what I needed to do was restart the phone.
Huh.
And Mike, check out Mike Walters'
You
channel.
turned on the thing. See, that's better.
It's way better.
Well, now it's an echo.
Wait, there's an echo?
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, we're just not winning this trade.
Yeah, this is.
Hang on, let me get out and come back.
How about this?
What?
Is this better?
1, 2, 3, testing.
Can you hear me?
I can hear myself and you.
Is there an echo still?
1, 2. 1, 2.
1, 2.
I'm still hearing you, man. Let me
Damn it.
let me exit out and come back. Maybe that might fix it on my end.
Okay, might have to do that because I just did that. Well, this is an unusual show. Folks, please let me know if there's an echo in the chat. You never quite know what's going to happen on the show. Mike says top of the hour. Feel free to come get a nightly dose of niche news tonight at 6 p.m. Pacific time, 9 p.m. Eastern time. Wow, that's almost 15 minutes from now. Maybe 17 minutes. So that's
1, 2.
definitely worth checking out. Can you hear me?
Still coming in.
Jeez.
1, 2. Nope.
1, 2, buckle my shoe.
One, 2, 3.
How's this?
1, 2.
1, 2.
Oh, I'm still coming in on your end, dude.
Am I echoing?
Yeah, that's where the echo is coming from. Like I talk and then
I don't know.
it's coming in your
Hey,
end.
James, welcome to the chat. Always great to see you. James is from New Zealand, thus the NZ or NZ is. Not going to call us Yankees because you're down in you're down.
Oh,
You're down in Texas. Texas is kind of its own thing, isn't it? I mean, like
very much.
It's south, but it's also it's southwest, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's that kind of that Western cowboy kind of culture. I mean, maybe not so much like in like Austin or something, but like,
no, I'm coming in twice. So it's something on your end, dude.
No, I have no idea what. That's weird because it was happening before with Dragon.
I can't figure out what's doing the problem. What's causing the problem?
Yeah, I have no idea.
Because my headphones are into the mic, and then the mic needs into.
Yeah, I'm gonna. Did James notice an echo? I'm gonna try to I'm gonna not restart the stream, but I'm gonna have to try to. I'm gonna log out of the account again.
Huh. Down by the river.
See.
See, river.
I'm gonna have to clear the cache and everything. Cookies.
So he's gonna learn to himself one more time. Man. So did you guys catch the Ghostbusters Frozen Empire? I think that was the name of the new one, the trailer for it. Meanwhile, sneezing my head off. Super. It looks interesting. It's still with the cast from Afterlife. Afterlife. So I'm going to assume people who somehow still stand the 2016 Ghostbuster, if we want to call it that, movie. I'm like, no, that was the better movie. And I was like, nah. It's like. Another thing about it, Afterlife kind of leaned too far into the horror, whereas the 2016 leaned too far into the slapstick, and that's why it didn't work, because it went so far off into the other end. It just wow, what the heck. So hopefully, Frozen Empire has a little bit of everything.
Hello?
Hey, we can hear you. No more echo.
No, I can't hear a damn word.
Oh, wait, for the love of.
Hey, Anna Banana.
I can hear you.
So, Daniel, are you talking? Because I can't hear anything.
Yes, I am.
Can anyone hear me?
1, 2, 3, testing. Can anybody hear?
I don't know what it.
It doesn't like you, man.
I don't know what's going on. Can anyone hear me at all? Anyone hear me?
I can hear you, dude. And there he goes. Off into the wilderness. Brave the uncharted mess that is the internet. I mean, either way, I got to work on this anyway. So I just noticed that I made the back of her head too big. So she had like this alien head for no reason. So I had to fix her head, her head and torso. So Lorenzo. Now it's not working at all. Dude.
Well, I can't. Now I can barely hear you.
Oh man. It just doesn't like you, man.
Well, this fucking sucks. Oh, we can't. Okay, well, thanks, Anna. And this is odd. This is really odd. Yeah, I'm in a different browser.
I don't know. I'm still using Chrome.
Well, I'm using a Chrome-based browser. I'll be back. I don't know. This is
Into the brink.
weird. It's Chrome-based, but it's not Chrome.
Yeah.
Let's see. How the heck do I?
Just don't blow up the internet, man. And off he goes. Into the brink. I just realized how much of a caboose I gave her. Well, that wasn't the initial plan, but I hope he likes it. So the idea was to kind of like she's supposed to be a volleyball player. So kind of in shape, kind of not in shape, I guess. So the plan was to make her a little bit athletic without going overboard. So it should be kind of a feat itself, kind of make a character. Somewhere in the middle. Somewhere in the middle. Well, this keeps up. He's gonna have to shut it down or something. I mean, she's not even not the biggest I've gone. So there he is.
How's this?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yeah. You're not
Ex-
very loud though.
Huh. Well, it's better than nothing, and you're not. And I'm not echoing, so.
But I can't hear anything.
Ugh.
Damn it. So it seems like if I end up
Hi.
Oh, we're having an issue with hearing with sound, so Lorenzo may not be able to hear you.
no, I'm not hearing it. Can you hear Mom out?
Yeah.
Okay, here we go. And welcome, TJ.
Yeah, what's up?
What's up?
What's up?
No, much
And
chilling.
Jack Stafford says you're both equally loud on this end. For some reason, I can't hear people well. I think I have to restart my phone. The problem is if I restart my phone and I can't actually hear people, then there might be a loud echo. I'm using Brave instead of Chrome now because Chrome was echoing.
Huh.
And Jack Stafford says ahoy, TJ.
What's up, Jack?
And thanks for joining us, TJ and Mahmoud.
Yeah.
Mama. Yeah.
Of course,
Yeah.
Danielle has been here a
Say that,
while.
Mama.
Thanks for putting up with this stuff, everybody.
Excuses while we have technical difficulty.
I'm enjoying what's on the screen.
Everybody is at this point.
Man, you were talking
And
about
if
volleyball.
you like crazy streams like this, please like and share, and make sure you're subscribed, please. Because, gosh, I think last time we had like 20% of the audience wasn't even subscribed to the channel.
Huh. Yeah, a bunch of newbies.
I don't know how. I don't know exactly what's going on, but
Just the internet is not going to explain to you what it's doing. It's just doing it.
I don't know if there's just a bunch of people just kind of float on by, and
I just realized that like since I didn't give her that much up top, I gave her a caboose. It's like, hey.
Yeah, and look, you were saying that she played
That
volleyball.
drawing you made is inappropriate.
It's funny that I came across some video on YouTube where these beach volleyball chicks in Spain.
This is
their
not
name
kid
was-
funny fun. Kid friendly.
oh, this is not a kid-friendly channel.
This is more PG-13.
The drawing you make is inappropriate.
But this is a very
Do I have anything?
inappropriate channel, so
Do I have anything that's appropriate?
I don't think we had anything appropriate.
Or super appropriate, anyway. Oh wait,
What's
I had this.
appropriate to this show? It just might not be appropriate to Mama standards. That's
Oh,
okay.
that's
Everybody's got different preferences about what they think is appropriate. What's that?
Hey, I
I did
heard
this for a client.
I heard the silliest shit today, man. I was watching the Drinker. I don't know why I was watching it, but I guess wasn't nothing else to watch. And I guess they were talking about the Marvels, the movie The Marvels. And a guy sent a super chat that was like, talking about how bad the Marvels are. A dude sent a super chat was like, on my way to go see the Marvels, pray for me, something. And when he said, I'm
I
like,
have to go now, okay?
what the fuck you going to go see something you don't want to see for?
Bye.
Later.
What is that about? You know what I'm saying? He literally said, on my way to go see the Marvels, pray for me, hope my eyes don't bleed. Like, why are you going to, if you don't want to see it, why the fuck are you going to see it? That's crazy.
Maybe some kind of movie buff critic, something.
Okay.
Wait, what are you
And he's well, I mean, just because you're a critic doesn't mean you can't make a joke about it. It's like, oh hey, this is gonna suck, you know.
TJ, how many times do you come on the show and complain about people complaining? And then
That's
I
a
have
good
to
point.
complain about you complaining about people complaining.
I won't complain. I was just saying it was silly. You know what I'm saying?
Well, yeah, it's
that's a good point, though.
Yeah, there's a bunch of channels that go around, but we're not really part of that whole thing. We've got our own thing going on over here. You know, people are welcome from different
because
channels. They're welcome on here.
Like
or
a few minutes
even
ago,
if somebody doesn't have a channel, you're welcome on the panel. It's an open panel. It's just I'm not part of. We're not part. I don't consider myself comic skate or anti-comic skate or fandom menace or anti-fandom. Well, I guess I'm like maybe paleo comic skate because I'm from the land of the lost. But
You said
we didn't have
paleo.
I wasn't even
No. Well,
when
because
I first started watching those channels early on.
well, because like earlier, I was asking people their opinion of the trailer drop for the Ghostbusters Frozen
Yeah.
Empire.
Yeah.
I'm like, okay, that looks good. Looks like it's gonna be interesting. Hopefully, they kind of reach a kind of a middle ground, because like Afterlife was like way too serious. It was kind of on the serious end.
Oh,
And-
welcome, dogs. And
and-
dogs are stopping by, stopping by to just wanted to say, hey, I'm lurking in the background,
Hey, ooh.
working, listening. Well, thanks. And
Yeah.
Paleo CG greater than Iron Age left all out. So I thought your friends are part of that Iron Age
The Iron
thing,
Age.
and I'm not quite sure exactly how that's different.
He's
from
calling you
CG,
old.
but
That's what he's doing, man. He's calling you old. That's what he's calling you.
I went to see that the Afterlife. I went to go see that in the movies, man. It was
The Frozen Empire. That's what
No,
it's
the
called.
Afterlife. Yeah, I said I went to see Afterlife in the movies, but everybody was saying how good it was. It was all right. I couldn't really get past the kids using the proton packs. It was kind of bugging me out.
That was my only thing was the kids or like shouldn't that thing be like tossing them around? It looked like it was trying to throw the guys back in the first two movies. It looked like it's trying to like push them back. I can't imagine a kid holding this thing and not falling over repeatedly.
And then they got in the car. And knew how to work everything in the car. And I was just like, no.
No, well, they were punching buttons, and so the car was just doing. They got the car working, but they were punching buttons and just doing whatever worked. And then, so I think that was the biggest problem was again, like you were saying, is the proton pack not throwing them back.
Yeah.
From the force.
I did like
because for a reaction there's a reaction. So it's like, but it's one of those things. And like, okay,
it's Ghost in the movie too. So it don't none of it makes sense. So go with it, roll with it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, roll with it. Not everything makes sense. So not everything has to make sense. And like we just like, you know what, it's a movie. Let's have fun. But when I heard some of the complaints that there was a little too serious, it took itself a little too seriously at times, and
I wouldn't sleep on it.
And then because the thing was the problem was the 2016 version, aside from not being funny, that it was trying to rely too hard on the slapstick, which I'm pretty sure turned off a lot of people because even I don't like that too much. Whereas it's like constantly making fun of shit for no reason, just to do it. It's like, come on, man. Yeah. And the biggest problem is that it kept presenting. It took Dan Aykroyd and Bill Murray, and it just kind of made them a joke, a bad one too, a bad one at that. It's like, come on, guys.
Was Ernie Hudson in it? I can remember. Was Ernie Hudson in the end?
I don't think he was. I don't think he was in 2016. I know he was in Afterlife.
I like the fact that they threw in your boy Ramis, the pass in the end.
Yeah,
that was a little touching moment. You know what I'm saying? Because he's gone, but it was all right. Wouldn't care to see it
again. Is there an
again.
echo, by the way?
No, I don't hear one.
Okay, finally. Gosh, it took like an hour. It literally took an hour to fix.
Yeah.
But now I can't. I press the more button and nothing happens. So hopefully nobody's backstage.
Mm-hmm.
Because if I go and try to exit this program, which will fix the more button, so I can actually go and see who's backstage, then.
So basically, going to the backstage is what sets off the problem.
I think so.
Mm.
No, it's everybody too. He's saying, "Sup, mother truckers?"
No, so So yeah, so it's gonna come out in spring. From what I remember of the trailer, but the one that's gonna come out soon is going to be Godzilla minus zero, or is it -1?
Yeah,
I think it was minus
minus.
zero. Minus zero, I think it was.
I saw the poster. I haven't seen a trailer or anything for it though. Heard it's supposed to look
Oh
good,
yeah,
though.
that's coming out. That's coming out December 1st.
Any echo now?
No,
Okay, now I can go back to stage. Okay, because I had to reload. I kind of had to slight. I can't even explain. I'm on my phone. It was weird.
no worries, dude.
I still got to watch Avatar too, man. I refuse. I didn't go to the movies to see. I don't know why. I just lazy. I didn't go to the movies to see. I went to see it in 3D because I saw the first one in 3D and it was fucking amazing. And so
3D hurts
I
my
got
eyes.
I got to get the DVD because I got the PS VR and they still sell 3D Blu-rays, but you don't sell 3D TVs no more. But I can watch it on the VR and it'll be 3D. So I'm gonna watch it on the VR.
Yeah.
Does that
Did you
ever
see
give you a headache or anything?
Yeah, that always gives me a headache.
It's what the
It
VR?
gives me a headache every time. I think that's why they stopped it, is because it was giving a lot of people headaches.
Yeah, I
Which
thought
one, the
maybe
3D?
it was messing with people's
Yeah, the
vision
3D
or
stuff.
something, or giving people headaches.
I didn't bother
I
me
mean,
now.
some people can still deal with it via VR, but like me and myself, I can't do it. Me and my best friend, we can't handle that shit. It's like
Your best friend?
best friend.
Okay. Timbergate 2 asks, is it orange on your screen? It's not orange on mine. Wait, there's there's like stuff on the screen that's highlighted in red, like people's names, but the screen itself isn't orange.
He's probably
Jack
talking about.
says, when you ask me, my name is orange, like this at Timbergate 2.
Mm-hmm.
I'm bagged, man. Boss is cooking me some dinner, so I won't be here too long tonight. Well, thanks for joining us.
Mm-hmm.
And folks, if you're enjoying what you're seeing, please like and share. Sorry to interrupt you guys. Glad at least for now. I think the technical issues seem to be worked out. I'm gonna have to remember to go, and next time I'm gonna just stream with Brave, I guess. Whatever, something's going on with Chrome. It's causing an echo. So, what are you guys saying about what movie were you watching gonna watch in 3D, TJ?
Oh,
Avatar 2.
Y'all seen that?
Yeah, I forgot that.
I have not.
The first one was in 3D, right? Or you could
Yeah,
watch
man. It was bro. I went to the movie theaters, and it was that and Gravity. I saw Gravity in 3D, but I think I saw Avatar first, and I was like, because I'm used to the old days of 3D where you had the paper glasses with the blue lens and the red lens. Remember them shits?
Oh yeah, that's what they had when I was actually.
Yeah,
I know. Like I said, it hurt. It hurt. It was hurting my head, my eyes, and my head, and so I just stopped watching because. But I would go to like the IMAX stuff and when I have to watch it in big screens. But I've never seen Avatar or Avatar 2. I just didn't.
Man,
yeah, I haven't seen either of them.
Which is funny because I went.
My brother liked it.
Which is funny because I went and saw Battle Angel Alita in IMAX.
You know, I haven't ordered that. I got it on a Blu-ray. I don't know where it is right now.
Battle Angel.
Yeah, I ordered it from Amazon after we talked about it, last time we talked about it.
Yeah, well, you need to see it, dude. It's pretty good. Like I said, it's like 80-95% to the manga. The only thing is that they put the motorball sport into it as an extra subplot because I guess they need to figure out how to pad out that time. Like it probably could have been a shorter story, but whatever.
The old school 3D movies used to be it'll be like one scene, like say Jaws. You just had Jaws that'll come out like in one particular scene or one little effect to be 3D. But when I went and seen that Avatar, man, it was mind blowing, bro, because the whole movie is in 3D. Like the whole it's like it has it's like you're watching the movie through a window. You know what I'm saying? So I gotta watch that. And Avatar, it looks so good, man. It was cool. A lot of people didn't like that movie, man. I don't get why they didn't like it. I liked it a lot. I guess it was on people were saying that it was playing on the, I guess the white man bad, like the Indians,
Yeah,
like the
pretty
avatars
much.
was the avatars was the Indians, and the white man came and tried to take their land and shit. But I didn't even think of that when I was watching it. It was just colonizers going to a planet with some people there. I was saying they would take their shit. I ain't thinking of it as.
I mean, if the shoe was on the other foot, it was like, this is like, would you call them out in the same fashion? If they're the ones coming to us and trying to take our shit, like, would you just roll over and let them do it? It's like, of course, if people are going to fight. That's going to be the natural assumption. But it's like history is full of conquerors of many different types.
Speaking of which, Video James NZ or NZ says, check out the intro for the up and coming anime series, Stinky Dyke Pirates.
Lorenzo Jack
And
Daniel,
it's not what
other
you
host
think.
with
It's,
the
well,
boy.
it's kind of what you think. But it isn't. It's these women, and they live on a dike with an I, DIKE, and I think they're pirates as well.
They're
And
pirates.
Fish, 1999. Always great to see you. Haven't seen
So
you
I'm
in a
assuming you're
while.
talking about
Lorenzo's Jack Daniel, other host with deep voice. Can't read the name. Hey,
I think
so
he's probably talking about TJ the Silent.
yeah, we've got
TJ the Silent.
Daniel,
He reads the entire chat, man.
and
Good
then
luck.
well, it's not like it's so. And here's TJ.
Yeah.
Now he's TJ the Silent. He used to be TJ Dopeness. Hey, Dio
Guess I might
fans,
change my
do you
name.
have a wrench? If not, I can try to get you one.
As long as you're not trying to say my name. So.
Enemies I'd like to watch. Interesting. A dike. It can be spelled either way. There's a wall that separates land from water.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and then that's what it's about. It's about the stinky dike pirates.
Dyke
They live on
pirates.
a dike.
I still got to watch the new season of Castlevania. I haven't even watched that, man. I'm bullshitting.
Yeah, I haven't watched any of it. Yeah, there's a bunch of stuff. No, we talked about that last time.
Season one. No, season one is pretty short.
Okay, well, I can pick that up. But
yeah, season one is like 8. I think it was 8 episodes the first season, and then the next season was 12, and then they just kind of stick with 12-ish for every season after that. I do believe.
I know the first two was pretty good. Was the first 3 or first 2 seasons? I mean, all of them up to here. I got the Castlevania shit is dope. I got to finish watching Generation V. I still ain't watching One Punch. It's a whole bunch of shit I ain't watched, man. I had a lot of shit to watch.
I haven't watched. I mainly just watch YouTube nowadays. I'd watch Twitch if it actually worked better for me.
Twitch.
But I don't know.
Well,
I don't like how the chat system works on Twitch for some.
Well, I finally got to play the remake for Dead Space. I finally got to play it.
Okay, all right.
And I like it. There are some changes here and there, so I kind of got myself lost on accident in a few places. Do you remember I don't know if you remember the centrifuge where you have to restart the darn thing?
Take care, Timbergini Tube. You gotta go eat.
I played it, man.
Welcome back, Dragon. By the way, the echo went away. There was an echo on my end. I had to restart the phone and everything. I had to restart the phone twice and use a different browser, but the echo finally went away.
Okay, what were you gonna say, DJ?
Dead Space, man. I feel like I bought it, but I think I bought it, but didn't beat it, and I don't know, man. I don't know. I remember playing it, but I don't remember finishing it, and I don't remember I don't know. Did I rent it? I don't know how the fuck I played. I might have been on like a PS Plus game or something, and I
Oh.
started it, but just put it away.
Mm.
You know what I'm saying?
Well, if you know, if you played it as long as I have, you know where you're going by now, I guess.
Yeah.
And you, the thing is,
I might have
watch.
played. I might even own that, but if so, I've only played it a little bit.
The funny thing is like, because I'll go watch people. I'll watch people play this thing on stream, on Twitch. I'm like, what are you doing? Why are you? Is it like because I saw this one dude? He upgraded his gun and whatever. He had like 23 shots in his plasma cutter. He wasted the entire clip on one monster. I'm like, you're not supposed to hit dead center. The game even tells you not to hit them dead center in the chest. It's like, so I'm just watching. The game tells you, it's like, hey, you're not supposed to hit them dead center in the chest. You need to cut off their limbs and whatnot. It tells you that repeatedly.
Was the remake good?
Yeah, I like it.
I'm gonna tell y'all this is what I learned with buying games.
Mm-hmm.
Certain games, AAA games that if you want it, you gotta have it. Okay, you buy that. But if you get you a good enough backlog, you're never buying anything. Most of my games are all used. Like, you know what I'm saying? Because say something come out and it's like Spider-Man 2. I haven't played Spider-Man 2. I beat Spider-Man 1. I beat Miles Morales. I haven't played Spider-Man 2 because I got a backlog. I still got to beat Ghost of Tsushima and shit, and I still ain't beat Cyberpunk. And
well, I beat Spider-Man 1. I've not played Miles Morales, and I don't. It's like you played one Spider-Man game, you played them all, and it was like it's really. It
is like that. It is because Miles Morales is just like Spider-Man. And from what I've seen of Spider-Man, from what I've seen of Spider-Man 2,
but like a few extra do that.
This is kind of like humans. You've seen one, you've seen them all.
Yeah, for more or less. Well, the thing is that he's Miles plays so much like Spider-Man. There's no it's just kind of okay. What's next?
It was good.
I can share. You can. The dogs and fish. Wait, there's
it was
dogs and fish. Cats and dogs living together. Mass hysteria.
So what's the dogs? Is that one of your channels? Just was wondering what Fish was talking about with the dogs and fish.
It was pretty good, man. Miles, it was pretty good. So by the time I get Spider-Man 2, that's just going to be $20. You know what I'm saying? That's how I get my games now. I got games I haven't even opened yet. Doom VR. But I buy them all. I go to GameStop and go to the used rack, and it'd be like $17 or buy two, get one free. And it's the same game. It's just you just didn't get it the day it came out, man. And that's how I buy my games, man.
Let's see, because I have bought the Mad Max game. I don't think I ever finished it. I made it to the end, but I don't think I actually beat the game. Let's see.
The worst is when you put a game down. You get real fond. You put it down for some reason and try to come back and don't know what the fuck is going on and don't remember how to play the shit. So
I don't know where I am in Skyrim or Fallout 4.
Oh man,
it's been like 5 years since I played it. Well,
oh man, I give up trying to remember.
But I haven't really done anything substantial in the games.
I got Skyrim VR.
Taking a screenshot. That's all I've done, and so I don't know where I am in Fallout 4 or Skyrim because I'm quite high level in both.
I'm trying to remember. It's been forever.
I got Skyrim VR and I haven't even played it yet. I heard it's dope though. I haven't even. I done had that shit maybe 6-7 months, man. I haven't even played it yet.
Which one?
I got the VR version for the PlayStation. The PlayStation VR. I got the VR. I haven't even played it yet, man. But the thing with the VR is, first of all, you gotta hook this shit up. So you got to get motivated. It's not hard to hook up, but you just got to do it. Then you gotta. It's dope as shit. It's real dope, man. But you can
Oh,
only play
so
it for
Doug,
so long.
downtown UAE is you're are you the same as Fish? That's interesting. If that's the case. Wow. Sorry to interrupt. TJ is video. So James says to TJ, the silent haha. I feel that I hate picking games back up and being absolutely clueless where you are. Yeah, that's confusing. I lived
Yeah,
in
no.
VR for months as the drunk gamer. I also hate getting stuck lost in games. Pisses me off to no end. Yeah, I'm really confused about. Welcome, Liam.
Hey, well,
How's it going?
Good
all
to
right.
see you.
Yeah, I just saw the link. I thought I'd pop in.
Well, I appreciate that. Yeah, I backed Wonder Island.
Oh, awesome! Thank you.
I backed that. Yeah.
I just got out of a really interesting talk about Wonder Island with one of the last
Oh, really?
bookbinders. Yeah, one of the last great bookbinders in Australia. Like, gonna do some cool stuff. I'm gonna see. It's gonna be fun. It's gonna be cool.
Yeah, I really. Yeah, it looked like a fun book to me. I like Manga Chan's art. Yeah, I've heard your writing's quite good, is what people were saying about your the book you did with Odie. What was? Oh gosh, now I'm blanking. I'm really sorry. I'm blanking out right now.
Xenotype. I did
Xenotype.
Crossroads
What?
Drive, which you can still read for free. We got like over 60,000 views on that one. 2,000 views on Xenotype Pursuit. 2 million views, I should say, on Xenotype Pursuit. Yeah, you know, I mean, I know what I'm doing. I might look like a bit of a big dummy, but I'm pretty good at writing comic books. That's kind of my thing, you know. So
Legend of Zelda, says James. Those games aren't made for VideoJamesNZ. So I heard that. I know this. I try. So the newer Legend of Zelda games are totally different than the old school ones. Well, Sci-Fi Topics has shared again, Lorenzo. These are large promo channels. Fish 1999.
I never beat Breath of the Wild, man. I never
Welcome
beat
to
it.
Sci-Fi Topic. Yeah, I started playing that and I got lost. Liam, that leather-bound back stuff sounds sick.
yeah, man.
Sick in a good way, I guess.
Yeah, no,
Yeah,
it's
this is
gonna
Jack
be
Stafford. He seems excited about that. So there's you have a leather-bound comic book?
maybe we'll see.
We'll see.
I was talking to a guy that can do all sorts of really cool stuff. Hold on, like really cool stuff, and it's all traditionally done by hand with like old presses from the 1940s and stuff. It's really cool. It's really fucking awesome. He can like make custom imprints and stuff like that in the leather covers. Like, I'll probably only be able to do like 10 of them or something like that because I don't think I could do it for the whole run. But yeah, I'm really excited. No, so stay tuned with that. I just got home, so I'm just like, I'm so
I see. So yeah, I hit like back to. I won't say the comic book creator's name, but I backed this guy's comic book, a nice hardcover book, and then like later on, months later, it was, you know, I paid quite a bit of money for it, and then all of a sudden he's got a campaign for a leather-bound copy. It's like, holy shit, damn it! I should have backed that one. If I had known that was coming out,
I didn't know anyone was doing leather-bound stuff yet. I was really excited here to have the opportunity to even do it for a limited number of prints. So,
how's your business going? Your sales going? You doing pretty good?
Yeah, I got a big spike last week. I sold nearly $2,000.
Okay,
Hey, sweetie.
all right.
That's medicine. That's right. That's not a lolly. That's medicine. Good girl. Yeah, so but that's the biggest spike I've had in a while. I'm trending number 3 on Indiegogo right now, probably thanks to Lorenzo backing Wonder Island. So if there's anyone out there in the chat that wants to jump on board with this, get out and funnel some more money in and let me give it back to you guys in cool and exciting ways. That would be fantastic. But
Yeah, I backed it. I don't know, I think less than a week ago. I will back Sleestack campaign, says Eric and Boyd. Welcome, Eric. Always good to see you.
yeah, so no, it's fun. It's been cool getting everything like all lined up in the row. Sort of been like other opportunities coming along. Got some cool stuff happening. I want to bring down my costs. Before that, I need a larger backing base. I need realistically to be able to do this in a sustainable way, around 300 backers consistently, or 300 patrons. If I could get 300 patrons, I could do a monthly book. Every month, I could put a book out. It'd be fucking awesome.
You draw and write your own books, right? You do the whole thing. It's all you, right?
Not all of them, but Dino King, yeah, we did, yeah. So Yuka did Takashi Motor Dolls, which is all about sort of fighting back against mega corporation and independence. It's sort of a mock Australia book. If you like RoboCop, that's the kind of thing. It's like RoboCop meets Mad Max. And Xenotype, of course, was done by Odie. You guys have all seen that a million times. So, but I did that, and I've got Wonder Island, which is also done by Yuka, but in a very different style. Oh, El, you still got it. Medicine.
If you don't want to answer this, I understand. So, on a typical scale, like what would you say would be like your overhead? I'm not talking about printing costs because I know it depends on how many orders you got as far as the printing goes. But what would you say? How much would you say it costs to create the book? You know,
about $14,000. About 14,000.
14.
What's right?
You say 14 or 40?
14.
Did you say 40?
About 14. I was about to say 40.
Yeah, no, not 40.
14's already enough, though. I mean, that's
a lot. That's already a lot, though. Yeah. I'm just hearing 40. I'm like 40. Dang, that's.
Well, I pay everyone a reasonable rate, and I don't go through China for anything. So all of my paper comes from Australia. All of my printing is done here in Australia. That's the reason we're able to avoid the paper shortages that other people ran into, and the other problems of printers were able to avoid.
Yeah, we ran into paper shortage here just to mail stuff out.
Well,
so that's why
I'll help with stuff. It'll cost a little bit more, but it'll cost you comparative to China without you needing to have communist blood on your hands. So it's
yeah, I know.
Or whatever the heck I don't even know what sort of, because they have like stock markets there. So the Soviet Union didn't have stock markets, so they got some sort of strange hybrid type system going on. Whatever it is, it's I'd rather get it from Australia. I'll just put it that way.
Yeah, you're not gonna have to worry about
I don't want the Chinese. Don't want any Chinese viewers coming after the channel, but I just prefer Australia. I'll say.
Yeah, go through us. I'm happy to do people. I'm happy to do shipping for people, and I can do it for a lot less than a lot of other people because a lot of stuff I've talked about this before, but like I can't.
Well, hold on.
It'll cost you more to print here and then ship it to you and then sign it and then ship it back to me and print it. That won't work. But if you're sending books that aren't signed, I can print them for rates comparable to China and ship them out for less.
By the way, I backed the Black Ops 6 campaign. Definitely recommend that.
Usually I only back the main books because I'm too fucking poor for anything else.
Liam, what do you mean you can print them? You got a printing press or you print? Or?
No, but I got guys here that I work with.
Oh, okay, I got you.
So someone like a discount deal.
You can put somebody on. I got you.
Yeah, exactly. I can subcontract under me. I can print through their books, and then I can just pack and ship them for them. And just send the receipts and everything, and they just pay me and can go anywhere. It's pretty easy doing. The only reason it costs more would be if someone needed to ship them from here to them and then back. That I can't do that. but I can, if I print them here and ship them, I can cut people's postage usually in half. But
Okay.
so it's good. A little blessing in disguise. It came sort of from. I've told the story
I like
before.
the grayskull in the background. I like the grayskull. That's what I like.
That's my Grayskull. Yeah, that's Master Universe Classic Grayskull.
We used to have one as a kid. I think we still have it. I think it's in the basement. It's kind of broken though, so it's not in make condition. We have it though. We have it.
Yeah,
That,
no, it's
I
awesome.
had that too.
I never had that.
I mean, because it was a house. It was a house of boys. We were gonna break stuff at some point.
I freaking
I
missed
had
my Fisher. I missed my Fisher Price castle. That thing was dope. Well, obviously Castle Grayskull. That would be totally badass.
Yeah,
But unfortunately, I never. My mom didn't like the show for whatever reason.
Grayskull.
She just thought Skeletor looked stupid or something, and so.
No, we were
she
because
discouraged me from watching it.
we were also the Transformers, and I think we derailed Liam from what he was talking about.
Nothing important. I don't want to come here and take over. I was just coming in to say hi. You know, like
No worries. And then see, because I had a lot of Transformer stuff too when I was a kid. GI Joes, we had a lot of GI Joes.
Yeah, I was He-Man and Transformers, man. I had some GI Joe shit. I had some GI Joe. I had like the black. Remember the black jet? They had a little jet on top of it. I can't remember what it was called. It was sweet as a bitch though. It was black and red, and then it had like a smaller jet on top of it.
Yeah. He's fucking awesome. Shadow. Oh fuck.
Yeah,
it was sweet as a. I used to love that shit, man. I remember I got it for Christmas. I was like, yo.
Are you talking about G.I. Joe?
Transformer.
It's a GI Joe, right?
Oh,
yeah, I'm talking G.I. Joe.
Oh,
yeah,
it's a G.I. Joe.
Yeah,
I mean, because you guys are talking about G.I. Joe and Transformers and He-Man. But the G.I. Joe stuff, I never owned the toys, but I used to watch the cartoon, and I thought it was quite good. They'd try to kind of they call it ham fist, like a message in there at the end. They'd have a little public service announcement. It had nothing to do with the show, but I did learn. I guess if you got a nosebleed, don't put your head back, because apparently that's not good.
Well, it was cool shit I used to tell you though. And knowing is half the battle. Now you know, and knowing is half the battle. G.I. Joe.
Yes.
Yeah. That's what that was.
That was the motto.
PSAs.
Knowing is half the battle.
I'm happy with my Death Star playset. It's huge, says Jack Stafford. Wow, so it sounds like a Star Wars toy. And Thunderdome says Night Raven.
No, I remember when they had toys. I remember when they had toys for RoboCop.
Remember that?
They had a Nerf one.
I had Air 209. I had an Air 209.
They had a Nerf. They had a Nerf gun for RoboCop. Let me see.
That's wild. Didn't they have a cartoon that went along with it?
Yep.
Apparently, there was a GI Joe aircraft carrier. Oh yeah,
huge. It was huge.
I think I remember seeing that in ads. I don't remember.
I remember the thing being huge. It was because it wasn't the Auto 9 as a Nerf gun. It was like this big old thing. It looked like it went for it was more for like an Ed 209 than it was for a RoboCop thing.
What's the Cobra Knight?
It came with the helmet. It came with the helmet. And it came with this big old ass gun that didn't belong to Robo. But
why do I feel like I had that, man?
I don't know, man.
So,
I feel like I had
as far as GI Joe, anyone know what the Cobra Night Raven was?
I think that might be what I was talking about. It was a black jet.
Okay, that's what you were talking. That's the thing that you were talking about that you had.
Yeah, I think that might be what I'm talking about. I think that might be it. I'm not sure.
Remember that? Oh, okay. So that G.I. Joe aircraft carrier. Oh, the Cobra Night Raven was the black jet PJ was talking about. Thunderdome. Well, that's really cool. Gosh, I didn't have any of those. I had fucking GoBots, which
I
like the
hated.
show
I used to,
itself. The show itself doesn't really hold up. The
No, it
the
doesn't. It
but
doesn't.
those GoBots were pretty solid toys. I wish I still had them.
I had
I
GoBots
had
too.
the GoBot Command Center too. That went along with it. But
I'm looking
those
around, but I
GoBot-
can't find the damn thing.
I had the
the
jet.
Transformer toy. I had one Transformer toy. It just completely fell apart, and my folks were like, "No, we're not buying any of those anymore."
Was it Ironhide? Because Ironhide was notoriously terrible for falling apart. Like,
I can't
Oh,
recall now.
I'm gonna tell you the one toy I had that I wish I still had today. I had the fucking all metal. I'm talking about the all metal Voltron, bro. That shit was
Yes!
all metal.
Yeah.
I had the all metal Voltron with the head, the lion heads shoot off the fists and shit. That shit was heavy as a bitch, man. I wish I still had that today, man.
yeah, man. I bought it again about 7 years ago for an artist friend of mine called Mike, and not the Mike, Mike Mama. And I know him from back in Palladium. I bought it for him, and he had it like set up in his office. It's like, and it was awesome. It was I got to see it because it was brand new again when I bought it, But then he had a fucking house fire, and it melted. Like, so that you got all that was left was like this sort of melted fucking warped steel husk of Voltron that was all silver and shit. I was like, what a shame. But I'm glad he survived.
Because you had the plaster one, the metal one came out first, and then
The
like
metal was
everything
the
else.
good one. It was the one that
Then it had the plastic one. I had the metal shit, bro.
Yeah, the metal one I had too. That's the one I got again for Mike. It's so cool. It's the best one. I think I still have the little bits of him around here somewhere, but he has not survived my childhood,
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I'm trying to find it. Because it was an old. I guess I remember when they used to have they still used to have toys with the cap pops. Where you pull the trigger and the little cap pops.
Yeah, the cap gun.
Yes,
cap gun.
Yeah, that was the gun. But it looked like a big old handgun. It didn't look anything like.
Oh, there were ones
because I remember it was a set that came with the helmet and the gun, and a gun because it wasn't the gun.
No, did you ever have those with there was some sort of plastic stuff that they were like these plastic ring things? Do you remember those? Am I just imagining this?
No, listen, you had two types. You had the one with the ribbon.
Actually sounded like a gun going off. Well, not really.
No, listen.
It's like a little firecracker kind of miniature.
Yeah, you had two versions. You had the ones that had the ribbon, that had the little ribbons, and the ribbons had little bumps where the little shit was on it that used to pop. And then you had the ones that had the little rings with the little, like a revolver ring, and you put the ring in like in the revolver in the chamber.
Yeah, and they would pop it in the pop in the chamber.
Well, but I think I had something that actually shot like these little, not bullets or anything, but I thought it shot this little plastic stuff across the room.
I found the box. I found the box.
I also had what were those yard things that the lawn dart, and then they switched to then I had to switch from the metal kind, the crappy kind that wasn't metal.
My first,
I'm gonna switch this.
Like you're actually killing each other with these lawn darts. I mean, that wasn't the goal. The goal was just you throw the dart into the lawn, and I don't know if you had to be the person who threw it the farthest or how that game was played. I can't remember anymore.
You had to land in rings. You had to throw.
Oh, okay.
My first real gun. I bought it off the street. I was like 16. It was a long nose. It was a long nose 22 with a broken handle, right? And to more like a cap gun. The shit, it didn't sound no louder than a cap gun. Like my parents could be in the front room and I can go out the back, open the back door and shoot it, and they couldn't even hear it. It's like a little cap gun, like pat, pat. It won't loud as nothing, man. Yeah, it was a little long nose 22, man. That shit was crazy, man. I used to tote that shit around.
Did you ever
do that right in your backyard?
Nah.
Okay.
The only
I
time
know
I,
you're,
the only time
you're
I,
going in your backyard and target. Well, I guess some people can do that in their backyard. I guess if they're
I
like
found an image for it.
if they're
where is it?
outside of like here. I live in this small city called Traverse City, but inside the city limits, I couldn't do something like that. I don't
oh no,
even
you can't.
if
No,
I
I
did,
couldn't. No,
I
listen.
couldn't
It was
fire it in the city. I don't think
no. Listen, bro. I can't.
it's not even
I
a
won't
big
pose.
city. It's not that big of a city.
Rizzo, I won't. I was dead wrong. You can't just be firing guns. I would open the door and just let it off in the air. You know what I'm saying? You can't fire guns around here. Like the only time I can shoot my gun around here is unless I go to the range or like New
Okay,
Year's.
that
Like
that's
You
pretty
ever had
much
to pull
that's
up on
how it is
someone?
around here.
You ever had to pull up on someone, TJ? You've had ever had to like put a gun in
one
someone's
time,
face?
one time.
Tell the story. Tell the story.
My sister husband. I was about 17. It was with that damn long nose. It was that damn long nose 22 I had. My sister had called me and she said I was like 17 years old. My older sister had called me and said her husband put her hands on her. So I drove around there, you know what I'm saying? I grabbed a piece and shit and drove around there. But he wasn't there when I got there. So thank God he wasn't there when I got there. Other than that, no, I ain't never had a
Yeah,
I ain't never
yeah.
had to do nothing with a gun.
You could get in serious trouble for.
Yeah, I'd have been fucked up. And then the bad part about it is if I would have did something, because she ended up getting right back with his ass anyway. So I'd have been sitting in jail and they would have been together.
Yeah.
Well, can you imagine
I ended up calling
Can you imagine that fucking going through all of that, getting locked up, and then the broad going back to the
So there was this woman who she
No, I guess we're not going to show the image.
there was a former neighbor I had. This was like 2 decades ago, and had an abusive living boyfriend, and she came to my house because she was going to supposedly call the cops, but then she called her friend instead, and so then the guy's trying to break down my door. So I called the cops. The cops wouldn't like. By the time I called the cops, like she was gone, and the guy trying to break down my door was gone. But like he lived upstairs from me, but the cops wouldn't like do anything about it. Like I was a renter, and the landlord didn't want to do anything. And it's like, yeah, I guess in those situations, don't ever trust the woman who's abused to be the one to use the phone to, you just, somebody says, oh, I need to call the cops. Just call 911 yourself. This is what I learned from that situation. And then I don't know, a few months later, she ended up kicking him out, and he tried to break down the door, and he ended up trying to strangle her too. So he went to jail for a while, and I think they ended up getting back together and moving out of state. So it's like, gosh, I'd like to help people out, but I don't even know what to do anymore in one of those situations. Because my calling the cops didn't do a damn thing. And me giving her the phone didn't do, she just took off and went to her friend's house. So I can bring everybody down with that story.
No. I was just saying, I will tell Liam, I've never had to do anything like that, man. I've been shot at a couple of times, you know what I'm saying? Well,
okay.
Times.
But you got to dive out of the bedrooms of young ladies when the husbands came home. What's the story?
We don't need him to self-incriminate himself again. Come on, Dave.
I had to hide in the closet one time.
When were you shot at?
Like Tom Cruise on South Park. She's joking. Well, so you had to hide from it. You had to hide from. Oh boy! Like, so the boyfriend or husband comes back.
The boyfriend. Oh, I was over this girl house. We were young though. I was like 16, 17. No, I was 18. I was out of high school.
Oh,
I was like 18, and my sister, I got a sister that's 2 years younger than me, and she had a friend, and I had to go and take my sister some note cards at school. Like she needed some note cards. I guess she left from home or something. So I had to go up there and take them to her class. And her class is like one of my old teachers that I knew. So I just went in there and gave her the notes. And when my sister came back, she came home, she was like, yeah, old girl so and so said that, she told me to give you her phone number. So like, all right, cool. So we talked a couple times, and I went over there, and her parents was there and everything, man. And I guess her boyfriend came, and they shoved me in the closet real quick. And then I guess, they talked to him. I guess, they shoved me in the closet and shit. Here's the funniest story about this shit. I swear on my children, I'm not lying about this one. So, her boyfriend ended up being one of my homeboys. I didn't know, though. I had no clue. You know what I'm saying? Listen, I didn't know. But he wasn't one of my homeboys, but I knew him. I knew him tough. You know what I'm saying? He was in the neighborhood. I knew him tough. It won't like I ran with him every day and kicked it with him, but I knew him decent. I can't front. So she had a baby by him. And I guess when we did it, I guess when we this is some real shit, bro. I guess when we did it, she didn't take enough time to heal because you're supposed to wait like 6 weeks or whatever. So what happened was my stepman, his mom's and them went out of town. So I called her over my man's crib, so I was like, "Why don't you come over my man's crib?" I asked my man, I was like, "Yo, man, can I use your bedroom for a minute?" And he was like, "Yeah, you cool." So when we did it, I guess she didn't heal all the way, so I split her. You know what I'm saying? So it was blood everywhere, all over the sheets and shit. Yo, listen, this some real shit, bro. This some real shit. This some. I swear I'm not lying to you on this one. This some real shit.
I believe you. It's just a horror story. I can't imagine like.
Yeah, turn into a horror story pretty quick.
So my stepman's mom's, when she came home, she found out because the girl she had bled all over the bed, the sheets and everything, and then she had bled in my man's car. So he was giving her a ride back home through the towels and shit. So his mother. Me and him been friends since like 3rd grade. So his mom's is like a second mom's to me. You know what I'm saying? Like, it was real tight. So she came to the house. First, the girl mama called. We sitting at the dinner table, and the girl mama called, and my dad picked up the phone. Remember, you used to have the phone in the kitchen with the wire, with the cord and shit?
Yeah, with the cord and everything.
Yeah. So we sitting in the kitchen eating dinner, and the phone rang, and my dad answered the phone, and he's like, "Yeah, okay. Yeah, you just you know when it's something wrong because you can tell. Oh, he did, huh?" So I'm just sitting there like, oh shit. So he hadn't got the phone. He don't say nothing because my sister's at the dinner table and shit. So he don't do whatever. So after dinner he pulled me to the side. He kind of cussed me out a little bit, but then he was like, "I ain't mad at you though." That's the fucked up part. He cussed me out, but then he was like, so and so and so, but I ain't mad at you though. But you can't be doing shit like that. So then my man's mom's his mom's came to the crib with all the linen and shit in a bag, and like came to my mom's and like, "Yo, this is expensive linen. Who's gonna pay for this?" You know what I'm saying? Because my homeboy ratted me out. So his mom's came to the crib and was like, "Who's gonna pay for this?" So I had to pay for the linen and shit. But here's the worst part. I didn't know that it was my homeboy's girl. So I found out later that it was my man's girl. So I'm over my dude crib, and I had let my mother use my car. For some reason, she had to use my car because I guess her car broke down or whatever, something. But she had to use my car, so she was driving my car, and she had came to pick me up from my man's crib. And I'm walking, and I could see him walking down the street because I guess he saw my car. He thought, he didn't know my mom was in the car or whatever. So I'm walking to the car, and I see him walking down the street, and I see him pull out a gun. So I hopped in the car. My mom like, "Yo, go, 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 go." She's like, "What?" I was like, "Yo, just go. He got a gun." And yeah. So look. So then
got a full circle back to the Kentai.
So then recently, I would say maybe this all happened when I was like 18. So recently, about I say 6, 7 years later, at the same dude crib, I'm over there and he's over there. So I'm like, I walk in, I'm looking at him, he looking at me, and I'm like, yo, man, you ain't still. He was like, nah, man, that's cool, man. We that's a long time ago, man, whatever. And we just sat there and chopped it up, man. And when I walked in, I seen him, I was like, oh shit. And he looked at me, I looked at him.
He was your food.
Wow.
Huh? But yeah, man, it was cool though, man. Bro, yeah, that shit was crazy, man. That shit was crazy.
He's like, what are you laughing at, Lorenzo? I don't understand what Eric July is talking about. That's not Eric July, that's TJ.
Yeah, man, we used to get in some shit, man.
I don't think you can tell the difference.
Bro, when we used to go buy weed, we used to go out to the projects and get weed, you know what I'm saying? And when you go, it was a house called Number 9. We used to call it Number 9. We go to Number 9, I don't know no motherfuckers. We don't know nobody out there. That's just the crib with the good weed. That's the weed spot. You know what I'm saying? But when you go there, the motherfuckers got a gun on you while you buying the shit. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's just what it was, man.
Wow.
We used to get some shit though. Young man. I was telling a female friend of mine about that shit. She was like, you probably got PTSD. I was like, man, you don't think about it. When I'm with my boys, we don't talk about that shit. It was just part of growing up. Yeah, you go to a cookout and somebody there getting in an argument or something, and somebody starts shooting. You know what I'm saying? I was at a house party one time.
Yeah, wow,
I was at a house party one time, and my cousin was there. My cousin got into it with somebody. He started shooting. That's just what it was, man. It sounds ridiculous, but
I've heard that's quite common that people will be like, they'll be trying to score some sort of substance, and somebody will pull out a gun. I mean, that.
The first time I got stuck up,
it's never happened to me, but then again,
I got stuck up twice. I got stuck up twice. I had a gun to the back of my head one time and a gun to the front of my head. The first time, I'm on the corner with the boys and shit, and some dude rolled up and was like, "Yo, where the weed at? Whatever." You know what I'm saying? We won't sell it now. We was like, "Man, anybody around here got no weed, man? Get the fuck on, man." So he drove down the street, and I told my man, I said, "Look, if he come back, that's stick up." You know what I'm saying? And I seen him come back like an idiot. You know what I'm saying? I seen him come back, but I had that hard-headed mentality, like I ain't running nowhere. You know what I'm saying? I ain't running nowhere. Everybody can make me run. The motherfuckers hopped out the car and was like, y'all know the drill. Get down. Got down, and he took the little bit of money I had in my pager. He took my beeper. He took the little bit of money I had in my beeper. And then the second time I got robbed, I was walking from my girlfriend's house, and it was right after Christmas, bro. I just had a brand new Nautica coat, some Air Max and shit. I was fresh as a motherfucker, man. I'm walking home from my girl house. And y'all remember them little teeny ass Metros?
No.
Remember the cars, the little Metros?
Yeah.
It was about 10 niggas in the Metro. And they rolled past me like clowns in that bitch, right? So when I seen them when they rolled past, I said, boy, that's stick up, because it was too many of them, and and it was unrecognizable, because you kind of know the people around your way in the cars and shit, especially a bunch of dudes.
Wait, this was a Geo Metro?
Yeah, a Geo Metro.
Oh, so a little tiny,
it's like a little clown car. It's a little clown car.
How many guys were in there?
There's about 10 is exaggerating, but it had to be about five motherfuckers in the Metro.
No, I was thinking 10. I'm imagining them like they got the windows wound up and wound down, and guys like hanging out the windows and still scrunched up and shit. I was like, what the fuck, man?
It was like five motherfuckers in the Metro.
Picturing like one of those little tiny Shriner cars that they would like
drive
around.
Little clown cars with a bunch of angry black guys with guns in it.
In my town, the Shriners who are, I think most or all of them are like high-ranking Freemasons, but they would ride around in these little tiny cars.
It was about 10 months. It was about 5 people. It was about 5 dudes in the Metro, man. And when they rolled past me, and they bust the turn, And when the bus turned, I seen him hit the brakes, and I knew right then. I was like, boy, that's stick up. Instead of running, once again, hard headed. I ain't running from nobody. Everybody, you know what I'm saying? I ain't running for that shit. And dudes hopped out the car. This time he threw the gun to my. This time he threw the gun to my. He threw the gun to my head. I'm looking at the damn bullets in the chamber and shit. He was like, "Yo, get up." And I was like, "Man, I ain't got nothing on me." He took my coat, and my sneakers. It was cold as a bitch. It was like right after Christmas. It was cold as a bitch, man. I had to walk home barefooted and no jacket. And after that, it was like, yo, if I'm walking somewhere, I'm holding cap. It was like, ain't no more walking nowhere. You know what I'm saying? I had a car anyway after that, but but yeah, man, I got robbed twice. But
Yeah, man,
that
that
running
sucks.
shit. Then
I'm sorry to hear
another
that,
time.
wow.
Another time, I'm over my homeboy crib. He stayed out the projects, and some dudes came up, and they said something to us, man. I'm always saying something back, slick, like somebody, because if you don't know, I'm not saying I say something. Y'all don't know what somebody said something. Might have been me, but they pulled up and said
we've known you
something.
long enough, TJ, to know that you won't just you won't abide shit talk. You'll talk shit back. No, yeah.
Somebody said something. Some dude pulled up and said something, man. Somebody said something, man. Fuck you or whatever. And next thing you know, pop, pop, pop. They be running. They be running up the steps, man. And man trying to get in the crib. He can't get the keys, man. We at the door like, man, get in the house, man. What the fuck, man? Scared as a motherfucker, man. That shit's crazy,
Yeah.
yo.
Wow.
Yeah.
But you've been shot at, but you've never been shot, right? So I mean, that's something.
Nah. Thankfully,
That's
thankfully,
something.
yeah. I've been shot at twice. Like motherfuckers shot at me twice. Never been shot, and I done been around like parties where people started shooting. Like that, I don't even know how that happened a little bit too often, where motherfuckers shooting, and everybody ducking and shit and hiding and whatever. But I've been shot at twice. Never got shot. I ain't never shot at nobody though.
I've been shot once in the leg, but it wasn't too
Word.
bad. I've got the scar, but it's not too bad.
What happened?
That's a story for another time. It's a story
Okay,
for another.
fair enough.
It was not malicious or anything like that. We were just, we were doing shit we shouldn't have as kids, and we were out,
Gotcha.
doing. I'll tell the story another time. Like I got some fun little like hunting stories.
Yeah, I really do like the art of storytelling. I think it's almost getting to be almost a lost art these days. I mean, that's kind of issue a lot of us have with entertainment industry. So, I mean, you could go and complain about this movie or that movie, but it's actually, or this comic book is bad or whatever. It's a lot better to like have people sharing these stories, even if they're like really intense stories.
That's the kind of stories that everyone wants to hear. That's again, come by my show more often. I'm going to take off, guys, because I'm going to go be a dad, and my family's coming up here in about 15, 20 minutes now. So I've got to go play host. But it was really good talking to you, TJ, man. I always enjoy catching up.
No doubt.
Thanks for having me, Lorenzo.
Yeah, same here, man.
Yeah, thanks for joining the stream and back Dino King on.
Yeah, guys. I know it sucks to hear back Dino King, but do help me out. Like we're a small company, we need backers. I hate to beg, but you will get a really cool comic book out of it. You get a cool manga. It's got cool action. It's got cool adventure. It's got not a really adventure. It's got like horror, sci-fi, action.
Yeah, that sounds fun.
Stuff you're into. I've got Wonder Island 2. That's more of a fantasy adventure series. And of course, Kakashi Motor Dolls, like I mentioned before, it's RoboCop meets Mad Max.
Is that still in demand?
Yeah. We've got 40 issues. We've got 40 issues left. When they're gone, but we got 40 issues left to move. So, and you get the poster and all the other stuff too when you buy it.
Are you saying just like 40 copies?
Yeah, I've got 40 copies. Yeah.
Oh wow, that's holy shit! Well, definitely top on to jump on. I don't know what the figure speech is, but definitely recommend people back that while you still can.
Yeah, and hey, this is just before I take off, I'll just say hello, Eric and Boyd. I have not seen you in what feels like a year and a half or more. I'm glad you're still around. How you doing, Fish 999? Yeah, I'm Liam Fish. I'm Liam Gray. Liam, the one, the only, accept no substitution. Lots of people like to pretend to be me, but there's only one true me. Thanks for having me. Check
Oh,
the shit
he's
out.
Dino King. Thanks, Jack Stafford. Jack's been
Yeah,
posting the
Jack will
link
be on top of it. Jack
several
will,
times.
if anyone's got any
Appreciate it.
questions, if anyone's got any questions about what's going on with my company or anything like that, hit up Jack. He'll usually keep you. He's actually someone in the know. He won't mislead you. Love you guys. Fun stories.
you
Good
too, buddy.
stories.
Later.
Respect,
I'll
man.
catch you again soon.
Later.
Well, that was
You know-
was fun. Yeah, I like Liam. He's had it seems like he's had a really positive attitude.
Yeah.
Lately, I mean, he had gone through some rough stuff before, but like every time I talk to him, he's only been on here a few times, but when I've talked to him, he's been
Pretty good
in
about
good
it.
spirits,
Good- yeah,
generally
good spirits,
speaking. So
yeah,
that's good.
yeah.
It seems like he's doing well.
Yeah.
So yeah, I was highlighting some stuff in the chat. I'm not gonna go through all the messages, but they were Jack Stafford and I think Fish were they were having some fun conversations about toys, and people can go and watch the replay. Hey, Carol, colors, awesome to see you. And Carol used to go by Carol Cookies, but she is a colorist, my understanding, and very nice person. I like Carol. Carol supports a lot of shows. A lot of see her around in the chats. Great person. Fun person, jokes around a lot.
You want-
We got
you wanna know
a lot of really cool people in the chat today. It's we've had times before where we've had more people in the chat, but like and I'm not going to badmouth anybody who's been in the chat, but I'm just going to say we got a really, really solid group today. And here's the Dino King link. And he, Eric, sorry if I think I graded you, but can you play? You were sharing some artwork earlier. Were you done with that, or?
Oh, I was
Because
trying to
I
show
went to
you
share it
that.
again,
I was trying to show you that picture from because I found the box art for that RoboCop thing, and you just kind of.
Oh, well, yeah, I'm sorry. You were trying to say something to me about it, but I was just
And you just kept
for a
going.
while there, I was just trying to
Here,
focus
I
a
put
little
it
bit
up.
on Liam, and because we were talking, and
Here, I put it up for a second.
talking, and he was like the only person, he was the only person on camera. So
You're
I was
still
just trying to focus that. But feel free to share.
He's ruthless,
I mean,
ain't he?
we did, and TJ, you actually use your own image, I take
Rizzo.
it.
I put up the box art.
Well,
So you
wait,
can
are
show
you
it
showing
to
right
people.
now? Because it doesn't.
Yes.
It doesn't.
Yes, I'm sharing it right now.
Okay. Yeah. So it doesn't.
That
tell me on the.
was
It doesn't tell
back
me
then.
on the. It doesn't tell me on the phone when you're sharing.
Okay.
There's something there's a more tab.
Lorenzo, let this man say what he's gonna say about this, dog.
So I got this when I was a kid. So it was the gun and the helmet, and then I don't have any of it either because I'm not sure what happened to the gun, but the helmet I definitely broke. I broke from the back part of the helmet. So and I don't have any of this, but this is what it was back then. It was called RoboCop Force. Yeah. So yeah, so I got that as a kid for Christmas, I believe.
Christmas used to be awesome, bro.
Yep.
Yeah.
So that's it for that. Let me put the art back.
It's so funny because the movie itself was like extremely violent and like
It was a rated R movie.
Yeah.
It was
I
a
was
rated R
talking to,
movie. My parents still bought me that.
About a
bro. I,
cybernetic cop from Detroit, like in the future, right?
I
Mhm.
was talking.
Which I think wasn't it
No,
set
well,
like
it was
around now?
more or less. It still took place more or less in the 80s or 90s. The only thing is
Yeah,
that
wasn't it just a? Yeah, I thought it was just a few years in the
it was
future.
just making him a cyborg.
I was talking. I was trying to talk to somebody about this the other day, and I was like, man, when we was growing up, like maybe it was just everybody I knew parents, but we used to watch everything. You know what I'm saying? Like I would sit down watching my family, RoboCop, Running Man, all the rated R movies. Hell, they would take us to the movie theaters. Like they would take, say Saturday, you and your boys, you young, y'all go to the movie theaters. Well, you didn't have to have your parents to get a R-rated ticket. You just go and buy the ticket and
No, really?
yeah, man. We'll go
Huh.
and we'll go see one movie and then damn near see everything in the movie theater. Like we'll pay we'll pay for one movie. We'll pay for one movie and then it just hop from theater to theater and yeah, man.
You're like, I'm buying this ticket for Bambi, and then you go and watch Rambo instead.
Yeah, man.
Not recommending it.
But I'm saying I would sit down with my dad and watch like Conan the Barbarian. I'm a little boy, like.
Oh, so you would actually buy the ticket to like an R-rated movie, and you could go in?
Yeah.
With
So,
the
and
actual,
sometimes,
okay.
yeah. And sometimes, like if say my man Miles was taking us to the movie theater, you know what I'm saying? She'll get the tickets for us and drop us off, and we'll call when we ready to, come home.
I mean,
you know what
let me put it this way. She took us. My mom took us to go see Nightmare on Elm Street.
Exactly.
Most of the other movies.
Exactly.
Like because we went and saw Freddy versus Jason. No, not Freddy versus Jason. Freddy the Final Nightmare. And then we went and saw Friday the 13th. And Jason Goes to Hell, and all those other movies. We've seen them.
So
Bro,
because I think the movie theaters around here probably would have like asked where the adult was. Oh, by the way, Unintelligent Design. It's Liam. Yeah, so Liam has a channel called Unintelligent Design. He does live stream on there. Maybe he doesn't keep an archive there. But I think that's the channel he streams on.
Yeah,
So
and the funny thing what traumatized us most of us kids was when Optimus Prime died.
bro, I'm not even gonna tell that story. I got the DVD right here, man. But one of the greatest things was it's Friday, and your dad is like, okay, let's go to the video store, and you go pick out a bunch of movies and shit, and you know what I'm saying? And yeah, man, I watched if it was some shit that was like, bro, I watched Death Wish. I know y'all got Charles Bronson. I'm a little boy. I'm sitting there with my dad watching Death Wish. My mom's just like, yeah, man.
I'd like to watch that. I have never watched that.
That was the first time I remember that. Kind of the first time I seen a girl get SA, sex, first time I seen that on TV where a guy had his way with a woman unconsensually, and it was very graphic. If you don't know if you remember Death Wish, it was very it was the 80s, bro. It was different in the day, and that kind of it messed my mind up as a kid. Like, boy, what the hell is he doing?
Holy shit!
Yeah.
So that was an R-rated movie, but
Mm-hmm.
do you think if they came on with that today, do you think it'd be like NC-17 or do you think
I don't know. It'll be R-rated.
Okay, so but I see what you're saying. But they did they did have some intense sex scenes in these movies. Hey, Sticky Art Shorts. Good to see you. Sticky Art. There's Sticky Art, and then there's Sticky Art Shorts. It's a draw. Both are drawing channels. I think the first one was like just called Sticky Art, and the shorts was I think for YouTube Shorts, but it might stream there as well.
We get this generation a lot of static, the young generation, because they don't go outside and they're always in the crib playing their video games and stuff. And I will
they don't
say,
touch grass. Yeah.
I will say that I'm thankful, and I mean this from the bottom of my heart. I'm thankful, especially my son and my daughters, but especially my oldest son, my youngest son. He ain't old enough yet. He's just, this is his first year of high school. But I'm so thankful that I never was. I want no drug dealer. And I might have sold a little bit of weed a couple of times, but I want no drug dealer. And I won't.
Will you quit incriminating yourself?
No, I didn't. I
Help
never.
with the
I'm
family.
telling you, no.
Are you talking about? You're talking about something probably decades ago.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Probably
But
the statute.
I'm saying I wasn't doing any of that. You know what I'm saying? I might have sold
Okay.
a little bit of weed. Like if I buy a half or something, I'm trying to get some money back on it or something like that. But I won't no weed seller or that like that. But but I was just always outside in the middle of some shit. You know what I'm saying? But I wasn't doing nothing. I was just out there in the hood, man, in the streets. And I'm so thankful that my son ain't nothing like that. My daughters are nerds. You know what I'm saying? And that's one thing I am thankful for, because I was a couple of times, bro. A couple of times I was doing some dumb shit. Like, bro, what are you thinking about? And I'm just thankful that my kids ain't even nowhere on that shit. Like, it's just a blessing, man. And part of that is because this new generation ain't really going out. And I would say a lot of that got to go to my ex-wife. I will give her credit for that. You know what I'm saying? Like she
your kids are like Gen Z, right? Like they're not like this Gen Alpha, but they're like maybe in their early 20s or something.
Yeah, my oldest is 23. My oldest is 23, and my youngest.
So I think that's Gen Z. I don't know. There's a Gen Alpha. But I don't know what age.
We got Gen staying inside the house. That's what they are at this point.
I don't know. There's some people from the younger generation I talked to who seem pretty cool. Like I got some cousins that are basically. I got one cousin who's the closest thing I have to a sister, and so they're kind of like my nephews, her son. They're Gen Z, and they're really cool, and they go outside and do stuff. It's actually interesting that I don't know. I think I've been hearing like back in the day they used to badmouth Melania. Gen X, then they start bad mouthing millennials, and they start.
Well, see, because the thing is, I'm kind of born in between. I'm 1981, and so I'm kind of in between years and in between the generations. So
I'm 76, and even that's if I was born in 77, I'd be called an X.
I'm 77.
Yeah. Also, that would be officially in the Xennial category. We're still the Xennials. Born in 76, like I don't like. I feel more like, even though 77 is when Xennial begins, I feel that's more apt to the category than just like Gen X, because I'm gonna have like shit. You and I, TJ, grew up with different like circumstances. Like I haven't been like shot at or anything, but I'd say we were probably like just being a year off. We probably had, we had a lot of the same toys and cartoons.
I'll say this much,
common that we, even if we didn't own them, but like friend owned them or whatever,
Okay.
I say this. I say this. I say this. Like maybe when me and you probably parted ways when we hit like 15, but maybe like 13, 14. But as kids, we probably had the same childhood. Like we was outside all the time. I was always outside.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
We were always
stayed outside. Yeah, didn't want to come in the house. You know what I'm saying? So
did you have the same shit as kids.
Yeah, because we're
it's like
we're
every kid like had a bike at that age.
We was feral. They call us feral.
Because we're the kids that in order to ground us, you have to ground us to our rooms. And in this stage, it's like, we're gonna kick you outside because there's no electronics outside backyard.
Yeah,
that's the punishment now. So it's in reverse. And like, how the fuck?
I seen a girl. I seen this lady on YouTube. She was talking shit, and she was talking shit to the older generation, the younger generation, or whatever. And she was like, "Don't fuck with us." She was like, "We're the last of the feral kids. Like, my mom didn't know where the fuck we was. Like, you wake up, eat your breakfast, you go outside, and you come home when the street lights come on. My mama didn't know where the fuck I was at or what I was doing. You know what I'm saying? Especially when you're real little, is don't leave the street. Then once you get past don't leave the street, you got a bike. Now you're leaving the street. And once I got a bike,
Yeah.
I was out. You know what I'm
Okay,
saying?
well,
And then when I got a car, I was really out.
I did have to be home by a certain time, I think, but
The street lights were here.
We'd go off to all different places in the neighborhood. And Rage Gaming Jory, is it? Welcome to the chat,
bro.
Yeah,
everybody talking about it.
Yeah, when I got a bike, I was actually biking to my friend's house, which was like 50 minutes away, and like more cars than you can, handle. Yeah. It was like getting run over was a thing. It was
there was a literal. I'm sorry. There was a commercial that used to come on. A commercial used to come on. It's 10 o'clock. Do you know where your kids are? Do y'all remember that commercial used to come on? It's 10 o'clock. Do you know where your kids are?
Yeah. I think it is. It changed like early 2000s, I think, is what Geass Church is talking about. I think we're talking about kids, like roaming the neighborhood and stuff. That's a familiar saying. I don't remember the like commercial or public service announcement or whatever, but that's a saying I'm familiar with.
Look it up, man. It does exist.
Yeah, Google it. It's
300.
It's 10 o'clock. Like, do you know where your kids are?
For being 16. What's 300?
It's what?
Sticky Heart said I got kicked out of 300 for being 16. I wonder if that's a club or something.
I don't know.
I was getting kicked out for being 18. It used to be there were all these 18 and up concerts and at bars, and then cops went around and they sent some informant. So who I don't know why it's not considered entrapment, but
I don't know.
Basically would fool these people into selling them alcohol or whatever, and then they would charge a fine or something to the bar, and so then the bars stopped having 18 up events. So, and that was right around the time I just turned 18. All of a sudden, all these places in town, it's like all these bars in town, you can't go to concerts anymore because the cops were being douchebags. And I wasn't even there to buy alcohol. I just wanted to see a rock band. I wasn't buying burgers. I might have been drinking when it was that, this is over 2 decades ago. So the statute of limitations is up. Yeah, I might have been drinking before I was 21. But
so ain't nobody thinking about, ain't no FBI listening on the stream.
I wasn't gonna get go to the bar or order a drink and then risk getting arrested or something. I was just there to do the music.
You keep bringing up the statute of limitations. Ain't nobody listening on this stream and gonna come and indict you for some shit.
I don't know.
You'd be surprised. Dude, they're indicting some screwball for cracking jokes about Hillary Clinton. Hillary Clinton. Imagine that's
some political shit, man. That's
sorry. I'm shut up.
The latest loss is like Jurassic Park. What are they what's the kid being indicted for? What's going on?
Mm-hmm.
Would you say he's getting indicted for what?
I know what he's talking about. It was a guy that it was a dude.
He made memes against Hillary Clinton, and he went he's going to jail now for making fun of her.
It's fucked up too. No, because what it was
thing on the planet, and people were like, "Yeah."
So when the work was talking about Pan going to jail for memes, and they were joking around about that back in the day, that actually is happening now.
The
Yeah.
guy, the
That's
meme,
crazy.
the meme was like, it was like a fake flyer or something. What it was the meme. It was a meme, but it was interpreted as being like it came from her campaign. You know what I'm saying? So they were trying
Oh,
to
they're
say
trying to
like he was
say.
still.
Oh, they're trying
Yeah.
to.
They're
They
trying to
started
say
off
like he
with
was.
I see. They started off
It
with the
was.
whole Russiagate thing, and like, and the whole thing was, I guess there were like I think a very small number of like kind of shitty Russian like made memes that like were like if somebody looks at them, it's like, well, this is totally unconvincing, and people, and then they got blown up into this whole weird
Yeah.
conspiracy theory where Trump was supposedly getting pissed on by Russian hookers, and
Oh
none of that
yeah.
turned out to be true. And yet nobody gets in trouble. Nobody gets in trouble for that sort of fake information. None of those so-called. I mean, none of the people. I haven't heard about anybody in like shit. The former FBI, was it the second in charge at the FBI or something? Wasn't he caught in
Yeah.
like
It's
yeah?
it's
He
clearly,
was caught up in some of that Russiagate stuff where he had
bro. Bro,
it
they
was like
found Kate.
it was like
They found cocaine in the White House. They gonna sit there and tell you they're gonna tell you we don't know where it came. It's 8 million. You can't do anything in the White House. There's cameras everywhere, and they're
I
gonna tell you
mean,
we don't know where this came from.
right.
and by
Most
the
of
way,
it.
everything we're talking about is in Minecraft. We're not
Yeah.
we're not like
Yeah, so it's
we're not claiming to
clearly,
be the news or anything. We're just this is an entertainment show, arts and
it's clear.
entertainment.
Yeah. So
It's
we're gonna stop
But
talking about it now.
yeah,
Before.
it is kind of interesting that
All right. Well, we're gonna cut it off here. I shouldn't have
the
mentioned it, but
president,
that's my
the
fault.
president has a recovering, supposedly recovering
exactly,
addict son, and
exactly,
back in the
exactly,
some stuff in the White
exactly,
House.
exactly.
Where it came from, nobody knows.
Hey, you can't pick
You
your
got
teeth and
cameras
spit
all
it.
over the
Listen,
place.
listen.
No,
You
you
can't,
got cameras all over the place.
bro.
You
It's
can't
the
even
White
go to
House,
a parking lot at like at a grocery store without there being
yeah,
cameras. Most of these,
yeah.
a lot of places, maybe some small even those small stores probably have
Not to
security.
mention they have to register every person that comes in and out of that place.
Yeah, that's weird.
Bro,
It's like
you can't. You know,
we know
you
you're
know,
bullshitting them. You're bullshitting us to death because you don't
you
want
know, you
to
got,
prosecute the actual person that did it, and because you do, you're gonna have to admit that somebody has compromised to living fucking beyond.
bro.
No.
You know, how you get, if you guys say you got some food stuck in your teeth and spit it out your mouth, like spit a little piece of food out your mouth or something like that. You can't do that shit in the White House and they not record it. You're in the White House,
You
bro.
can't even
There's no,
sneeze. You can't
yeah,
sneeze without
man.
them knowing you fucking sneezed.
Yeah. So all I'm saying is it's clearly bias. This, with the media and the Justice Department is really left leaning. So
It does seem like that.
Dust
It's
in the wind.
yeah.
Okay. Anyways,
it's crazy.
I mean, just think about what they're doing to Donald Trump. They are pulling shit out of their ass, bro. What they're doing is they're saying, okay, well, we're gonna take this little teeny thing, we're gonna go and try to break down the most technical way of trying to turn this into an indictment. It's ridiculous, bro. What they're doing is ridiculous, and it's clearly weaponizing the Justice Department. But
Yeah, I'm
what are you
not
going
sure
to do?
about all. There's so many different cases court cases going on against him that I don't know
You don't
which
even
is
know what is going
which.
on. Yeah.
it's
It's ridiculous.
yeah, like at this point, it's like, oh, okay, well, they're gonna try. There's like it's trying to throw it's trying to throw a dart at the wall and see what sticks. And it's like, fucking hell, like that's it's like you do understand that the banks have to send their own fucking people to go check that shit first.
Come
First
on,
and
bro.
foremost, they're not gonna go with what you said. What fucking
Yeah.
idiot does that? You
Yeah,
have
you
to
know
be
what?
an
My house,
absolute retard.
I'm gonna go down and tell you, my house is worth $2 million. Yeah, okay,
Right?
TJ. Yeah, your house is worth $2 million. Okay. Get the fuck
Eric,
out of here, man.
It's so
Yeah.
Eric's saying that he wishes that he's trying not to be ageist, but he says he wishes young people would break away from their phones, especially at their workplaces. There's I think there's people in here who are like in their 40s and in the chat who are watching us.
All right,
from work.
for I guess for
So
those
I
who
don't want to
you know for those who want to know.
anybody in the audience who's watching us from work. But
Okay, for those who want to know,
it is good to take a
42.
break.
Like I'm 42, so no one should
45.
care.
46 is creeping up on me like a motherfucker next month, man. I be thinking about all the time, like, damn, bro, 50 is right
Yeah,
around the block.
47. You were.
Yeah.
Oh no, my
But
mom's
glad to be,
birthday
but
is
glad to
coming.
still be here.
Hey, my mom's birthday is coming up on Sunday, so it's like,
Oh man, congratulations, bro. I'm gonna tell you something.
yeah, they,
Listen, I'm gonna tell you some real
Mhm.
shit. Just hear me out. Both of my parents are gone. People told me, you know, and I was like, I blew it off, like, yeah, you know, whatever. Because I had a friend that lost his parents, and he would tell me, like, hey, man, you know, whatever. And I'd be like, all right, man, I hear you, man. I'm good, man. I'm good. I take care of my moms. I'm straight. Listen, I don't know how old your mother is. I'm not asking how old your mother is. None of my business. But even if you do everything you're supposed to do some more, because when they're gone, man. And
I know.
you're gonna really wanna, you know, just be like, man, I wish I had a couple more days, you know, just something. So, you know, just always
that's
do a little
everybody,
bit more, bro. Because when they're gone, man.
No, I do my
I
best.
don't mean to bring you down. I didn't mean to bring you down.
No, you're good, man. It's the thing is, so usually for her birthday, I take her out to eat. Usually we go watch a movie, but this year we don't really see anything that entices her. I guess you know, grabs her interest because she's the nicest person on the planet. Loves action movies. The bigger the explosion, the better. I was like, okay.
that's cool, mom.
Yeah, that's my mom. It's like action movies. It's like when, hey, like, hey son, do you know when that Godzilla movie's coming out? I think it's in December, mom. Oh, it's after my birthday. Yeah, no, sorry, mom.
I'm gonna tell you what's weird.
I mean, let me put it this way: she fell asleep for Shang-Chi.
I like Shang-Chi. I'm gonna tell you
she
something.
Fell asleep watching that one, man. I was like, mom, we were watching it, and she fell asleep halfway through the fucking movie.
Look, my dad died. I had to take care of my mother, right? So, and then she ended up losing the leg, the diabetes. So, you know, I couldn't. They don't. She can't stand rap music, you know, cussing and stuff like that. Like, so it's just, it is what it is. So, if I'm listening to rap music, it's like I didn't do it. You know what I'm saying? And she ain't like me cussing and stuff like that. And she got real like, I don't hear that stuff. But then here's the funny part: me and her would sit down and watch a comedy show with the raunchiest motherfucker dick pussy this dick, and she's crying. She's over there crying. And we laughing. I'm like, I thought you didn't like that type of language. You know what I'm saying? I miss that, man. We used to sit down and watch comedy shows, man, and she just be crying, man. But if I throw on some rap music, I can't cut that stuff. All right, man.
I mean, it's probably more the general content. I mean, versus the language itself.
Bro, I'd be outside washing my car. I would be outside washing my car, and all she can hear is because I'm listening to the music while I'm washing my car, and she could just hear the boom, boom, boom. She can't hear the words, but she roll that wheelchair to the front door. Can you turn that down? Don't nobody want to hear it. Yes, ma'am. That shit's crazy, man. My boy just to clown me, man. My boys and they'll come around and see me, and say we outside drinking and shit. I'm 40 years old, 42 years old, man. 41, 42 years old or whatever. I'm sitting outside drinking. she comes to the front door telling me it's 11 o'clock. Well, I'm outside with the neighbors. You know, the neighbors and the boys come around. We all sit. It's summertime. We outside chilling, shooting a bobo. It's 11 o'clock. Don't you think you need to come in the house? Hey, teacher, you better get in the house. You don't get a beating. You better get in the house before you get a beating. Like, Mom, I'm 42 years old, man. What you doing, man? You out here. It's 11 o'clock at night. You don't need to be out here at 11 o'clock. They used to clown me on it, man. You better go in the house before you get a beating, teacher. I used to get mad, but now I miss it though. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, take care, Jack Stafford.
Yeah.
Jack has to get going for a while. Oh, and apparently 300 is a movie. So So I was wondering what
What movie?
Sticky Art. Now I know what he's talking about. The movie
We Are
300.
Sparta.
So
when
when
he
he was
kicked him.
when he was younger, went to go see 300 and sounded like he got kicked out because he was. Is that like an R-rated movie then?
Yeah, it was. No, it's
Yeah.
back then. It's still a rated R movie.
Yeah.
Oh,
What you
and
talking about?
Fish, great
Man,
seeing
you ain't
Thanks
never
for
seen
stopping
300,
in.
man. We
I
are
don't think I've seen it.
Sparta.
But Fish is leaving us. And thanks for joining us.
Man, if you ain't never seen the 300, man, you need to go watch that shit. That's an awesome movie, bro.
What is your profession?
Yeah, we bought more warriors than you.
Yeah,
He said, what is what's your
we're
profession?
gonna kick
I'm a
more shit
potter.
than you.
He was like, he asked the other dude. He was like, hold on a second, though. Hold on a second, before you do it.
Oh, okay.
The dude bought more warriors than him, right? And he was like, well, King Leonidas asked, so what do you do? Oh, I'm a potter. He's like, and what do you do? Oh, yeah, I'm a baker. Oh, okay, sir. And what do you do? Oh, yeah, I'm a farmer. Sparta, what do we do? Who? See, we bought more warriors than you. I was like, yeah. Yeah, that movie's fucking
So
awesome,
apparently
man.
some Tango guy hasn't watched 300 before, but he says I don't know. I think this is for Daniel. I know how about take your mom to watch Godzilla -1?
That'd be a
She
good
into that
Christmas.
kind of movie though.
Well, no, I still plan to take her to that one. It's just that there's no movie for her birthday. What?
Her birthday
Because it's
Sunday.
on since her birthday's
Okay.
on.
I didn't know if that would be your kind of film or
Take
not.
her to go see the Marvels.
I don't. She saw the trailer for it. She doesn't look interested.
even your mom's is like, fuck that shit. That's terrible.
Yeah. Nah, it's like because she doesn't like the person who plays Miss Marvel, not
Brie
Captain
Larson.
Marvel, Brie Larson,
Yeah,
and she doesn't know who the other two are. It's like it's like, who are the other two? Oh, they have a TV show, and one was on this one, and this one has her own TV show on Disney Plus. She doesn't. The thing is I have Disney Plus for them through my account on Verizon, and the only thing they'll watch is Herbie the Love Bug. Y'all remember Herbie?
Man, I ain't seen that shit since it came out, bro.
Herbie goes banana. Herbie goes to Monte Carlo. Herbie goes.
One that little Volkswagen, a bug. Yeah, it was a Volkswagen bug.
Volkswagen. Yeah. It's a little Volkswagen. And they even had that remake with or not that remake, the new, I guess
I'm trying to remember. Was the car alive? The car was alive, right?
Yeah, the car was alive.
Which part? Okay, which car? What was this? I had to.
He was reading the chat, wasn't you? Oh, okay.
Because the most recent one they did was kind of like in the early 2000s.
Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay, because I just exited the program and came back and I can fuck things up.
He's about Herbie the Love Bug.
Movie?
Yeah, we were talking about Herbie the Love Bug.
Oh,
yeah, that a cartoon too?
No, I don't think so. No, they had a more I guess a sequel up to date with that was made a while back with Lindsay Lohan, when she was big, when she got big, I guess.
Okay, so I didn't watch that one. But when I was a little kid, my mom and dad.
It might have been.
I think
it might have been an episode in Scooby Doo. I think it made an appearance in Scooby Doo. You know how everybody made an appearance in Scooby Doo.
Well, just about everybody made an appearance on Scooby Doo at some point.
Yeah, I think that's
even Don Rickles.
Don Rickles,
yeah. It's like they all made an appearance at some point. It's like
I think Richard Pryor made an appearance on Scooby Doo, man.
Andy Griffin made an appearance on I'm surprised they didn't have Chuck Norris at some point.
It might have.
It would have been a quick episode because
that's Chuck Norris. He ain't playing that
Chuck
shit.
Norris, man. No, I think they even had Michael Jackson at one point.
Hell yeah, the Jackson 5 was up there all the time. The Jackson 5 and the Globetrotters.
Back when when they were starting out.
Yeah, he used to have Jackson 5, the Harlem Globetrotters used to be up there all the time. Yeah, man.
Oh yeah, the Harlem Globetrotters. They had I think they had also Gilligan's Island. The characters from Gilligan's Island, I think, at one point.
Yep. You're absolutely
I'm
right.
just-
I remember that. Everybody was on fucking Scooby Doo now. At
some point, yeah. At some point.
Yeah. Yep.
And
Good old
like,
days, bro.
Yeah.
I got a YouTube video saved that I haven't watched yet. And it was like whatever happened to Saturday morning cartoons. I haven't gotten around to watching it yet, but yeah, I want to get that. What happened to Saturday morning cartoons?
I don't know. They don't make them
the
like they
Cartoon
used
Network. I guess when you got the Cartoon Network and stuff, you got cartoons 24 hours a day.
Mm-hmm.
That might
just kind of
killed it.
At some point, kind of killed it at some point.
It
It's kind of like
as good as it used to be.
It's kind of how like TV kind of killed the radio. Radio.
Well, yeah. It's just I don't know. I think it's these. We only have a handful of these. I think it's only a handful of large media conglomerates that operate most of these. Apparently Disney's making a Kong movie or TV show for Disney Plus. Yeah,
Kong? That should be.
I have Disney Plus. I've had it for like a year or so, and I haven't watched one damn thing.
It's probably because they're merging Hulu into their programming block.
So they got Hulu, National Geographic,
now there's all sorts of classic
ABC.
anime on there. There's all sorts of classic shows. So even if somebody doesn't like the good, like the
I was checking out.
If somebody doesn't like the new shows, you can always watch an old show.
Okay.
Which is what I think is silly about these, these channels where all they do is they complain about the new stuff. Is you can always Hulu's got all sorts of old stuff on there.
Yeah, because my parents they'll watch Walker Texas Ranger on Pluto.
Yeah.
But what channel is that? Do you see Hulu or
no? Pluto.
Pluto.
You know, like the planet Pluto.
Oh, there's also that new TV or something like that. They show a lot of old stuff too, like what TV Land was like. I don't know what TV Land.
TV Land. Yeah, that's what it's called. TV Land. That's
it's
a channel dedicated just to Walker Texas Ranger.
Old TV shows and stuff, bro. There's enough free content, but then if you just subscribe to maybe two or three subscription services, there's enough content. If you really go through, you can find anything you want to fucking watch, yo. So a lot of these guys saying is now you can watch anything, bro, because it's all up there. You'd be surprised. Sometimes I'll go scroll through shit, like, damn, this up here. Like
Carla, welcome to the chat. Carla's a really nice person, friend of the show, and she's got a cool YouTube channel. Check it out. But yeah, there's a lot of what I'd like to see again is some of the Fox had some really cool stuff back in the day. You remember Rock?
Hell yeah.
Yeah, I mean
I remember Rock.
That was a
Rock 227, Family Matters, Amen. It was a whole bunch of black shows everybody used to watch. People act like it didn't exist. You know what I'm saying? It was a whole bunch of black shows, man.
I love how people. I love how people are like, "Oh, there wasn't enough." Are you kidding me?
Representation, yeah,
representation and all that. I'm like, are you kidding me? We have all that. What was progressive back then is that nobody made a big deal.
Nobody cared. Yep,
nobody
exactly.
cared.
We all watched it.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Because Eddie Murphy was like the biggest thing back then when in like 80s, 90s, and then you learn that like when I learned that Jean-Claude Van Damme wasn't from here, he was from the Brussels. I'm like, cool, that's awesome. I wonder where that is. You look it up on the map. The Brussels.
Bro,
like think of Eddie Murphy if he did the jokes he did back in the 80s with this stand-up, he'd be called a Nazi. He'd be called a Nazi if he was like doing those like gay jokes and stuff.
I'm a black guy.
Yeah, anything that was made back then. I'm surprised nobody has gone after any of these guys for all the shit they said back then.
So
I'm a,
like right now, people are going after Chappelle, and like he was
Dave Chappelle.
because he had this like bit about a trans friend of his, and he was actually talking about how much he liked that person, but
yeah.
just
But
because he had some jokes
yeah,
in
that
there,
person.
and it
Yeah,
was
that person.
mostly storytelling. I don't remember. I don't remember it being like joke after joke. It's mostly storytelling with a little bit of jokes peppered in there.
Well, I guess from what
They
I.
tried to cruise the active. I'll just say some activists tried to crucify
From
him.
from what I understood is that this was a friend of his,
Yeah, it was a friend of his who was a comedian.
and
He had comedian.
she said something that the I guess the rest of the community didn't like, and they went after her like there was no
Oh
tomorrow.
yeah. They try to. The people try to. I'm saying that.
Basically they bullied her into
Yeah, and
something bad, you know, and
I'm
that
not
person's
saying
no longer
I'm
here no
not
more.
talking about trans people. I'm talking about the outrage warriors, and you got them on both
Yeah.
sides of.
Yeah, you got them on.
Liberal
Yeah,
outrage
that's basically.
warriors. You got central outrage warriors. You got right wing outrage warriors. I dealt with all of them.
It's just
Yeah.
it doesn't matter what side they are.
There's people are outraged that I'm not outraged enough. That sort of thing.
Because like I said, the funny thing is that if I remember the 80s and 90s, you had like you could go watch a movie with Eddie Murphy in it, or you can go watch a movie with Bruce Willis. You can go watch a movie with another person.
Bro.
Denzel Washington was
Bro.
just as big back then as he was now, kind of.
Bro, I will watch Family Ties, The Wonder Years, right? I'm a black guy, and then you might be a white dude and you watch rock and black shows. You might watch,
and
nobody cared. Yeah, and nobody. The thing was nobody cared, but this generation now
has turned it into
no. Hold on, let me finish. The younger generation now, social media, they act like nothing existed before them. You know what I'm saying? They have this attitude of
there's historic first, and it's like no, we've actually had women and like we were being told like what was it, Miss Captain Marvel was some historic first. It's like there've been female like
Ripley.
There've been women in
Ripley was actually I do believe Ripley
in movies for decades. Like
Ripley and Sarah Connor were my first two female-led characters.
Then they just
started making more after then.
But
even some of the Bond women were kind of main leads too.
With social media and when in schooling, they've been trained and indoctrinated to believe that nothing, like they really feel like before, history was just horrible, and history was horrible to a certain extent, but we was always progressing and getting better. But if you let them tell it, it's like, well, this is the first, and black people was never on TV, and there's no representation. It's like, bro, what are you talking about? Everybody was on TV. You know what I'm saying? But they somehow sold that shit to everybody, and now that's why everything. And here's the crazy part: is like you were saying, the outrage culture and all of this and that. But it's on both sides now, because now you got it to where if somebody do see a woman on the screen, they, oh my God, there's an agenda behind this. Like, bro, you can't win for losing now. What do you do? You know what I'm saying? What do you do?
It's and it's just it's hard to find a good movie, or it's hard to find a good or a good TV show or a good animated movie or a good animated series and what have you. And it's like some have been great, some have been terrible. It's like Sonic, like the Sonic movies. Those have been great. Yes, there was an outrage for the way the model was made, but when the movie itself came out, it did well. When Sonic 2 came out, it did well.
I think
the Super Mario Brothers kick ass.
I think it's a lot of good shows. The days of the sitcom is pretty. That's pretty much gone. The old sitcoms where
that's a shame.
Yeah, the days of the sitcom is gone. But as far as like good entertainment. It's plenty of good entertainment,
Yeah,
but
yeah.
the thing is,
And
only
you
the
can
bad.
watch reruns of the sitcoms too.
Not even that. It's plenty of good new entertainment, but the
Yeah,
thing
yeah,
is,
that's true.
nobody's talking about the new good entertainment. All they want to do is complain about the bad, quote unquote, bad new entertainment. It's plenty,
Yeah,
and
get
that's what
some
kind of
super chats. They get all these super
yeah,
chats, or,
and that's what bothers
or
me because
they get a bunch of views and get a bunch of advertisers.
that's what bothers me. And the crazy part is they don't realize that they're talking about it, is promoting it or whatever. But
Yeah,
instead of
yeah.
talking about the good, shows which need a season 2, you know, and even if it is good, they'll gloss over it real quick. Okay, well, here's a cool show, but they'll spend 95% of the time talking about the bad stuff. So it's plenty of good shit
Yeah,
to watch. You just don't
we've even
know
done
what
that
it
on
is because ain't nobody talking
I
about
try
it.
not to. I try not to complain about things too much
I
on here.
know.
Yeah.
I try to. I
But,
mean,
yeah,
because I try not to
that can
complain too
happen.
much. Yeah, I mean,
But there
because
are plenty of channels that do that, you know, and that's all they do. And when I got Hulu, I was just frustrated because I didn't even know. I still don't know what the fuck to watch because there's so many cool looking things on there, like all this anime that I've never seen before,
Yeah.
like from the 1980s or
oh no,
90s.
because
It's real. I think a lot of it's from the 90s. I didn't even
You ever
watch a lot of it's old. I
you
haven't
ever
even
you ever
watched
watch
much Sailor Moon, and they got the redubbed Sailor Moon where they
I,
took out
actually,
the sexes. Yeah,
that
you
actually,
ever you ever,
I got a temporary free subscription for Crunchyroll, and I'm checking out old stuff from it. I saw a couple of episodes of it when I was a kid. But it was in Spanish. It was, and most people know it was a Clover story from the group called Clover. It was anime slash manga. Well, it was a manga first. Ray Earth, Magic Knight, Radiant Earth, Magic Knights, Radiant Earth. So I'm watching this old series, and it's like because I've never seen this show all the way through. No, I'm just watching to watch all the way through, and like some of it is great, some of it is terrible, and some of it is corny as fuck because it's an '80s thing, you know.
hey, good
And
stuff. Welcome. Always
you know,
pleasure.
you
so
ever you
so
ever watch
and
the
then because I watch other things like Veteran from it's a current one where it's the story about what happens after you've beaten the great evil of the world, you know, the demon lord and what have you. What happens after that fact, you know? So and the story is being told through the lens of an elf who she's gonna end up living probably to be 5,000, 10,000 years old, and just everybody comes and goes in her life, you know. And it's a great show, and y'all should check it out if you can.
Yeah.
you ever watch The Kingdom? If you like Game of Thrones, there's a show called The Kingdom. My son put me on this one.
No, I never liked Game of Thrones.
I never got into that, but I didn't have
I,
HBO either.
I saw a few bits, and I'm like, this is not for me, man. This is like revenge porn, stuff
Yeah,
porn. Like it
that's
just
what
kind of
I
felt
thought.
off to me. I was like, yeah,
I defended as far as they have a right to make that. I don't like the people who are trying to get it, you know, taken off the air. It just wasn't. It just the scenes I saw wasn't for me. You know, maybe there could have been some scenes that if I'd seen it, it'd be like, oh, this is kicks ass. I have to watch it. You know, it's just I only saw a couple scenes here and there, so never got into it.
so you know,
Oh,
it's like it's like
Did you ever watch Succession? Succession.
No.
Okay, I'm not gonna talk about this show. The point I'm trying to make is there's a lot of good new shows, but nobody talks about them. No,
well, that's what the Thunderdome is saying. He says after discovering how good anime and manga is, I just tuned out all
the
comic channels that complain.
They're willing to try to keep a grievance going to monetize it. That suggests the really good stuff. Yeah, I mean, this is why like I said, this is why I only back KM America when it comes out. I just don't have enough money for all the stuff that comes out, the Black Ops and what have you. I don't have money for all that. I wish I did. Otherwise, I would have gotten the omnibus for everything.
Yeah. That's what I say. That's what I was gonna say. Is they come up with I don't know what the plural of omnibus is. Would be omnibuy. Anyway, you get that because
It's
I think that's how
because I look at my wall.
that,
I have the entire series all the way up to the current series. I have the entire
so
series.
yeah,
for
I have all the
Captain
Captain America books, but with Black Ops, I got that with the omnibus.
I just like because I never
or whatever the plural is.
Yeah, because I didn't have enough money for the wall mic stuff that they did back then.
I
liked it because it was funny.
Force, though.
I liked it because it was funny. You know, it's like, okay, this is funny. This is good.
For some reason I missed out on Walmart.
It's like gaming. Like it's like gaming right now. You got a whole bunch of people that'll tell you right now gaming sucks. They're like, man, gaming sucks, whatever. I'm like, bro, we are in the golden age of gaming. It's so much good shit out. You can't even buy everything. There's a new AAA title coming out damn near every other week.
And there's a bunch of indie titles too that are like old school.
Well, I mean,
if you want to play in 1980s or 1990s,
because
it's a game like that.
It's so much.
Old like pixel art style game.
I mean, because I'll play Symphony tonight a few times over before I'll play anything else. But if you guys get the chance, you should try Deep and the Labyrinth of Wonder, I think it's called. Wonder of Labyrinth. It's based on the records of Level 4.
Let me finish what I'm saying, bro. What I'm trying to say is
this.
Go ahead.
What I'm trying to say is this. You know, these people. I'm not complaining about the people. I'm saying it's so much good shit out with gaming. It's literally games everywhere. You know what I'm saying? Like you can. I've been playing video games since Pong, so trust me, I know this is the best time in gaming ever because there's a game coming out, whatever, indie games, AAA games, or whatever. But if you listen to the prominent gamers, they're going to tell you, well, gaming sucks right now. There's no good games. What are you talking about? It's tons of shit out, but you're just focusing on this one thing to get you money. It's what it just boils down to the grip, bro. And you probably just need to, I guess that's what I'm saying, man. Because just like entertainment, it's so much shit to watch. You can't even, bro. It's so many free services. Tubi, Pluto, whatever. Then you got the Hulu and whatever. Then you got regular TV. You know what I'm saying? Where basic cable. It's so much entertainment. You can watch anything you want to fucking watch.
If people don't if they don't want to get the John Kent Superman comic, they could get like for a while there they had that one that was based on Christopher Reeve. What do they call it?
It's still out. I think it's still making.
What do you call that? Superman
78 or something like that.
Or when did they come out?
Superman 78, I think.
Yeah, and like nobody ever like I never hear anybody talk about that they talk about.
I heard it was good. I heard it was great.
They don't like it's like, well then.
I heard Lois. I heard Lois and Superman was good.
You could have a bunch of channels that cover the cool stuff, or have a bunch of magazines that cover the cool stuff, and like just because some of these old-fashioned like news companies decide to cover like John Kent, and that's cool if you like John Kent, and that's fine. It doesn't mean that somebody independent, like an independent. There's all these independent channels and people with websites. They can cover the good stuff that they wanted to do.
I heard Lois and Clark was good. Yeah, it's a lot of good shit out, man. But nobody want to talk about it, bro. And it's sad because the good shit don't get renewed. And it's like they're talking out of both sides of their mouth. Because like, boy, I want TV to get better. I want entertainment to get better. But it's like, bro,
you need to focus on the good stuff.
You need to focus on the good stuff. That's how I get better. But you're not focused on the good stuff because you don't know. Because talking about the good stuff don't get money. Talking about the bad stuff get money. That's basically what it is, yo.
Yeah. That's how the algorithm works. Is outrage gets the so if I put something, if I most of the time on Twitter, I'm retweeting a bunch of stuff, trying to promote this, that, or the other thing. But it's the tweets where I get in some sort of argument with someone or whatever. That's what's going to be showing up in somebody's news feed. You know, there's some people that's all they see in a news feed about me is me in some argument with someone, and that it could be 1% of what I'm doing, and they're going to think that's like 100%.
Oh, that's
Because
all.
if
That's all
they
you
don't
do.
visit my Twitter profile or whatever it's called, Twitter page or whatever,
Mhm.
and see what I'm actually retweeting, they could just see me in some silly arguments that half the time I don't even really, you know, I'm not as serious as it might come off. It's
No, I mean,
just joking around about something, and
Do any of y'all got Amazon Prime? They got Amazon Prime?
yeah,
no, I
Look,
don't.
there's
man.
all sorts of great stuff on there. Too.
Look, well, if you don't, you can watch it at Tortuga, you know what I mean? High seas. But check out The Outer Range, man. I'm waiting for season 2. I feel like I've been waiting for season 2 for 2 years now, but it's probably not going to get one because nobody talked about it. That show was amazing, man. I don't know how I told you before, so check out
What's the
The
other
Outer
range?
Range. Look, it got your boy to play Thanos. What's his name? Josh Brolin.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. He's the main character. So he has this, large amount of land, like a farm or whatever. And there's this big ass hole that's there. And I'm gonna leave it there. That's the dope part of it. You know what I'm saying? And it's like this big ass hole that appeared on this land.
There's a big asshole.
Like
Or a big
no, a big hole.
An asshole.
I was trying to
Yeah.
figure out what you said.
Like yeah, I know. I feel you on that one. Like a big hole, like this huge
Oh, okay,
hole,
okay, that's good.
like this huge hole that just appears out of nowhere.
There's a big gaping hole.
Yeah, this huge hole.
You're just kind of digging yourself a hole.
Let me finish what I'm saying, goddammit. This is big shit. Y'all motherfuckers, man. Killing me, man.
No, it ends up having a 30 mind.
Yeah,
But, okay, go ahead.
not trying to be a jerk. Just trying to.
Yeah, I got you, man. I got you. But look, I'm not gonna try to get a whole show away, but it's like this big hole that appears on this land, and a whole bunch of wild stuff start happening. Because I don't want to give it up because that's part of the show, man. But if you got Amazon Prime and you sitting around looking for something to watch, man, watch The Outer Range, bro. Watch that shit. It's Josh Brolin is in it, so you know it ain't low budget, but nobody talked about it, man. It's a great show, man. It's a great show, man. Especially if you like suspense, like type, one of them shows where you're like, okay,
no, I'm like my mom. I prefer action movies with stuff blowing up. The bigger, the better.
Okay. I like action movies, but I also like remember Lost. Remember when Lost first came out when it was good before it just got ridiculous. Like every week you want to watch a new episode because you're like, what the fuck is going on with this shit? You know what I'm saying? And it's one of them type shows where you like From is a show called From that's new. You know what I'm saying? I haven't finished season 2 yet, but where you're watching it and From is good as shit, man. It's a lot of good shows out, man. For real, it's a lot of good shows out, man. I just wish the people that I started watching on YouTube would talk about the good stuff because I'm so tired. I'm complaining again, but I don't even have nothing to watch on YouTube no more, man, because I'm so sick and tired of hearing them talk about Marvel and Disney, man. I don't know what to fucking do, bro. It's like, man, it's been 5 years.
I don't know. Maybe every once in a while I'll catch something on Clownfish TV. But it's basically like small stuff because like they talked about the trailer for the new Ghostbusters movie, the Frozen Empire. They talked about it, and they're having a reasonable conversation about it, and because it feels like sometimes they're kind of like the last channel I've ever seen that they try to be in the middle. Doesn't always happen, but they try to be in the middle, especially because Disney just keeps shooting itself in the foot repeatedly, and just like, oh shit. But then they'll go, hey, by the way, have you seen this trailer for the new Ghostbusters movie, or have you seen this trailer for this thing, or have you checked out this movie? Because they went and checked out the Five Nights at Freddy, even though they weren't a fan of the series itself, and they said, yeah, this movie is actually pretty good. It's not the best, the greatest and latest, greatest, best thing on the planet, but it was a good movie. It's a serviceable movie.
I also think that our standards, because of YouTube and stuff, and the way we enjoy entertainment now ain't the way we
Mhm.
used to enjoy it. Because now we're so picky about everything. So if it's not a fucking masterpiece, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
It's like you've been trained to see the flaws. So it's hard to watch something, you know what I'm saying, and just enjoy it as a
Well,
form of entertainment.
So wait a second. The Thunderdome says that's a cultural thing. The Japanese rarely amplify negativity because I was talking about social media and how it amplifies negative things, but he says it's a cultural thing. Japanese rarely amplify negativity. They tweet about food, naughty art, photos, etc. Switching to talking to mostly Japanese interaction has opened
interaction.
my eyes. Oh, in the Thunderdome's book is available. Is the Common America books are translated into Japanese now.
Well, the
by the way.
thing, the I mean, every culture has its pros and cons.
I'm not saying I don't know. I don't think that.
No,
I don't
I'm
think
just saying.
I don't think that Tim or Mark are doing the translation themselves. I'm just saying that they both tweet quite a bit in Japanese. I think I think in both of them, and I've watched a lot of YouTubers and that stuff. So the Japanese YouTubers, a lot of them are hilarious. Like the
some of them
YouTubers have
no,
just some
like
hilarious jokes.
yeah, because
It's really just outrageous comedy, and that we would never get away with here nowadays.
Oh no, shit, no.
But I need you to suggest some stuff to me to watch on YouTube, man, because my algorithm is full of, you know what I'm saying, like whatever pops up on my joint with subscriptions or whatever. It's just the same shit, and I'm sick of it, man.
Well, most of what I follow on YouTube is music stuff, and then I'll follow some art channels. It's like because I just kind of stopped looking at the because I don't check out Shadversary anymore because the guy just jumped into AI and I'm like, fuck you, fuck everything, and then
that AI is gonna be a problem.
Yeah,
people
who are just embracing that shit is gonna put me out of a job,
And they embrace it. I know, like, people that's in this so-called community that's like, well, it makes my job easier. It's like, bro, you embracing the wrong thing because this shit is gonna be a problem.
You're embracing. It's like what you're embracing is laziness.
You're putting yourself out of business is what you're doing.
Yeah.
You can fuck around and eventually put yourself out of business embracing this shit. It's like dildos. Me and my cousin one day we went to the sex shop and bought our wives some toys. And I bought a regular little toy for my wife. He bought the $200 Uber dildo. And he told me afterwards, he was like, man, that was the worst mistake I ever made. He was like, man, I put myself out of business. You know what I'm saying? Like, yo.
It's like, hello, vibrator, goodbye, you. Shit.
Yeah, I bought a regular joke.
Hey, man, I'm not even married. It's like, even I know better than to buy something like that. It's like, if I have a girlfriend or a wife, it's like, yeah, I'm not buying you that crap. It's like, hello, vibrator, goodbye, me. What the hell do you think I'm gonna do?
A regular old vibrators, whatever. But he went and bought the Uber shit. You know what I'm saying? Like the wild shit. And I looked at it, I was like, man, you sure you want to do that, man? And about 3 months later, he was like, bro, I fucked around and put myself out of business, man. That was the worst mistake I ever made. I tried to tell you. And same shit with this AI shit, man. Motherfuckers embracing that shit. Like, man, well, it makes it easier for me. It makes it easier. Like, bro, this is eventually going. Listen, part of the strike was part of the writer's strike and shit. This what they was trying to say. Hollywood was trying to tell these people that we want to be able to. We'll pay you for a day or two, right? We'll pay you for 2 days. And then after that, we're going to be able to use your likeness and shit in perpetuity. And once they got you and you in that AI, the AI could just make you do whatever the fuck they want you to do. And it was like, well, and they was asking that shit. Like, we'll pay you for 2 or 3 days of acting. And then after that, they'll let the AI take care of the rest. Because it's eventually going to come. People don't believe it, but eventually it's going to come because AI is going to get that fucking good. And
Mhm.
and Hollywood was trying to get them to say that we'll be able to do that shit in perpetuity. And it was like, bro, that AI shit it's going listen. When you got the motherfuckers that's creating the people, Lex Friedman, Elon Musk, we got the people that's creating the AI saying, look, we don't fully understand this yet. Maybe we shouldn't be fucking with that shit.
Yeah. I don't know. It's like there's so many movies that tell you, like, hey, man, by the way, doing this is fucking dangerous.
It's a bad idea. You can put yourself out of business.
You know, it's like when you see a bad idea, it's like the crypto stuff. Someone was trying to get me to get into that, and then no, someone was actually trying to buy art with freaking crypto, and I'm like, no, dude, I don't even know how to use any of that shit. And it's like, just if you can't pay me with regular money, man, there's no point.
I've had this argument with Cider. I know y'all know Cider. A couple other dudes, right? I was like, you have to go and look. You can see Elon on Joe Rogan talk about it. You can see Lex Friedman. You know, these guys are telling you, these are the guys that's creating this shit, saying that it's doing shit that we're not teaching it to do. They're saying that right now, and this is in the infancy stage. And these are the dudes that's creating the shit. You know what I'm saying? You're going to create something that's eventually going to be, well, not eventually, it's already quantum times faster than you. You know what I'm saying? Thinks faster than you, whatever. And they're already saying it's doing shit we're not programming it to do. It's learning on its own. That's the whole thing, artificial intelligence. So when these artists and stuff are saying, well, you know, it makes things easier and it's just, you know, this is what it is, technology move forward. All shit ain't good shit, bro. You know what I'm saying? Especially as an artist, the last thing you should want is somebody to be able to
do your job better.
Do your job for you better than you.
Or better
George
than you.
had said something
for free.
interesting about this.
Hmm?
But George had said something interesting. It sounded like he might use some AI art, but like in combination with like a ton of other stuff that he himself has made. Like
There's a difference between
George will
using,
have layer after layer after layer of art.
but there's a
And like
difference
some will be
between
like 3D and some will be 2D and it'll be mixing it together. Now you might throw some AI in there, but I think a lot of it's going to be his own stuff too. You know, I think maybe if you combine, if you use it maybe as an inspiration or something, or maybe combine with a lot of other stuff that's original, maybe it's okay. But if it's just pure AI and nothing, hand drawn, and by hand drawn I include digital art. That's hand drawn as well. You know, like what Dean's doing right now, it's hand drawn. So if it's just AI alone, I think it looks horrible. It looks.
But it's going to get better. But it's eventually going to get. But Zoe.
Right now it sucks,
like
but
way
eventually
too realistic. It looks like kind of like cosplay, but then the woman will have like 6 fingers or something. Which no offense to somebody born with 6 fingers, but I'm saying that they don't get the fingers right. The AI can't even get the fingers right.
Zoe, listen. That's just now. You know what I'm saying? We're just starting to use it. It's going to get better. In 2 years, it's going to be 3 times, 10 times, 100 times better than it is right now. What you have to understand is this.
I'm still thinking it's going to feel soulless.
No,
I think it's going to feel sterile and soulless unless somebody's taking it and doing something. Maybe look at it as a reference.
Chill,
and then do something.
They're already putting in songs like, listen, do this song for Drake, and it ain't Drake doing the song, but the song sounds just like a goddamn Drake song. It's complete AI. You can't tell the difference.
I heard about this years ago with like.
So let me finish what the fuck I'm saying. Jesus, man. I'm sorry, bro. I ain't even snap on you. Go ahead, man. My bad, bro. It's go ahead. Do your thing, dog. Do your thing, man. I ain't mean to. My bad, bro. You cool. You cool. I'm just trying to say that corporations are about profit.
Yeah.
That's the whole thing. Corporations about profit. AI is going to get better. Every day is getting better. It's learning every day. If you don't think the corporations are not going to say, well, I can use this technology for free. For free. Once I buy the software, I don't have to worry about it no more and create everything. And it's already getting to the point where it's reaching the uncanny valley where you're like, well, is that real or is it real? What you think it's going to be? What you think it's going to be in 10 years, bro?
But I was gonna say, so like I heard about years ago. This might have been a decade or two ago. There was a Bach composition, and like it like to the point that it was like so good and like would move people to tears, and it turned out like it was some computer generated thing. This is before I ever like really like heard much about the term AI. Well, I had heard of artificial intelligence, but and this was like this was years ago. I remember hearing about that. But long before I heard about any of this AR art, painted art, I heard about like this music, the AI music. They didn't call it AI, but it was like the computer generated music, and it sounds just like the composer Bach.
I think any
and
person,
it just like to the point where like people, music fans might, like classical music nerds or whatever. No insult intended, but he actually might think this is a genuine composition by
I think anybody,
classic composer.
I think anybody involved with anything that's creative and art crosses a lot of things. It could be culinary arts, anything. Anybody dealing with anything that's creative and artistic wise that embrace AI is a fucking idiot because you're putting yourself out of business. It might make it a little convenient for you right now, but it's going to come a point where
that's why I think maybe that's why I'm saying maybe somebody had like people use like this or that as a reference, but then they change it up. Like sometimes Daniel will have like
there's a
picture or something, and I use it as a reference, but then you look at the end product and it looks totally different. Now I wouldn't mind if the reference was AI art, as long as the outcome is something substantially different. Like if somebody just used that, like I'm repeating myself.
I'm anti AI, except maybe I'm really 100%. But if it was anything,
there's a difference between using it to create nothing but art and using it as a tool to assist in because some of the tools used in
I don't think should be using it as a tool. I don't think should be using it as a tool. I think it's a bad idea. I think the medical field.
That's not what I meant. There are certain tools in Adobe Photoshop that use a kind of a generative AI system that helps with what you're doing, not doing the work for you.
I think we need, which should never happen. I think we need to like make it illegal for AI to be used anything in the creative process, like with art or anything like that. The medical field, I see the benefits. The scientific field, research and shit, I see the benefits. But when it comes down to anything creative, I think that shit need to be banned because it's going to run its course where it's going to put people out of motherfucking work. And it's just like the auto industry when the manufacturing plants came in or whatever, and it's going. But that's just labor.
It sounds like
labor.
Photoshop is using AI differently. Like it's not ripping off other artists.
It's going to put creativity out of business. It's going to get that good, bro. And if you think these record executives and these goddamn film companies and all these companies, the Hollywood and the music industry, if you think they're not going to use it, why the fuck am I going to pay you when I can get this robot to do this shit for free?
I haven't bought like a compact disc in years, but I've gone to like Bandcamp and SoundCloud stuff like that, and that's just small. No, the issue is like there's going to be a lot of small time creators using it as well. I think that's what's going to be the biggest issue for me is I see a lot of small time artists and right now it looks like crap, and it's like there's all these video game characters I'd like to see fan art of, but But then I see all this AI, and it's like, well, this really sucks.
Yeah,
It's
now
soulless.
that I think about it, there's actually a movie that this was actually was AI. It's called Simone. I don't know if you guys remember this movie. Basically, a director, I think it was I think it was Robert De Niro. I think he played the act, and he played a movie director that was kind of down and out, and he needed like a new movie star, and this dude created a fully 3D generated movie actress or model that he used to propel his movies and his ideas, and so the character, so this 3D thing ended up becoming famous.
They went on strike behind it already. I mean, it's like when you when I was talking to Sider, it's like, well, it'll never, it'll seem soulless and it'll never happen. They already went on strike behind it because the motherfuckers see it coming, because Hollywood was already saying, look, they're already saying it right now. Like, look, I don't really need you. I need you a little bit right now. 10 years from now, I don't really need you. They went on strike trying to hold on to what they got right now because the AI ain't going nowhere. It ain't going nowhere. And you got to think about it, bro. If I can say, look, I got an idea and punch that shit in the idea, and the AI will write a whole fucking script, bro, and do it in a day. Not even a day, do it in 10 minutes. The whole fucking script. It sounds ridiculous, but it's true. You know what I'm saying? And come up with a whole fucking script. The fuck am I gonna pay you for?
Oh, I've already like from all the stuff I heard about what they were doing. It sounds like the writers are still screwed anyway because the only thing the movie people need to do now is that they need to find someone who's amenable to come behind a AI script, and they're just going to use AI script as long as there's one person writing for them. They could literally cut out so many people. I'm like, this is what you guys are signing up for. You're letting these people. That's not a victory, man. Like, they basically only need one person, and one person who enjoys doing AI, using AI that's going to do the script in AI, and you're going to get cut out of that shit.
And that's just right now. Eventually, they ain't gonna need that one person because it gets better every day. That's the shit about AI. The scary as fuck. It gets better every fucking day.
Because they can practically invent a person. Literally that movie I just talked about is pretty much what can happen. They can literally invent a person.
Here's the link for anybody who wants to join the panel. DJ and Ronnie G, you're welcome to join us. Right now we're talking about AI art.
If it's self-learning, that's the whole thing with AI is self-learning. If it's self-learning, it don't eat, it don't sleep, it don't get tired, it don't get exhausted, it don't run into writer's block. It's constantly learning. So each day it's just constantly that's scary as fuck, bro. To me, I don't know about y'all, that's scary as fuck. That means that motherfucker is going 10,000 miles a minute every fucking minute. Every minute, it's just getting better. Fuck that shit, man. I don't like it. I don't call me old school, bro. I done seen too many movies. The movies tell you, bro. Look, now I'm not even talking about Terminator and we're gonna end up fighting the machines. Who knows? We're not even going into that. I'm just talking about as far as the creative process, and entertainment and shit. You can't compete with that, bro. And if it's already getting to where it's indistinguishable, well, slightly indistinguishable, but not there yet. 2 years from now, it's gonna be indistinguishable.
Welcome, DJ Ronnie G.
Good evening, gentlemen. Carry on.
What's up, going? Go ahead, dog. Do your thing.
Oh my God, my name's still worked in the troll. I gotta change my name. I might have to jump out. No, keep talking. I don't want to chime in too much on AI because I have a very different opinion. Like, I get where you're coming from, and certainly a machine doesn't need.
I didn't want to be echo chamber. Go ahead.
But no, AI certainly doesn't need sleep.
Hold on a second. I'm gonna switch phones, and then let me right back in. I'm gonna switch phones. I'm gonna go to the store, and this phone about to die. So I'm gonna switch phones. I'll be right back.
Okay. So what are you saying?
I mean, machine learning algorithms, AI, as people call it, don't need sleep, if there's that. But the self-learning aspect is a bit misunderstood because the self-learning part, the machine learning, that happens when you're training the model. Once your model is trained, it's somewhat static. You try asking ChatGPT something like after it was trained, and it'll outright tell you, like, I wasn't trained before this fucking date or after this fucking date. Well, it won't say fucking. It'll just say, this version wasn't trained. This version is outdated to this point. It'll literally say that. And right now, like, don't get me wrong, large language models have some interesting attributes, and they are writing stories, you know. And I have a coworker here.
The thing is, technology. We tend to make leap jumps in technology in pretty much every year, man. So something that was foreign 2 years ago is suddenly something we can do now out of nowhere, and you know, because like if you look at the progress of technology.
On the other hand, I have a Nintendo Switch, and it feels like it's 10 years out of date.
Yeah. Well, that's more Nintendo going.
My phone is.
That's more on Nintendo.
My phone actually has like 12 gigs of RAM.
Yeah,
the Switch is kind of limited.
I mean, if you go from the 80s to the 90s, and then from the 90s to now, the technology has changed quite a bit, you know.
Well, one thing, if you go back to the 80s, we can account for that. We can account for that because of a large-scale integration, or basically miniaturization was the name of the game. And one weird thing that happened, like at least with the miniaturization in like the 2000s, like after 2010, was they started hitting a wall where they couldn't miniaturize the microchips or the microprocessors much more without excessive effort, and so they had to find other ways. So remember, like in the 90s, you'd have like a 100 megahertz processor, and then it became like 200 megahertz within 18 months, and then it was like 400 megahertz, 700 megahertz, and you know, so on and so forth.
Was that Moore's law?
Part of that is related, exactly. So I'm partially talking about Moore's law, and that's something that they had to start finding other ways other than doubling the amount of components in the same size
they
chip.
hit a brick wall, didn't they? Or not a brick wall, but
at this point, they're like getting close to the brick. They're always getting close to the brick wall, but we have a lot of like opportunities. So at this point, they have a technology where they use UV light to make the microchips instead of like whatever they were using before, and that works better. You get smaller components, but you run into more challenges, like just like how when they started making microchips, they didn't need clean rooms, and then they needed to have like a dust-free environment, because one piece of dust on the piece, because essentially they're making microchips the same way they make microfiche or microfilm. You know,
you're gonna say the same way that they make crack, because they remind me of like what was it called? It's like New Jack City. There are these
that's a good movie.
Like topless women and all this stuff, and like I think the whole thing was that they had to have a certain environment in order to process stuff or something. Was the I might be remembering things wrong, but I think it was New Jack City.
But it sounds familiar though. But like, I mean, essentially,
can you say that again, please, on the screen.
Well, like when you make photograph enlargements, or like you take a picture from a slide or a 35 millimeter and you project it onto a piece of paper that's larger, and you make an enlargement. So making microprocessors is the opposite. They would draw something on like a special type of film or paper. They would literally, back in the 60s or 70s, they were hand drawing the diagram for something like this. And so they would literally draw the lines by hand, but they would draw on something like the size of a large table. And then they would have to shrink it down. They'd have to project it through a lens that would make it smaller. And there's a YouTube channel called Asianometry. If you ever want to see like how that works, I'll leave a link. But that guy does a very good job, a better job than I can at explaining it. But essentially, like the way that we did it was back in the 60s and 70s. A microchip would have like this is like a diagram showing like different parts of the Pentium 4, I think, and. Let me see here. So basically,
when Pentium 1 was, or whatever the original Pentium was.
Yeah,
I remember when that was a big deal. They had 486, and then all of a sudden they had the Pentium, and it was like, okay, this is a game changer.
But again, as I said, is that we're at some point we're gonna make leaps and bounds in technology, and. So, and since AI is technology, at some point it's going to make its own leaps and bounds, and all of a sudden we have our own personal data. You know.
I mean, they're definitely using a lot of personal data in order to make these models work, and there are definitely some ethical issues. There's also effects that it will have on the job market. I don't think we're going to have Skynet anytime soon. I genuinely don't think we're going to have a self-aware AI by any time within the century at all.
Better yet,
But
I don't think our military. Oh, well, at least I hope they're not that stupid to tie a computer network like that into a system that could potentially kill the fuck out of everybody.
They might be stupid enough to rely on a system that'll kill everybody, but it won't be because it's self-aware. It'll be because somebody fouled up. Like, I mean, it's like for some people that's the same difference. So I kind of, get that. But because it wouldn't surprise me, like, if somebody fucked up. But it won't be because the software made a conscious decision, like, unless they programmed it in some really dumb way, which, I mean, wouldn't put it past some of these planets.
At this point,
by the way, TJ, your
we got stupid humans, man. That will do this shit.
TJ, you lost your avatar, your profile pic.
Oh yeah, he fell off the map.
Yeah,
maybe he's got to refresh his phone. But what's really cool about this picture is like we have this thing that says ALU, arithmetic logic unit, and that's basically like the part that does like mathematics, like let's say addition and subtraction, and then floating point. Now, I'm paraphrasing the shit out of this because it's a way more complex processor. It's a newer one. I wish I pulled up a picture of an old one, but usually you get pictures like the ones I was just showing you, they're not labeled at all, right? Like the first picture, they're not labeled. This one at least has labels on it. Like this is the Pentium.
By the way, I've wondered for like decades, what the heck is floating point? That has something to do with mathematics?
Yeah, so that in particular, floating point refers to decimal mathematics. So things that involve decimal points and a lot of times computer-aided drafting and even 3D graphics will rely on floating point. That's why the PlayStation 5's hardware has, I think they call it a dual precision floating point unit. So it's like almost like it's got a pair of floating point units that can handle like that type of mathematics very rapidly. But for one reason or another, it comes in very handy when you're dealing with like computer graphics.
Like if somebody's using like a CAD CAM type program, would that be useful?
Okay. All right, guys, I gotta take off.
Well, thanks.
No, don't leave me. You can't leave me. No, please, no. Okay, but it's good talking to you. High Tier Comics.
Yeah,
all right, guys.
Where can we find you, Daniel?
You can find me at Tier Comics, and then at the Tech Corner for YouTube, Instagram, and Twitter. And I'll see you guys next time.
Yeah, thanks for joining us. I appreciate it.
Yeah, no problem, man. You have a good one.
You too.
Hope he didn't leave because I was trying to, do the AI thing. I think he probably has other things to do though. But anyway,
no, it's
good chatting.
It's 10:30 where he's at.
Oh,
so
okay.
He lives with his folks.
I got you.
I'm pretty sure he said this on the air. Like
okay, that makes sense. Well,
I'm not doxing him. It's one of those things that.
But no, I mean, I
think he either lives with his folks or he lives somewhere where there's roommates.
Oh, I got you. Yeah, so if he's up too late, he's keeping him awake and shit. I got you.
Yeah. And this is something that I don't remember being as much of an issue in the past, but last few months when he's been able to get on the show, because sometimes he's too busy or whatever, and he's had to leave by a certain time,
I got you. That makes sense. But yeah, I'm just not like concerned about AI the same way people are, because I think there's like a lot of misconceptions that are based on movies, based on Hollywood, based on science fiction, and it's like this is not like really how this works, and it's remarkable what some of it can do. Like watching a computer play Mario Kart is super cool, but it is a pretty straightforward explanation on how it learns to do that.
But it's
DJ, were you trying to say something?
Yeah, I'm saying he's saying it's like you're saying that you don't think it's going to be able to do what it's already doing. It's just not doing it good right now, but it's already doing it, bro. That's what the whole strike was about. It's eventually going to get there. You know what I'm saying? It's like
I got a question. I have a coworker. He believes that with the strike happening and like the concerns about AI, is it possible that the way how some movie scripts are already really bad or how some shows are really bad? Is it possible they've been already using AI and that's the explanation why some shows are just so bad?
I don't know, but that doesn't change the fact that
it doesn't change anything. Yeah.
What I'm saying is, if it's already close and it's learning every day, then that means that eventually it's going to get to where, you know what I'm saying, where you're not needed anymore, bro. It's inevitable.
I think regardless of whether the machines become self-aware or not, that there are a lot of jobs that will displace. What's interesting is that nurses will continue to have jobs, while doctors, GPs, general practitioners, they're more likely to lose their jobs than nurses.
Go ahead, you good, dog.
Yeah, and I just think that general practitioners, regular, doctors that you go to, they write you a script based on your symptoms. You could create an AI or machine learning algorithm that writes you a prescription, but you can't write an AI that wipes your ass. You can't write an AI that does what nurses do. So nurses, their jobs will be safer for a lot longer than the general practitioner. So there's some hope for those people.
But that might be more difficult. You're right though about the nurses. Yeah, nurses do a lot of hands-on type things where, with some, unless they're say a nurse practitioner, which is almost interchangeable with a doctor. I think they have to be in an office which also has a doctor on call or something. I don't know.
Well, actually, nurses do most of the work. I dated too.
Yeah,
2 ICU nurses. They do most of the work. Where the doctors only come around, they do the surgery and stuff, but the nurses do the majority of the heavy lifting.
Yeah, I was in the hospital a couple times past few years. Never had been in the hospital when I was younger, but I was in the hospital for about a week, twice over the past, let's say, 5 years or whatever. And the nurses did pretty much like everything. I'd occasionally see a doctor, and the doctors would make all sorts. They'd make like recommendations as far as my treatment and stuff. But it was the nurses who were actually doing who I was interacting with most of the time, and then they'd have what's it called, the phlebotomist or whatever, the person who draws blood. Got people like that too. But yeah, the doctors. I see what you're saying. I really want to have a human doctor, though, or at least a lizard doctor.
Even in my career field, just GPS alone, you know what I'm saying? Just GPS has affected my career field where, it didn't put people out of work, but you can see where they're moving. I've seen on TV, like over in Germany, they got completely automated ports. Completely. You know what I'm saying? I'm a longshoreman, so I work on the port. There's ports over in Germany where the whole goddamn port is automated. You know what I'm saying? For the ship come in, the crane unload the motherfucker, put it away, a strad, whatever, come and pick it up, put it in the stock, take it off, put it on the truck, or put it on the train. The whole damn pier is automated. And that's just GPS. You know what I'm saying?
So you're a longshoreman? I can see. Yeah. I guess now I can understand if they're doing this with AI in Germany, this is a direct threat to your livelihood.
That ain't even AI. That's just GPS and shit. You know what I'm saying? I was talking about with the AI stuff. I was talking about.
Oh yeah. They're got robots or something. Or?
Yeah, pretty much everything. GPS, man. They can. It's a motherfucker. It ain't put everybody out of work, but it's eventually going to do it, and hopefully, won't do it in my lifetime. But and you got to understand, the company is looking at it like, listen, if I'm paying you X amount of dollars and whatever, but I can get this machine to do it, then you don't have to worry about somebody getting hurt. You know what I'm saying? People get hurt. You got to pay workman comps and the benefits and all the other things that go along with it. They're going to automatically go with, the fucking the robot or whatever. They're not seeing the robot or whatever, but the GPS. And the same thing's going to be with that's why they're on strike. So when I hear these guys that's part of the creative industry, like, well, I don't really think it's going to get that. Bro, it's already there. It just ain't perfected yet. You can't say that it won't get there because it's already there. That's why they're on strike. They just ain't been perfected yet. But the perfection is only a year away, if not less than that, because the shit is learning every day, bro. You understand what I'm saying? I think it's very naive. I'm gonna say this one more time. It's my third time saying it. When you have the people that's creating the shit, the guys that's on the front instead of the tip of the spear saying, we don't even truly understand it. But you can look at the clips of Elon sitting there talking to Joe Rogan about the shit. He's using it, neural all of that. And, he's bringing it. He's saying this thing is scarce because you don't truly understand it.
Wait a second. I
Saying
think
that,
you
like-
turned into an AI. You sound like a Dalek.
Yeah,
You sound you're roboting.
you're roboting.
All right, hold on. I'll be right back.
It's
Let
your
me
connection.
I'll be right back.
Oh, and I can hear you now. Sorry.
Yeah, now we can hear you perfectly again. But for that whole thing, you give it a good speech and then you went. Blah, 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 blah,
No,
blah,
Yeah,
you know.
I was saying, this is like my third time saying it, but you can look it up where the damn, where the guys that's creating, the guys that's on the front and center of the man, people look up to him on Joe Rogan saying, like, using it for his neural link and all that stuff. He's creating it, but he's also saying why he's creating it. Like, listen, it still scares me. You know, I see the how you can apply it and the benefits of it, but it scares me because at the same time, we don't truly understand it. He's like he's making it, and yes, we need to, which is weird. He's making it.
I feel like they're deceiving people when they say they don't understand it because the people working on it do understand it. I think they do, but one thing that was weird was I remember Google had this thing called Deep Dream, and basically,
I think artificial intelligence is a good idea at all, bro. At all.
Okay, fair enough. I definitely can see where it's not like safe in the right hands. What worries me more is there's this guy going around and he thinks that certain groups should be barred from using artificial intelligence, but he's part of a group that thinks they should be allowed to keep using it. And so it's sort of like saying, like, let us be the ones who hold the keys, but make sure nobody else gets the keys, you know, type shit. And I don't appreciate those people. At least your attitude is more like it's dangerous on the whole. So I do respect your angle a lot more than that scientist who's trying to say basically, give me the keys and nobody else.
Well, I agree that I see the benefits of using it for science. You know, so I see the benefits of using it for science. I see the benefits of using it for medicine and the leaps and bounds we can make there. I think when it comes to creativity and shit like that, I don't think it should be allowed, bro.
Well, also, it's not fair because, like, I mean, literally the models that are used for creativity are literally based on other people's actual creative work. And so there are, like, from real artists. I'm not a real artist. I might do some, like, casual art. But I do understand where the real artists are coming from, you know, because it's like when somebody, like an amateur, uses it, it's plagiarism, but it's like they're skirting the actual law, you know? So that's a valid issue.
It's the simple fact, bro, that you're going to put yourself out of business. I used the dildo example earlier. I ain't gonna say that again, but it's inevitable because it's only going to get better. It's not like AI is gonna stall out. Oh, well, this is the best it can get. No, that's the scary part about AI is there is no limit because it's constantly learning. You know, so by definition.
Okay, that's one misconception. I don't think it's constantly learning because, like, I know I sound like a naive when I say that, but how do I phrase it? Like the chat model, when you talk to Chat GPT, when you have a conversation, when you ask it to write a story, it's only trained up to a certain point, and sometimes it'll literally tell you that it's only been trained to a certain point.
You're talking about the shit they gave you.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I don't mean to be rude.
I see where you're going. I see where you could go on. No, I think I see where you're going with this. You're saying that the stuff that we don't have access to is more likely to be self-learning. There may be capabilities that I'm not aware of right now.
The old saying, and you know, forgive me if I come off aggressive. That's just like my nature.
That's okay. You're good. You're fine right now.
Yeah. The old saying back in the day, we used to say back in the day was, whatever you got as far as technology right now, whatever they're giving to you is 20 years old. Whatever they're letting you get your hands on is 20 years old. They already had that shit for 20 years. So the Chat GPT model that everybody's using, bro, that's the shit. And I don't want to sound like no woo-woo dude and the tinfoil hat, but it's just the way technology works. There's most definitely a better version. And as far as the concept of they already, like I said, if you watch the Elon Musk shit and the Lex Friedman, these are two dudes that's ahead of it.
Oh my fucking! I hate Lex Friedman. That motherfucker with his Lex. I mean, I don't hate the guy. I just hate the way he talks like he's doing some ASMR type shit. It creeps me the fuck out. But I get why people watch him.
Most hyper intelligent motherfuckers are socially different. You know what I'm saying? Awkward. I'm not gonna say socially awkward, but
okay, fair enough.
But what I'm gonna say is like they already said that one of the things that scared them was they had two AIs that they had linked up. I guess I'm talking about this shit in lamest terms I can say it because I don't.
Yeah.
But the two AIs made up their own language and started talking to each other, and we didn't know what the fuck it was saying. This happened. You can look this shit up. Like, wait,
I know.
Hold on.
I remember this story.
It created its own fucking language, and we weren't able to talk about it. We didn't know what it was saying. So when I was talking to Sight about it, and I know I'm running on, I'm ranting, but I was talking to Sight about it, and Sight was saying that it wasn't Sight saying, somebody else was saying it, that's like really involved in, or got a lot of knowledge on it, that there's to be some kind of back door that the AI is unaware of. That I guess it's like a safety net that when they created it, the AI don't know about it, that if it ever gets out of control or whatever, that we could just go ahead on and basically pull the plug on it. Well, the thing about that is, this is what blows my mind, man, about it. It's like taking your girl to the Chip and Dale show.
I'm sorry.
You know what I'm saying?
Me.
You know what I'm saying? It's like it's your wife's birthday or something, and you might not be the most fit dude in the world, and y'all been doing real good in life. And for her birthday, you're gonna take her to the Chip and Dale show where she can see a bunch of goddamn hunks, you know what I'm saying, do erotic shit. You putting yourself in a bad place because you're creating something that is naturally better than you. It's smarter than you. By definition, it's smarter than you. It thinks millions of times faster than you per second. So to be at a point where we say, well, I think I can control it, it's naive as shit.
I genuinely do think we literally control it, but I get where you're coming from. And I don't think, like, I haven't worked with it myself enough to be able to pretend or condescend to know more than I do. So I'm going to hear you out. I'm going to continue. You're raising some interesting concerns here. You are.
Well, I mean, just think about it fundamentally, right? If I'm the guy that created AI, right, and the AI I created is significantly over time smarter than me, you don't think it's naive for me to say I can control it? It's better than me. Now I'm not gonna go all the way to the Terminator and Skynet and all of that. Who knows? I'm not going that far. But I'm just saying, just in practicality, you know what I'm saying? It's not going to be good for humanity. Social media, bro. And I'm gonna go off on a little small tangent. I got a homeboy. He should be home. He should be home now because it had to be over 10 years. He caught a drug charge and had to do a dive. 10 years. And this one on Facebook was just popping off. And I was on Facebook and I was telling him about it. He, like I said, he's so dope and shit. And he was like, bro,
Hunter.
He was like, yo, you on that Facebook shit? I was like, yeah, man. He was like, man, don't fuck with that shit. That's just the devil.
He's right.
And I was like, what you talking about? He was like, it's the devil. And this was the early stages of it. You know what I'm saying? Come to find out, one of me and my wife's problems was Facebook. You know what I'm saying? Because we didn't, the whole social media thing, we are not ready for that. We're not ready. People,
Facebook got in trouble though for like, weren't there some sort of there was some sort of experiments that they conducted on their users? that they got into trouble. I don't. I
There-
can't
it's a-
remember with Facebook. I think they
constantly.
they hired out like some other group to do, to
Facebook
pull it
has
off.
changed.
They were trying to manipulate people's feelings to see
Yeah.
if this post made you sad or angry or
Yes.
something like that.
I
I can't remember all the details because this was several years ago.
So social media right now, we still haven't fully grasped the effects of what was created. We wasn't ready for it. You know what I'm saying? You got to understand, you're giving everybody a voice. Everybody. And I know everybody would say, well, that's a good thing, man. And, the networking, it has its positive points, the networking and all of this and that. But if you look at where it has led us, vast majority of everything that we sit down and say is wrong, wrong with the world or whatever, you can bring that shit back to social media, the no shame, the no this, the this and that, and whatever, and all this craziness that's going on. I'm not going to say them things because I'm on your channel or whatever. But you can eventually tie all this shit back to social media because everybody has a voice. And I know you're not going to like it. A lot of motherfuckers don't need to be heard, bro. Straight up. And I know that, some people will be like, well, that's not fair, but maybe I don't need to be heard. I don't know, but in society, you have a small amount of shepherds, and the rest of the motherfuckers are sheep, bro. And it's not even a bad thing or a good thing. It's just the way it is, man. Everybody don't need a voice. Now you got everybody a voice, and then you go on Twitter right now. Twitter is toxic as fuck. I ain't been on Twitter in 2-3 years, bro. It's toxic. I found myself, I got addicted to it. Everybody's fighting everybody, and it's you fight with some anime motherfucker. They got a little anime picture up there, and he's just up there just to piss you off. You know what I'm saying? And people are, the way society has just started to turn down here, Western culture. Why do you think China is doing what it's doing? China knows that social media is awful. So now, if we're not even ready for that, you're gonna throw AI on top of that shit, bro. We're not even ready to deal with social media yet. That's still an experiment that we ain't figured out. Why do you think AOC is in office and all these social media?
That's a good point. Good point.
All of this shit, you know what I'm saying? It's social media, man. They found out that you got your kids glued to the phone and this and that, and you can get into the minds of the whole TikTok thing. Everybody's mad about TikTok because they know they're programming these kids with this goddamn TikTok shit. But all of it, man. So if we're not even ready for that, and we haven't fully understand how to handle that and be a functioning society because we're falling apart, you gonna throw AI on top of this shit? We're doing too much, man. And the fact that the guys that's creating it is saying, Elon is actually saying, Lex is actually saying, we don't fully understand it and it scares us, needs to be a huge red flag. And when I'm not talking about you, sir, then when you see when I talk to people and they're trying to make a case for it, it's like, bro, we don't know where this is going. You know what I'm saying? And it looks like if you do the math on paper, you're gonna put yourself out of business. That's just it's gonna be the natural progress of shit. I don't understand. I don't even understand how people don't understand that, man. We should be. They just did a strike. They need to be right now. They need to say pause on this AI shit until we figure out this social media shit. Until we fully understand the effects of society that social media has on us, we need to put this AI shit on pause because we doing too much, way too fast.
Earlier, Thunderdome was saying that he's is communicating a lot to people in Japanese, even though he lives in the U.S. Tim Lim, he was saying that he comic book creator, but he was saying that the Japanese are using social media in a totally different way.
Right.
So there is something about the people who are using it,
Right.
And the culture. There's I think there's something wrong with
Western
there's issues with Japanese
society.
culture. They're not like it sounds like they're not really not being they, but the Japanese in general, they're not like reproducing as much as they probably should be. It sounds like, and so like there's mainly like an aging population or whatever, and I don't know. I might have some of my facts wrong, but there's definitely serious issues in their
I heard that
society,
too.
people being overworked or whatnot. But like this, if they're using social media in a more responsible manner or in a more fun manner, then maybe that's something we could learn from somehow.
I think
because it's very divisive and polarizing how it's used in the English speaking nations.
there's so much cool with the internet. That,
Hey, Courtney.
what's up, Courtney? What's up,
Courtney? Good to see you.
If I had 10 wishes, I'll say 10 because I got 10 more things. 9 more things that's more important. I would honestly wish the internet away. I truly, it's a beautiful thing. The leaps and bounds we made is beautiful. Like, I've gone to other countries before, didn't speak, I don't speak Spanish, but, now you can go somewhere and with your phone, just hold your phone out. And while they're talking, the phone will translate the shit, like some Star Trek shit. Like, back in the, remember Star Trek when,
that.
Yeah.
The accuracy could be all over the place. Like, some sentences will be like,
it's not perfect,
nearly 100% accurate, and then some of it will be like,
it's not
nearly 100% inaccurate.
Yeah, it's not, but it's not perfected yet, but it still exists.
Yeah, it's all over.
Remember Star Trek: The Undiscovered Country when Kirk was charged by the Klingons and they had to go to court. They had to go to the Klingon court, and he stuck the translator in his ear, and they're talking Klingon and translating the form. That seemed like some far out shit. We have that right now.
I don't think I actually remember that, but
yeah. When he was in the courtroom, like when he was in the big Klingon court, and they had Dr. McCoy and Kirk were holding those speakers next to their ears. What's interesting though, if you watch like movies from even the '60s, they have that, but it's not automatic. It's like if let's say you're at the United Nations, for example, they'll have people, translators sitting behind the desk on the side, and they'll translate in real time. But that's not automatic. That's just a person listening and speaking back.
That's true, though. That's a good point.
Courtney's greeting said hi to Ronnie G and to TJ and to me.
I think the impact of social media, man, is really understated. I think that if we go back to what we were talking about earlier, just like you said, it's based culturally wise. I understand what you're saying, but it brings out the worst in people, especially, and I think the real fundamental thing with social media, the worst part of it is the anonymity of it. I think that if you couldn't be anonymous on it, it'd be a lot different. But the fact that you can be anonymous on it really tends out to bring out the worst, because there's no repercussions and consequences for being a goddamn ass.
That's true.
You could just so you could throw a rock and hide your hand.
Oh, I've done that with my face, and my government name and everything, and I've like argued with Antifa, I've argued with they didn't like being called Nazis, but what were they called themselves like third position, but they were like they claimed to people who were kind of like alt-right, I guess we would call them now. And use my real, well, obviously people know what I look like right here, but
when people first started,
this is obviously what I look like, but I just say no. I've used
when people first started complaining about doxing, I didn't understand it. Because I'm kind of new to this shit, and I was like, "Well, you scared about, fuck it." I grew up where everybody's address was in the back of the phone book. You know what I'm saying? So.
Oh yeah, so did I.
Right. So I'm like, what the fuck? You know what I'm saying?
You're only 1 year younger.
And I didn't realize the whole thing about doxing.
Generation.
But I get it now because I had some people send some shit to my crib. You know what I'm saying? And it's like that guy that as Sniper Wolf, when she went to that dude's in front of his house and did that little video and she didn't get punished, and you had certain people who like, why is this dude mad? So he a pussy. Nah, bro. It's weirdos online, man. And these people, some people have no fucking chill. They don't know where to draw the line. So they're in their head somewhere, they don't understand you're doing too much. They don't get it. So I get doxing. I get why people want to remain anonymous. But if it would have never started off with the anonymity, then I think it would have been a lot different. And I was talking to Sider. Me and Sider was arguing. He was arguing about anonymity and shit. And I was like, bro, I think that if we get rid of that, it'll change a whole lot, man. Because
well, you could I've used Facebook, and plenty of people use their real names and act like assholes on there.
Yeah, but Facebook is real different than Twitter and all this other shit, bro. You know what I'm saying? Like when you jump on Twitter or say YouTube, right, people behave like I'm gonna just use my experience for example. I get a lot of racial shit, right? But I know that out in the world, these people wouldn't behave like that. But because it's online, they're able to be the worst version of themselves and say all these terrible things. And I have a hard time adjusting with it because it's new to me. But these people wouldn't behave like that. That's not how nobody's going to walk around and make a bunch of, racial jokes and stuff like that and say faggot this, faggot that, whatever. They're not going to do that outside. But online, it's like.
Well, we use all sorts of colorful phrases.
And the way
when joking around with friends and stuff,
yeah. We joke around with your friends.
I'm not going to go up to somebody and like use some sort of I'm not going to walk up to some stranger and like call them
a lot of
slur. If I'm friends with someone and we're joking around, we might use some taboo terms, but we're just joking around.
Sounds like Vitzy.
I'm gonna use the January, and I'm gonna stop out. I'm gonna just give you a prime example of the influences of social media, right? I'm gonna use the January 6th incident, for example. All right. So my next door neighbor was on some like, Trump calls that, Trump this, Trump that, yada yada yada. He did this, right? So I go over to his crib, me, him, and his wife, we all sitting outside drinking and shit. Summertime. But no, actually January 6th was all summertime, but we still outside chilling, drinking. So I said, let me see your phone. He gave me his phone. I pulled up the ABC speech of Trump. ABC. I said, here, watch. Watch the old speech, right? Because Trump is accused for inciting the insurrection. He watched the entire speech on his phone. I said, yo, did you hear him anywhere incite anything? And he said, nah, man. He's like, what is this, edited or something? I said, bro, this is your phone. This is ABC. You're watching it on your phone. But you're listening to what you've been told on social media, this, and that. But if you go and watch it for yourself, you can see that man did none of that. He didn't incite a motherfucking thing. If anything, he was telling people to stop. You know what I'm saying? So
yeah, the unfortunate thing is like you get my channel struck for somebody just like saying their opinion on this.
Yeah, it's very and it's
which visit me on kick.com, not the social messaging one, but it's kick.com, and I've got a backup channel there, and I've got one on Facebook. If this YouTube stream goes
I think they stopped censoring people over that like 6 months ago, but no, I mean, like, this is like, what was weird was I would bring up the same point you're bringing up. It's funny. I'm glad like you kind of approached it in a smart way. You had the person pull it up on their own phone and listen to the speech. Now, when I get into these arguments on social media, which I avoid now, someone would say, "Oh, but Trump called the election fraudulent." So it's like, what? He's obligated to agree with you that it's not. I'm not saying that it was fraudulent. I'm just saying that like we had like that 4 years where people said that Trump stole the election.
Yeah, exactly. I think it's been 6 years now, or something.
And it's been proven false.
Been since
End of usher thing, yeah.
2016, we've been saying that.
and it's been proven false. But now all of a sudden, you can see them talk out of both sides of their mouth. Like, okay, well, he didn't agree with the whatever. And it's like, bro, but they just did for you. His whole damn term, they would say was illegitimate. You know what I'm saying? What are you talking about?
Yeah,
Look,
and they were saying the same thing about the voting machines and all that sort of stuff.
yeah, all of that
the
shit.
Trump
George Bush did it.
Oh
You
yeah,
know, it's not George.
it's been going on since the hanging Chad incident with Bush. There each and every time one party's candidate loses the election, they say it's fixed. But each and every time that their candidate wins, they say, "Oh, our elections aren't fixed. Everything's perfect." So I think if there was not a bipartisan.
That was the most secure election in history, okay, guys? So get that straight.
Huh?
That was the most secure election in all of history, okay? I'm just giving my statement. Go on, please, the son of Jor-El, please.
TJ. Well, appreciate you, though. Yeah, anyway, they fucking, listen, with the whole storm in the Capitol, right? It's like, bro, y'all don't remember doing that when Brett Kavanaugh was getting, you don't remember you don't remember storming the Capitol when Brett Kavanaugh was doing his shit? You don't remember y'all just did that with Brett Kavanaugh.
They also did that in Wisconsin a couple times where they actually went into the Capitol in Wisconsin, and it was the Republicans who got upset and said maybe we should start carrying guns into our, to defend ourselves against the Democrats, or
here's the crazy part:
liberals or leftists or whatever.
So you can pull up pictures of the Brett Kavanaugh here, and it's full. They're in there. Not only did they storm it, they got in there and was in there.
If you ban one point of view from you, like this time you ban the conservatives from going and protesting, next time the liberals won't be able to protest.
Look, I'm gonna tell you something.
I don't think I'm on either side of the political.
Unmolested. Nobody got shot like Ashley.
I'm just issue by issue. I have my own opinion.
Look, remember the Tiki Torch dudes? Remember, was it Charlottesville? Look, I'm gonna tell you. Listen, let me finish what I'm saying. Right, I'm a black guy, so people was getting mad at me. You know what I'm saying? I was like, bro, they went and took out a permit. They have every fucking right to walk down the street and voice their fucking opinion. They went the Tiki Torch. Remember the dudes with the Tiki Torches, all the white guys? It was on some racist shit, whatever. I said, look, they went and did it the right. I said, look, they went and did it the right way. They went and did a permit. They have every fucking right. So we're in America. They got every fucking right to walk down here with their little Tiki Torches and say what we supposed to do is look at them and laugh. You fucking idiot. You know what I'm saying? Whatever.
I laughed at it.
Yeah, but you don't shut them down. Because if you want to shut them down, once you okay shutting them down, you okay them shutting you down. You know what I'm saying? They got every right to do that dumb shit. You supposed to look at them and laugh. Put them on camera. Hey, look at these assholes.
They were using this like it's like a lawn ornament or whatever.
Right. They were saying right? They was trying to say they were trying to say it shouldn't be allowed. They was like, well, you shouldn't be able to. Yes, you should.
Well,
yes, you should.
The ACLU used to defend even the KKK because that meant that they could also defend the communists or whatever, the people on the other, they could defend the people who are liberal or conservative or in the middle. Everybody should, if they get rid of free speech for one group of people, they get rid of it for everyone.
If a bunch of goddamn
moderate points of view.
If a bunch of goddamn anti-gay people want to march down the street, if they ain't hurting nobody and they just walking down there with their little signs, fuck them, they should be able to do it. If a bunch of gay people want to walk down the street and they ain't hurting nobody and they just walking down the street chanting, fuck them, they should be able to do it. If a bunch of white people want to say that shit, a bunch of black people, as long as you ain't hurting nobody, you should be able to say the shit. Period. You don't shut nobody down. If they're not, it's called protest, peaceful protesting. Nothing like the BLM shit. That shit, I don't even want to talk about that foolishness. But yeah, man, I don't know how we got to this. What I'm saying is, okay, but the impact on social media, this is how this, I'm gonna bring it back around real quick. The impact of social media is most people get their information from memes, quick clips, what do you call it? Hot clips or whatever, memes and shit. They don't context is out the window. Nobody cares about context no more. You know what I'm saying?
there'll be
They're
photographs of a headline and not even an article.
Yep.
I've seen that a lot lately.
Right.
I've seen a lot of conservatives post that, and it's like, well, where's the article? Because the person writing the headline might be a totally different person that wrote the article.
Or they'll clip me saying,
I know journalists, and I used to.
I'm gonna give you a good example.
Publish a newspaper myself.
I was on JDA stream. We was talking about porn, right? I was on JDA stream, and I said, "Yo, I don't even like two lesbians together. I don't like gay porn. I don't even like two lesbians together. I need a dick in there somewhere." Everybody started laughing. Now you can clip that to TJ saying, "I need a dick in there somewhere." Oh, TJ, you gay? You know, so you can clip shit. Context is out the window now with social media and the way information is getting spread through social media. It eliminates context, and this is how most people receive their news, bro. And that goes back to what I was saying about street, because most people don't fucking think. Most people don't think. They just follow the goddamn crowd. They follow the herd. You know what I mean? So I think social media is a horrible thing. I think it's done way more bad than good. And to wrap it all up with a pretty bow, if we ain't even figured that out yet and ramifications of it, we damn sure don't need to be throwing AI on top of it, because now AI can do anything. And I'm done. My rant is officially over. And thank you for letting me finish.
So
bless your sweetheart.
So there was a bunch of stuff in the chat, but and thank you, TJ. So Tim Lim, aka the Bunderdome, said most of the Japanese users are anonymous, since there's a social stigma about sticking out too much. And they're largely civil on social media. It's culture. Americans are encouraged to be a-holes. He also said TJ is right. In the arena of ideas, let the people with the terrible ideas get out there. We should be confident in our opinions and retort cogently in the marketplace of ideas. So that's the thing, is like so this is something Professor Noam Chomsky, he's a linguistics professor, he talks about political science, but he's not a political scientist. But he mentioned something before that I thought was interesting. Is in Europe, there's a lot of people who deny a certain thing, horrific mass genocide carried out by the German, a certain German regime, certain evil dictator.
I got you.
There's a lot of people in Europe. I'm not saying most Europeans, but there's maybe a sizable minority who don't even believe it happened. Yet America, I don't know lately, but when in America, when people were able to debate things like that, there was very little people denying that happened, that horrific genocide happened against the Jewish people, or Roma gypsies and gay people, Jehovah's Witnesses. A bunch of people got murdered in the millions. But and the thing is, when people were allowed to discuss it in America, and it wasn't illegal to deny it, most people agreed this in fact did happen. But in the countries where it was illegal to discuss it, like some of the European countries, there were a bunch of people who thought, because they weren't able to discuss it, and so they ended up thinking, no, that it didn't happen. I think that's why it's important to be able to discuss these sorts of ideas. And it's the same way with some of these extremist parties in the UK. There's some parties that are I'll just say they're kind of like they're basically kind of like leaning towards the neo-Nazi side of things. But I can't remember one of those parties. They ended up one of their leaders ended up going on like the BBC or Channel 4 or one of the big channels in the UK, and all of a sudden that political party, people saw, oh, these guys have neo-Nazi beliefs. We're not going to vote for them. And it's because they allowed, this isn't something Chomsky mentioned, this is, I think, Sargon on the Cod, who I often disagree with, but I thought that was an interesting thing, though, as he was talking about, I think, the British National Party, which is like, I think, I don't know, I associate with like neo-Nazis, skinheads or boneheads. But when they went on TV and they talked about their horrific agenda, people were like, wait a second, we're not going to vote for these fuckers. But if you don't allow them to speak, you might think, oh, these guys are just like being persecuted.
It's
like this is the same thing with Richard Spencer. Let that guy speak his idiotic ideas. Go ahead.
I'm gonna sound like I'm about to say I'm about to contradict myself. Have you ever heard Elon explain why he spent $44 billion on Twitter? Once again, Joe Rogan. He said Joe Rogan asked him, why did you buy Twitter? He said, Elon figured out what we're talking about is, he called it a virus. You know what I'm saying? The woke virus. So you got to understand, with social media, the spread of information has never been this fast. No, the spread of information is like that. You know, so I get up there, I say something, it's instantly seen, it's instantly viewed, instantly, you know what I'm saying,
True.
Absorbed, you know what I'm saying, seen, whatever. So yes, what he was saying was he went and bought it because he's trying to, and then you got the political parties, certain political parties using it and they bending it to their will, so it's not really neutral, it's leaning to a certain direction. And he realized, he was like, this woke shit, it's like a virus and it's spreading fast, and social media is the issue behind this. Just think about what it has done to women. Right? Think about what social media has done to women. Just think about the gyms. Like going to the gyms. Everybody, you go to the gym now, everybody's posting up a camera, they're recording their gym. You know, girls are just sexuality, they're on one hand, I'm a feminist, you know what I'm saying, you shouldn't view me as a sexual object, but then at the same time, all they're doing is selling sex because it's easy. It's easy money. OnlyFans exists. OnlyFans is a thing that blows my mind. I don't get it. You know, why are these guys paying for porn when porn is free? I don't get that one, but it is. I guess it's some kind of social.
You'd have to ask Brizzy about Chatterbait.
Yeah, I did.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Bro, let me tell you a funny story, Rise. Let me tell you a funny story, Rise, about Chatterbait, because I asked him. I say, hey, man, because he openly talks about Chatterbait. So I'm sitting in the crib one day.
Yeah, I wouldn't bring it up if it wasn't something talks about.
Look, this is funny as hell. So I was like, fuck it, Rise, let me see what you're talking about. You know what I'm saying? Because I'm a freak. You know what I'm saying? So I say, let me see what you're talking about, man. So I'm thinking that, I say, Rise, so I'm going to log on to Chatterbait. You know what I'm saying? So we sit on whatever, I'm logging on to Chatterbait while I'm talking to him. And I'm looking at, okay, I'm thinking that you're in a one-on-one room with a girl, and I'm like, well, I can dig it. Maybe you're on the, you with a girl, and you're like, ooh, put your finger here, do this. I'm not gonna talk real nasty, but that's what I'm thinking it is. When I got up there, I said, hold on, Rosin, it's 8,000 you mean to tell me you beating off with 8,000 motherfuckers? I said, fuck that, that's crazy,
Yeah,
that's
it's
too
like
much.
going to a strip club, and then there's all these guys there, and it's like, whoa.
Yeah, but okay, so
it's kind of awkward.
Yeah, it's really awkward. You know what I'm saying? If it was some one-on-one shit, maybe I can get it. Maybe. But it's like 8,000 motherfuckers here, man. That's weird, yo. But what I'm saying is, if you look at just think about what content, think about what we have, think about I'm a content creator. Think about what we say is content now. You even said yourself, all I watch is YouTube. So we're not even watching stories anymore. We're not even watching stories, or we find if we try to watch something, we like pick it apart before it's too unreal, whatever. But instead, what we call content, what we watching is some asshole, whatever. Whether it's good or bad, it don't make a difference. Somebody sitting in front of the camera ranting or talking about some, whether they're praising something or putting it down, whatever. Some of the shit is cool. Some people are putting up content, but for the most part, what we call content ain't the whole. Well, I'm a content creator. There's no content being created. That's some word they made up. You just somebody sitting in front of a fucking camera talking about something.
It's
Now
a
get
very
it
vague term, content creator.
right. That's what I'm saying.
About that,
So
it's like content.
at least when you was watching the sitcoms or the movies or the cartoons or the whatever, it was a story. At least you're watching a story. We don't even do that no more. Now we just watching motherfuckers just be.
Yeah, the funny thing though is another thing going back to Chomsky. And I hate to keep going back to the guy because there's a lot of things I disagree with politically, but he did say many years ago he talked about like so in the TV industry, and this was back when we used to have like what I would
The
consider a
real
lot of good
world.
TV shows, but
World.
But check this out.
Was the beginning of the cascade.
Wait a second. The advertisement used to be considered in the TV industry. That's considered content. Not the not the actual TV show. I'd have to go and ask. I'd have to go and do some research to see if that's true. I don't work in the entertainment business. I've just done public access TV and YouTube and been a college radio DJ. But then I wonder, but I think it's been an issue for a long time though, that like it's been all about money.
Yeah. I saw something, I can't remember where I saw that, but it was like this, I don't know if it was a bandit city or maybe it was somewhere where they just remove all the advertisements. They just, just walking down the street. You don't realize how much everything is based on the whole economy is based on you consuming shit. That's the whole shit is based on you consuming shit.
Oh, like that movie They Live. The John Carpenter movie.
I haven't seen it in a long time.
Have you seen that?
Yeah,
you guys seen that?
I haven't seen it in a long time. When they put the glasses on and see the aliens and shit.
Go ahead, sorry.
No, I'm saying, go ahead. I was saying that I know the movie you told me when you put the glasses on and you see the aliens and shit, but without the glasses you don't see them.
Yeah, but everything was consumed, like consume, and that's what it's all about. Like even me thinking about my childhood, like a lot of times I forget about the stuff that that was around that, like the home cooked meals. Like I was talking to you before about goulash. Like I think of with this nostalgia, it's like everything's like about McDonald's or how nice Pizza Hut used to be, but they don't talk about goulash or whatever the home cooked meal was, or whatever. It's all this commercial shit, nostalgia.
They admitted that the cartoons
nowadays, especially with like the nerd and geek subcultures, this whole retro thing. A lot of it's just really commercialized stuff.
They admitted that the cartoons back in the 80s, there was just advertisement for toys.
Oh yeah, like the G.I. Joe.
It was all advertisements.
I mean, they were.
But it was good cartoons too. You know what I'm saying? It went hand in hand.
Pro or whatever.
I mean, you ever heard of how the Secret Wars came up with Marvel? Secret Wars?
No.
Okay, they did a poll. Marvel did a poll, right? And with kids, and it was asking them, doing the polls, like, what's the cool two words? You know what I'm saying? It was asking, 2 words. And the 2 words that came out of this poll was Secret Wars. That's how Secret Wars came up. You can Google it and find out. I watched a documentary on this shit. That's how Secret Wars came up with the Beyonder. Remember the Beyonder and all of that? Remember Secret Wars with the Beyonder back in the 80s?
No, actually. It was wasn't that a comic book series?
Yeah, it was the Marvel. It was one of their events with Secret War, and they did a poll. You know how they do like the Civil War. You know how Marvel had like these big events, comic books. Secret Wars, Civil War,
Final Crisis.
Infinity Crisis. You know what I'm saying? Infinity War. So all of that shit. Well, the whole Secret Wars came out. They did a poll, in the comic books, it was asking, what's the two dopest words, the kids, and Secret Wars came up. That's how they came up with Secret Wars. All of it, when you okay, right now I'm listening to The Stand, Stephen King book, The Stand, the audio book, The Stand.
Yeah.
And I'm listening to it, right? And it's a part in there. I guess Stephen King wrote that shit in the 70s or 80s. I remember being a TV show when I was little, but I never watched it. But it's a section in there where, okay, there's this girl that's pregnant. A virus came out, wiped out pretty much 99% of the population. All right. And the only people that was immune with it, I haven't finished it yet, so I don't know how it's going to end. Okay, but there's this one girl that's pregnant. And it's so funny because her chapter is wild because she says, and this was written a long time ago, how she was talking about feminism, the suffrage movement. And she was saying how, yeah, she's pregnant now. She was like, yeah, she was having like a monologue. This was like a monologue of her thinking. And she was saying how now that, she's looking at it like, yeah, we was, the bra burning and the suffrage movement. And yeah, thank you, man, for building the railroads. Thank you, man, for creating the automobiles. Thank you, man, for creating this and that. But we don't need you anymore. And now we're going to go and we can work for ourselves and we can do this and that. And then she was like, well, now that this is here, she is pregnant. And she's like, I need me a man. She's like, I need a man to protect me, because I'm going to be in a fragile state. So I'm going to be in a fragile state and I'm going to need protection because, the police are gone. The fire department is gone. You know what I'm saying? All of these social nets that we have are gone. So now it's back to, survival of the fittest. So now it's back to survival of the fittest type shit. And she was saying like, she was like, I got to find me a man. Like, and she wasn't even saying that on some, I need to find, the love of my life. She's like, fuck that. I need to find me the best possible guy that can protect me because I'm going to be in this fragile state when I have this kid. And I can't have this attitude of, I don't, I'm independent girl, go black girl magic, whatever, all that old silly shit. She got back to reality. You know what I'm saying? So if you look at what's going on now, the way society is headed, it's not sustainable because it's not real. It's not real. And it's only getting worse, man. Like, I don't know if you go grocery shopping. I don't like to eat out a lot. I don't like, I like to cook because when I'm at work, I eat a lot of fast food when I'm at work. So when I'm at home, I like to cook. Bro, the price of food is increasing daily. Now, it used to be years of being the same price.
Yeah, there was a while there where every time I'd go to the store, it'd be like a couple times a week or something, and then like something would go up in price. And it might still be going on.
No, listen. It used to be shit was the same price maybe 5 years. You know what I'm saying? Things was the same price or whatever. Food is going
after 5 days.
Food is going up daily now. Daily. Yeah. That's crazy. I know
hey, gaming with you said.
I know people like TJ, you keep repeating stuff, but no, you got to understand what I'm saying. It's going up. Like, how gas, how they got the meter on when you go to the gas station and the gas prices change from day to day or whatever. I never used to look at the gas prices. I look at it now, but I never used to look at the shit, go get some gas or whatever. But whatever. Food is like gas now. The price of food is going up every day. And it's been doing it for a couple of years now. Shit that was 89 cents is now $1.89. It's this shit ain't sustainable. And I don't know how to fix it, bro, because eventually, rent, bro, do you understand? I got a cousin. They're raising motherfuckers' rent by a third, lease on lease. My cousin, a third by a third.
Raise it. that I thought there was a limit on.
Year on year, when my cousin been in this apartment for 2 years, right? When he first moved in, it was, I want to say he was paying 16 something. Nice place, you know what I'm saying? Nice, considered, really nice. It's still nice, you know what I'm saying? He was paying 1,600. 1 year they raised it up. He said they asked him it went from 16 to 19. Now the next year it's from 19, I think he said to 23. I said, bro, they increasing your shit by a third a year. A third. Well, maybe my numbers might be wrong with what I'm saying, but when we did the math, he was like, you're right. I said, they're increasing your shit by a third a fucking year, bro. It's crazy. The housing market right now. Motherfuckers ain't buying houses. Do you know who's buying all the houses? Corporations.
BlackRock. People who can sell, they can rent them out, right? Like they're pushing that rent. Basically, they're buying. Corporations are buying the houses now so that they can rent them out to people who will never own them.
Yes, corporations are buying all the houses now. They're outpricing the homes to where the average person can't go and buy a home. Where corporations are buying all the homes now. Think about this shit. If you put it all together, it's like, bro, what the fuck is going on?
Well, I mean, you already know the answer, right? I mean, basically, like it's accelerated, but we know, like, ever since we got off the gold standard, this has allowed them to print or borrow unlimited money, and of course, one trick is that you can expand the money supply. So instead of increasing taxes, you just expand the money supply, and you're able to steal from people's savings, covertly. And since a lot of people don't pay attention to this, or they fall for the mainstream economics education, they think that this is okay, and us people who are not plugged into that bullshit kind of know it's not okay. I mean, people got to start speaking up now, but only because it's accelerated. But they should have been speaking up a long time ago. And it's shitty because, like, what is the biggest part of most people's income? It's their housing payment and maybe the food. But the housing is, like, the biggest part of everybody's paycheck. So to see that go up by even 20%, but one third is like 33%. That's fucking insane. I'm
not bullshitting you.
And I don't doubt it.
He was telling me, I did the math. Because he's like, he makes great money, and what it is he lives in this high-end apartment, but he also pays his mother's mortgage. Right. So and his mother has this huge garage that he was like, fuck it. He's been putting his money into transforming the garage into a habitat, because he's like, yo, I'm not gonna keep paying. Not that he can't afford it, but he's like, I'm just not gonna do this, because he feels offended by it. Like yo. They're raising this shit by a third a year, bro. And they're doing it with no shame, man. Listen, it used to be cheap. It used to be expensive to go out and eat. It's more expensive to cook at home than it is to go out and eat now. I mean, but fast food, we'll say fast food. You're better off going to get a fucking 2-piece with a biscuit than go and get a pack of chicken and try to make a meal. They're doing something really weird, man. And
it might vary from like the region and the country, but I see what you're saying. Yeah, I mean, in some places it really is a lot more expensive. Like, there's places that are what they call food deserts, where you might only have you might not even really have grocery stores or anything even.
Yeah, where they got like a lot of delis, but there's no real supermarket, and so it's like, what, you could buy a pack of cookies, but that's not a fucking meal. It's not even nutritious.
Maybe you got some fast food joints, but you don't have like.
I got a question. Do y'all think that there's a cabal behind this shit?
Yes
like
and no. Go on. I'm sorry. Continue your question.
No, that was a question. That was a question.
Yeah, basically yes and no, because like I had a friend and he would argue like no, and his reasoning was like, this country, and I'm not going to give you my counter argument, but his argument was that this country's 200 years old and they've been at it for that whole time and they still don't run the world. So his logic is his opinion is that there is clearly not a cabal. And I said, basically, as that old saying goes, the best trick or the biggest trick the devil has ever pulled off is convincing the world that he doesn't exist. And that's sort of what I see. And like, it's not any one thing. It's not just one group. It's not one monolithic group. I think somebody's monolithic names get promoted because it's a way to kind of distract our attention. But we see these real estate companies, we see these corporations, we see how like you got this jerk off Bill Gates going on TV saying like how like, I don't need to worry about the carbon I spend on airplanes because I buy carbon credits to offset my entire family. It's like some bullshit where they plant trees and it doesn't really do what he's saying. And frankly, even if carbon changes the weather, I don't believe it's the end of the world. Like, if that's even a true narrative, which I don't think it entirely is. But
well, maybe the deal is, I could see maybe if they're cutting down these rainforests, like in the Amazon forest, and not replenishing the trees fast enough, maybe that could be a serious issue. But it's like these rich guys who are going around flying around the private jets that emit all this carbon. It's like I want to know. I think half of all carbon emissions, I believe this study found, was from people who are like millionaires, or I don't know. I don't have. I want to know. Don't trust my facts. You please just if I say anything, just do.
Yeah. I got you. Yeah. I know.
More than an expert.
You summarize. It's not try to be taken verbatim. You summarize it.
I think it's the ultra wealthy who are actually responsible for a lot of the carbon emissions. If that is indeed a problem, then it's something that maybe these guys who are complaining about it, maybe they should just not. Maybe they could fly on a fly. They can fly first class.
Or go to a Zoom meeting. Go to a Zoom meeting when they have their climate change conference. You know, like they want us to go to Zoom meetings. They want us to telework. Or if you're gonna have a conference about climate change in Europe, how about you guys just do it by Skype? Yeah. You know, if you're so worried about it.
I want to know why the fuck Bill Gates
bugs or whatever.
I want to know why Bill Gates, Microsoft dude, he made his fortune off of Microsoft. One is buying up all this fucking farmland, all this agriculture land. You can Google it. He's buying up all of this fucking Middle America land, all this farming land. He's buying it up. I don't know why why did he got his motherfucking other foot? He got one foot in agriculture and the other foot in big pharma.
And the thing is, those farms, are they doing anything? Have you ever heard of Bill Gates' farm, like making a bunch of bread or wheat? That's the thing. The land isn't even being put in production. What the fuck is that shit about?
That's what I'm saying. Why is he buying up all this goddamn farmland? Because they're saying he's buying up, don't put, like you said earlier, like 2 minutes ago, don't, take my word for it. But I want to say they're saying he's buying up, like this large percentage is owned by Bill Gates now.
No, there's something I want to deal with kind of delicately. Because this channel could get in trouble if I'm not extremely careful. But there was a certain pandemic, and when that was happening, a bunch of small businesses had to shut down, but Amazon was able to keep their warehouses open, and there were these bailouts of Wall Street. Meanwhile, I don't know the details, but I've heard that it was allegedly hard for people to get loans from the Small Business Administration or whoever is in charge. I'm not saying I'm an expert on this. This is all stuff that took place in Minecraft, but and now everything's a bunch of people weren't working, and now some places they can't get people to work anymore, and I think that all ties in with what.
Well, the scary part. The scary part about it.
With, and I'm not coming on it. And
no, it's not even. The scary part about it. It's not even 10-4 had talk, because they came out. They even gave it a name, the Great Reset, and you can hear them talk about it. The Great What are you resetting?
The new normal too.
You can go on the world. What is it called? The World Economic Forum. Is that what it's called?
Yes.
where they actually say, I mean, it's there for you to see. It's in broad daylight, where they actually say, yo, we're going to, what is it? You own nothing? How does it go?
You'll own nothing and be happy.
Yeah, and it's there. This ain't even tinfoil hat talk. It's there. They're against property. They don't want property right. They don't want property right. Hell, it's down to the video games, bro. Listen, and I'm a gamer. They don't want you to be able to own. They want to license it to you.
Well,
Xbox. The reason why Xbox One failed. If you remember, the Xbox One came out and it was like, yo, this shit is gonna be. In order to buy the Xbox One, and I had one, you're gonna have to be connected to the internet at all times.
Yeah, that's what
right.
they said.
Right, and it was a big, like, it came out at the same time the PlayStation 4, and people was like, man, everybody want that shit, fuck that, you know what I'm saying? I want to be able to buy a game, play the game. I don't want to be reliable on you or internet connection to play my shit. So they had to change it. They've been trying to creep this shit in the whole time, so that's why the digital gaming...
It's gone beyond, like, video games or computers. They're doing this with cars. In certain countries, if you got a BMW, they got these seat warmers.
Yes.
You have to subscribe.
Yep.
Not in America, but in some other countries.
I know some
you have to subscribe like a monthly fee just to like $15 or whatever, just to have your fucking seat warmers in the car that you already bought.
Already bought. Yep. I know exactly what you're talking about.
That feature.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
You think that shit ain't coming here? It's already coming here.
So that might be why BMW is not doing that in America yet, because they were.
Yeah, but it's coming here. It's already creeping here with the fucking Teslas and shit, right? Listen, you understand that with a Tesla, right? Not only can they track you everywhere you go, that it is what it is, but if they decide to lock you out your fucking car, they can lock you out your fucking car. Even though you done paid for it, you might have bought the bitch cash. It's yours. You own it.
Yeah, I don't know anything about that part, but
yes, they can. Yes,
I've heard you're supposed to take it to a specially authorized dealer, and in order to get it fixed. And I've heard there's not very many. Like if you're living in the middle, if you're living in some sort of, if you're not living in like some big city or whatever, you might not even be able to get the thing fixed legally.
Say you committed a crime. Say you didn't commit a crime. Say you get accused of committing a crime, right? Say you didn't do it. You're an innocent man, and you pulling the OJ on the run with your Bronco, right? Remember OJ on the run with the Bronco?
Yeah, the slowest chase of all time.
Yeah, this is hypothetically. Say you didn't commit the crime, but you've been accused of a crime, but you're driving a Tesla. No, you're not. Because the police department is going to contact Tesla and say, shut his shit down. Wah, wah.
Oh, I've heard about like a potential kill switch in cars.
They do it with your phones. They're creeping it in, and people are not paying attention to it. They're creeping it in. They do it with your phone. Bro, how many times? There's been times where I'm sitting here talking about, I'm just having a conversation with my homeboy in real life. Man, yo, I'm on the phone. Better yet, I'm on the phone or something. Man, I need to get me some new tires on my car, man. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, I gotta get me some new tires. All right, cool. You know what I'm saying? Whatever, man. Yo, I'll holler at you later, dog. Yep. Open up YouTube. Guess what the first advertisement is?
Yeah.
Michelin. There's a little ad for Michelin. Well, how the fuck the Michelin? Or I was just talking to my man about something, and then I go and Google search it, and before I can get 2 words out and finish the goddamn sentence for me.
Yeah.
It's listening to you.
Oh yeah.
They tell you that.
It's like in East Germany, they didn't know they were being spied on. In America, it's pretty well known that these phones monitor us, and yet we're the ones paying for it.
Snowden.
Knowingly.
Eric Snowden. Is his name Eric Snowden? I'm thinking about. I might be thinking about the guard for the.
There's 2 guys. There's Bill Binney and Eric Snowden, but Eric Snowden's the one that became really popular. So you're correct.
He came out right. Think about this shit. I remember when me and my boy used to sit around, smoke weed and shit. My homeboys used to put tape over their laptop camera, Man, they spying on you, man. This, man, everybody think about you. I'm like, man, everybody think about you, man. Yeah, whatever. Man, I don't care, man. They watching you, man. They watching everything you do, man. Whatever, dog. We sit around smoking weed, chilling, doing whatever. So Eric Snowden comes out and says, "Hey, guess what? Yep, they're watching everything you do. They're recording everything you do, and they charged the motherfucker with treason." This is during the Obama administration. They charged him
the people who
treason.
arguably are the people who are treasonous. Though the Constitution makes it really hard to prosecute. But what about sedition, or what they're committing espionage against the American people? That's I mean, that's our own government is committing espionage against us and these corporations. And then they sell that information. Well, I'm not saying the NSA does, but though they have these private, sometimes they subcontract out to some private companies, I think, to spy on us. But like, think of like all this stuff that here's all this talk about national security and China and whatnot. What if? Okay, let's somebody's using like Google or Facebook or whatever, and they should sell that information to some foreign country.
It goes back to the question to my man. I don't remember his name. He bounced, but it goes back to the question of, do you think it's a cabal? Look at what they did to Alex Jones. The crazy part about Alex Jones is this. Yeah, he said some wild shit. And I used to watch Alex Jones back in the day before everybody was, before he got, popular or whatever, and the Sandy Hook shit.
Yeah. I used to watch it. I had liberal friends or left-wing friends. They said to watch him back during the George W. Bush era.
Yeah,
I thought he was like a liberal or leftist or something back then.
He said some wild shit.
Left-wing friends were, not all of them, but a lot of them were like, check it out. He's talking about Bush and how bad, Bush is.
Bro,
go ahead.
He said some wild shit, but I would say 75% of the shit he was saying was true. When he snuck in Bohemian Grove, when he was talking that crazy shit like, yeah, these dudes are all getting around and they're worshiping this god called Moloch or whatever. Man, what are you talking about? Yeah, the Trilateral Commission and Bohemian Grove and what was the other one? The Bilderberg group or whatever. And, man, what are you talking about? That's crazy. That's that cabal. That's that bullshit. And then the motherfucker snuck in Bohemian Grove and filmed it.
Well, the Trilateral Commission's like, they've got. I think I'm trying to remember if there's that in the Council on Foreign Relations. I think they're related, but there's a bunch of these like I think like CEOs from like 3 different continents. I think that's what the Trilateral.
Did you see the Bohemian Grove video?
You could even get like I think they even have a list of their members on their website, and it's pretty spooky.
Yeah, what did they do? Jeffrey Epstein. Whatever, we're gonna leave that alone, but whatever. But did you ever see the Bohemian Grove video where he snuck in and filmed the shit?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I didn't agree with all the speculation about what was going on. Like, I don't think a real child was sacrificed or anything. But
yeah, I don't think that. But they was reenacting shit.
I think they're kind of like one of those. What do they call those bogues? Or it's related to the word boogeyman. There's an effigy that the cremation of care is what it is, what they call it there. But they have something like that in like the Swiss Alp tradition.
Eyes wide shut.
Where you like burn this thing each year.
We get into the woo-woo shit too, but the Eyes Wide Shut movie. So once again, I'm asking you, do you think it's a? I kind of sort of do. I kind of sort of do think that shadow government is real, whatever. But do you think it's a group of motherfuckers? The skulls or whatever. However, they keep talking about it. They kind of desensitize you to it. I'm not saying no, but they desensitize it through media and shit. but do you think that that kind of thing exists where there's certain families, you know what I'm saying? And these families, you know, the DuPonts, the Rockefellers, the Rothschilds, whatever, and all this stuff. And do you think that, because these people are, you get to a point where money is just whatever. It's more about power. You know, you got so much money where money, who gives a fuck? Money just don't. They got so much money where you can't even count the shit. You know what I'm saying? Whatever. So now it's about power. Do you think that there's a certain group of families that's dictating the course of this entire world?
Well, I think there's at least in America.
And are they devil worshippers?
But check this out. At least in America, we've got on the East Coast, we've got these like established boarding schools and these Ivy League colleges and stuff. And there are certain families that if they donate money, they went to the school and they donate money. And like maybe like George W. Bush might have only had like say a C average or whatever. Yet he got into was at Yale and became part of the Skull and Bones along with John Kerry was also in it. And those two guys were running against each other in the same fraternity and stuff. Yeah, I think there is like this money. There's this money elite there. Well, I mean, not just that, but it's old. I think it's called old money. You know, it's handed down from generation.
Yeah, but what do you think is their influence on?
They send their kids to the school that their dad and grandpa. And
right. I get that.
Yeah,
I get that.
I think that's how things work. Oh
So
yeah, I remember I can't say it on air, but Nixon had a hilarious quote about Bohemian Grove and basically
why can't we read it?
Huh?
Nixon merely said that
it
is the most bleepy gosh darn thing you could ever imagine. Yeah, I'm afraid to say it.
What was that? What was that?
So Nixon said that the Bohemian Grove is the most, you know how British people call cigarettes fags?
I got you.
Yeah, he called it that.
The most cigarette-y thing. What do you call it? The most cigarette-y
thing you could ever imagine.
Yeah.
Well, most cigarette-y goddamn thing you could ever imagine. That's exactly the quote.
Yeah.
That's Nixon.
It's
tricky dick. That's what tricky dick.
And that's and I do. Yeah, I think there's some sort of. I've heard. I'm pretty sure that there is some alternative stuff going on there that which is kind of ironic considering how many conservatives attend that.
Look at Epstein, bro.
They're part of the log cabin Republicans, you know, or whatever. I don't know.
Why hasn't the Epstein old girl went to court? What's her name? Maxwell?
Yeah. Fucking Ghislaine. Yeah.
Yeah, I remember.
And they kind of brushed it. This should have been This should have been the breaking news story of the decade, and they kind of hushed it away. You know what I'm saying?
Kind of like Epstein himself, who hung himself with toilet paper.
Yeah,
I don't know how that holds, but
and the cameras went off.
Just happened to be turned off or something.
Yeah, of course.
Maybe I got the facts incorrect. Remember, I'm just.
And we're talking about child sex trafficking. How is there not a list of the motherfuckers that was there? It got to be something to it, bro. It got to be something to it, man.
Now, yeah, I mean, look, I'm sure the judge probably realized it would. I'm not saying it's not right, but the judge probably realized there'd be some wide sweeping repercussions, or the judge didn't want some like army of lawyers coming down on him, maybe, or maybe the judge is one of them. I don't know, but you know, there's two sets of laws, right? The laws for you and me, and the laws for them.
Yeah. I always say, you know, they say justice is blind. You know, old girl holding the scale. I was like, nah, that bitch peeking. One side of that goddamn blindfold is lifted up, bro. She peeking her ass out.
Yeah.
She peeking. Justice ain't blind. You miss me with that shit. I go to
Thank
court and I
you.
get Nathan. I get Nathan. Money talk bullshit run the marathon, bro. Remember the white dude? I don't care that he's white. I really don't care that he's white.
But you have to be
Whatever.
white. It's a description. I know
Yeah.
where you're coming from.
Yeah, I'm not. I ain't gonna say it like that. But the guy that he did some wild shit, and I think he was drunk driving and killed a bunch of people, and they like say it was influenza, not influenza like the flu, but like he was suffering from. He was suffering basically what it was saying was he's too rich to understand reality. What?
Yeah. The lawyers, when you have money for lawyers, you can get them to argue some pretty bizarre cases on your behalf. You know, the public attorney would never go that far on your behalf, right? But they go pretty far when you pay them. They'll give the judge a precedent. They'll be like, "Oh, there's a past case where the court did it for this other guy. Therefore, you know, like they got all the time when you put them on a retainer. They got all the time in the world to research some past case where some absurd ruling was made. You know, so yeah, I could imagine.
I don't know if you're old enough to remember the OJ trial. Are you old enough to remember that?
Yeah.
Okay, I remember the OJ trial, right? People's like. Black people celebrated OJ, and a lot of white people was mad. Like, we knew he did it. And it was a thing. We was like, well, finally, somebody got away with some shit. And the reason why they got away, because OJ was guilty to the motherfucker. You ain't telling me shit. But the stupid part was they tried to frame a guilty man. That's the only. I give Johnny Cochran his props on that. They tried to frame a guilty man.
I remember there was. Was it Vince Foster? Or was it just found that like did Vince Foster try to frame him, or was it?
No, it wasn't him. It was it was the dude. What was his name, man? What was his name, bro? It was the damn detective, man. I can't think of his name. As soon as you say his name, it's gonna be like that's him.
It's been a long time.
It's been a long time. What the fuck was his name, man? Furman? Furman? Was it Furman?
That sounds familiar.
Something Furman?
I think that Mark Furman.
Mark Furman. That's him. That's him. Yeah, man, they had him on tape about nigga. Whatever, all that shit. Yeah. OJ definitely did the shit. I'm gonna tell you how I know OJ did it. I'm watching the trial, my mom and dad. I'm gonna tell you how I know he did it. When they said that he admitted to that he watched that young man screw his wife in his house. He said he watched through the blinds and he watched them do it. That's all he killed them. That's crazy. And I can understand, like, listen, I went through a divorce. I went through a divorce later, so I was young then, but bro, if you got this woman, she decides she don't want to be with you no more, you got to give up the house. You got some young boy in the crib piping your wife down, riding around in your car, doing all this, and you OJ Simpson, and you going to sit there and watch them screw? Oh, yeah, he killed her. You going to watch that shit? He killed her. And he didn't look. Here's the crazy part, to be honest with you. He didn't even just kill her. He didn't even just kill her. He damn near cut her fucking head off, bro. It was brutal. For real, for real. It was brutal. And then the motherfucker had the balls to write a book to say, if I did do it.
He did. It's funny.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. Is he actually wrote a book about it?
If I did it.
Then he got mad because then they end up taking him. But didn't he go to jail for some dumb shit? Because they was like, because he beat it. He beat it.
Trying to steal his shit back from somebody.
Yeah, his Heisman. His Heisman or some dumb shit. Something like that. His Heisman or stuff.
Some stuff back that was, at some point in time, it was his stuff, and then he was trying to steal it back or something. I don't know if the people really stole it from him or what exactly happened. I think it had previously been his stuff.
Yeah, man. I just
kind of like that was a comic creator Shane Davis. He ended up selling his vehicle to a FedEx, a guy who works for FedEx, and then he tried to get his art back, and the FedEx guy beat his ass. I like Shane Days.
I've never heard about this. I've never heard about this. What are you talking about?
He's got the Starlight's canceled, but he's part of Comicsgate. But
Hold on. I never heard about. Please tell me the story.
the guy is an individual, but that's like kind of a.
Please tell me the story, Lorenzo.
If that happened to me, I would never tell that story.
So please tell me the story.
Tell that story if that happened to me, because
So please tell me the story. I never heard it. What happened?
Well, I tell you all I know about it is that Shane Davis sold his vehicle. I think it was like he sold it as is, and then he realized that he had left some artwork of his that he had drawn in the car, and he tried to get it back from the UPS guy, not UPS, but it was just the guy who just happened to work for FedEx, but bought the vehicle. It wasn't like a FedEx vehicle, but so the FedEx guy beat his ass because he tried to get his art back from the guy.
Why he beat his ass? Would he swell up on him or something? I mean, like
he was trying to steal it back, or what the deal was. But
okay. Shane told the story.
I wish I knew more about the story.
No, listen, it's different. If Shane told the story, it's cool. Listen, there's a difference. If Shane told the story, it's cool because he can look back on it and laugh at it. I get that. It's dumb shit. If somebody dug that up, they're a piece of shit. Which one? Did Shane tell the story?
Yeah, he told the story.
Ah, that's cool. Yeah, that's cool. It's some dumb shit. I ain't mad at him. He did some dumb shit. Bro, I'm gonna tell you. Look, let me tell you a story real quick. Oh man, there was this little girl. I had to be about, once again, 15, 16, right? And my neighbor across the street, his wife's sister came and stayed with him for the summer. Pretty girl, bro, like gorgeous, right? So I mean, I had like a mad crush. I had to be a little younger than 15, 16. I don't know, somewhere around that age, 15, 16. I can't even think of her name now. She was a pretty little thing, right? I'm watching her out the blinds and shit, whatever, whatever. So we had an above ground pool, and I can't think of her name, man. Anyway, she came and got in the pool with me or whatever, man. I want her, you know what I'm saying? But she was like kind of out of my league or whatever. So we in the pool, man, chilling or whatever. And I think she kissed me. She gave me a kiss in the pool. So I'm on some, bro, that's my girl, whatever. My homeboy Terrell, yeah, I had him about 15, 16 because Terrell had a car there. So Terrell pull up, and he got in the car or whatever. So she fall for Terrell. And I'm mad. I feel like he took my bitch, even though she won't mind, we just kissed once in the pool. Pretty little thing. So I felt like Terrell took my bitch, you know what I'm saying? Yeah. So the same neighborhood I was telling you at the projects that I ended up getting shot at or whatever. But anyway, so we out there. So I'm talking shit to Terrell, like, man, you know what I'm saying? Whatever. I'm starting a beef with him when there ain't no beef because I'm mad because he quote unquote took my bitch or whatever. So Terrell comes out there to where I'm at. I'm like, yeah, I want it, so whatever. He come out there, I lick him. By lick him, I mean not lick him, but I got him. We fighting. I got him. Yeah. I got him, right? So he hops in his car. So he leave. I wasn't to fight. My boys around me, your boys do. My boys were, man, you gonna let him slide like that? You let him, man, fuck that motherfucker, man. My man, Skinny Mike had a red Pontiac. I can see the car. I can't think of what it was called. Sunbird? I think it was a Sunbird. He had a red Pontiac Sunbird or something. So Terrell go home, man, fuck that, man. I ain't done with you yet. Mate. So Skinny Mike go get his car. We follow him to the crib. I hop out the car. Nigga, you thought I was done with you? I ain't done with you yet. We start squabbling again. Bro, this motherfucker DDT'd me on the concrete in the middle of the street. All I see was a blue flash.
Yo, wow.
Ball game. The boys had to drag me in the car, take me home. Take me home. I got a knot on my head the size of a unicorn. My mom's just telling me, whatever you do, don't go to sleep. Don't go to sleep. You know what I'm saying? If you go to sleep,
Oh,
whatever,
yeah,
don't.
you want to see him start.
Yeah, some concussion type shit, right? I'm like, Mom, I'm just
Yeah.
tired, man. I'm just tired, man. I just want to go to sleep. She's like, don't go to sleep. Whatever you do, don't go to sleep. Bro, I had a job. I used to work at Wendy's. I had this big gauze patch over my forehead. I had this big knot on my unicorn, this knot on my head. Bro, all I see was a blue. I won the fight. Let the boys at me up. Went around there, man. We locked up. And he DDT'd me in the street, bro. And that was a wrap. My head hit the concrete. All I see was a blue flash, and that was the ball game, man. And
Wow.
how the fuck did I even? How did I even get to this conversation? We talking about a girl? You talking about Shane Davis?
I don't know why I mentioned Shane.
No, yeah, you talking about Shane Davis? Some dumb shit, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Get his ass whooped. Hey, I done got my ass whooped a few. I lost more fights than I won. You know what I'm saying? I'll be honest about that. I won't never scared to fight, but I lost more fights than I won. But yeah, that was one of the worst though, because I beat him. But we fight. He lost. He go get his car, go home. The boys at me up. Man, you gonna let him? I hopped out. We followed him. I'm a skinny Mike. Man, get the car, dog. Whatever. Fuck, I ain't done with him yet. When we pulled up to his crib, I hopped out, chest big as hell. I'm just poked out. Nigga, I ain't done with you yet. You think I'm finished with you? Wah. Yeah.
Wait, was this after you already were like knocked out or saw blue or whatever?
No. I won the first fight. I won the fight.
Oh, okay.
He went home. The boys I was with, because you know what I'm saying, they act you up. So I tell my man go get his car. We follow him back to his house. I hop out the car, like, I'm not done with you yet. You think I'm done with you yet?
Oh, wow.
So we square up again, and I end up getting DDT'd in the street.
What's the security you're using? DBT?
DDT wrestling, DDT. Like he had me in the headlock by his ribs. I'm bent over. He got me in the headlock by his ribs, and he fell backwards. So my head went straight to the concrete. DDT. You know what I'm talking about? All right. So imagine you got me in the headlock, but my head is like at your ribs, right? So you got me in the headlock, and you fall backwards. So you go backwards. So my head just hit the concrete.
Oh, I see. Yeah.
So yeah, it used to be called DDT in wrestling.
To watch wrestling.
Yeah, it used to be called DDT.
I never knew all the there's a lot of technical terms I never really knew.
Yeah, I ain't watched wrestling since I was a kid.
Yeah, growing up, I'd watch it
for a while. All behind the girl that didn't want me anyway, man. She was so pretty though, and she gave me that kiss, boy. She was so Jay. That was her name, Jay. Beautiful, little light skin, red bone thing, dog. Yeah, man. I was infatuated with her, and I felt like he took my bitch. I mean, Terrell been cool. We've been cool forever before then. But he had the car and I didn't. You know what I'm saying? He had the car, he had the whip and I didn't. And yeah. Man, I'm cool to this day, man. You know what I'm saying? You know, fighting and shit. We all everybody fought, man. That's what we did, yo. But you know, I caught a bad one that day. That night. Listen to the boys. Should left well enough alone.
I don't hear any audio right now. Is anybody speaking?
Yeah, I'm here.
I went to look. I couldn't see in here, so I went to YouTube, and we've been streaming for 4 hours. You should call this
yeah. I you know, I just want to like I don't know, man. Like I don't know, man. I'm on one hand, I feel like before my mother passed, you know, because she hated Trump, and I remember when when you watch CNN during the election, they're tallying up the votes or whatever. And I used to tell her, I was like, man, Trump got a chance of winning. You know what I'm saying? Like, he really got a chance of winning. Nobody thought he was going to win. And when they came down to Portsmouth, Virginia, where we at, I was like, yo, if they relied on our votes, you late, yo, he's going to win. And I woke up and he won, and she was really upset. She didn't like Trump at all. And when I'm gonna tell you what I did, man. It's some real shit. She had passed right before the next election with Biden, and I'm a Trump supporter, but I did. I'm not, I didn't vote for. I voted. Did I vote for Trump the first time? Because it was him and Hillary. Yeah, I had to. Yeah, I voted for him because it was him and Hillary. I know damn sure I ain't voted for Hillary. I'm not sure. I don't remember, but I do remember with him and Biden. She had passed right before the election, and I voted. This y'all gonna hate me for this one, but I voted for Biden. I cast her vote. You know what I'm saying? I know that sounds ridiculous, but she hated Trump, man, and we used to argue back and forth about it and stuff. And I had bought her like a little.
I'm not too fond of politicians in general, so.
So when I went and voted, I voted for Biden because I cast her vote.
Yeah, it passed.
Yeah.
Sounded like she had just passed away.
Yeah, she had just passed away, and I went
honoring your mother by.
Yeah, and I went down there and voted for Biden. Even though I wanted to vote for Trump, I voted for Biden. Like I said, I'm gonna go ahead and cast a vote for her, man. Even though we disagree on it, I'm gonna go ahead and cast a vote for her. I did. I admit that. So.
Well, the thing is, as far as I'm concerned, that during the pandemic, he signed that legislation that bailed out Wall Street, where all these small businesses were shutting down. So
see, I'm not too sure.
I don't know what goes on behind the scenes or whatever, but
I don't think he was in on it though, because I remember he tried to cut traveling from China. It was like, and everybody got mad. They called him xenophobic. He was like, yo, when it first broke out, what I'm saying? Because I was following it early before it reached here. And I remember he was like, oh, we need to cut off travel. He was like, well, you're being racist and xenophobic because Trump is racist and xenophobic. And
yeah, I think all sorts of other countries were cut off.
I don't think he was
supposed to keep China open or whatever. I don't know. It's kind of.
And people, looking back, hindsight's a motherfucker. So people look back now, like, now that COVID is not, it's pretty much, I ain't gonna say it's irrelevant, but it's pretty much, not gonna say it's gone, but whatever.
There's people I know who.
I caught it.
A comic book scene online who passed away.
Yeah. And it was real. It was real. A lot of people try to, looking back, like, man, now that it's not as serious, they'd be like, man, it wasn't that serious. Like, bro, that's not for real, yo. It was real. My next door neighbor mother died.
You have to be very careful how we talk about this because.
Yeah. So okay. Yeah. I'm gonna just say that I don't think Trump was in on it. I don't think he was in on it. I think that he was doing the best he could do. Motherfuckers was winging that shit, bro.
I wish he had pushed more for people were just a lot of people weren't able to work at all, and yet the federal government was bailing out these large companies in banks and stuff. I
had
with called the CARES Act, and they gave I think a tiny stimulus check there.
I was able to work because I'm a longshoreman, so
yeah,
if we don't work, nobody gets nothing because everything comes off of ships. You know what I'm saying? So I got.
Glad to hear
They
that.
gave us look, check this out. They gave us a letter from the governor that we had to keep in a glove box. I never forget this shit. They said we was able to travel because the lockdown was serious. People don't remember that shit. Lockdown was serious. You know what I'm saying? And
Yeah, it's different from state to state. How in Michigan we had this weird thing. We could go to the stores, but there were certain stores where if it was like a big box store or like a supermarket, we couldn't buy things. We couldn't buy like seeds, like the plants, like some cucumbers or whatever. I don't know, but and we had because that was considered an unnecessary item.
Right.
And the home repair aisles would be shut down. But then if we went to like say an Ace Hardware, like a True Value or whatever, these hardware, like a specific hardware store, we could do that. But then there were other weird things like the marijuana shops were open. But not the head shops that actually sold the
liquor store.
So you could get the weed, but you couldn't if they didn't sell because it's legal here. But if they didn't sell the pipes or whatever, or rolling papers or whatever, then like actually, didn't have the utensils to smoke it with.
Listen, you knew something was going on.
Really weird how things happened.
Listen.
Comic book shop shut down. It was deemed a
Listen, the liquor store. Listen,
no longer downtown.
The liquor store.
It's really hard to find now. Do you guys know Stu, the toy raid?
You muffled, B.
He went to visit me, and we went to try to find the comic book shop, and it took us a long time to find it. Now it's like it's not in
bro.
The middle.
I'm gonna tell you the wildest shit. I'm gonna tell you the wildest shit. Look, the liquor stores was open, the ABC stores was open, and the strip clubs was open, but you couldn't go to church. This is real talk. So they started so around the way they started holding church outside. They would hold church outside. The liquor stores was open, and the strip clubs was open, but you couldn't go to church. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. And I remember, I used to like I said, I had a letter from the governor, which means I could drive because different ports. There's a port, all around or whatever. So I would be on the road like on a Tuesday, and there's like no cars on the road. You know what I'm saying? Only thing was on the road with 18-wheelers. It was, a few cars, 18-wheelers, but there was like really no cars on the road or whatever. And I remember like I used to tell people, because I used to stock up on food. I was stocking up on food before. I used to watch Tim Pool, and Tim Pool was like warning us, like, yo, this shit is coming. Shout out to Tim Pool. Tim Pool was like, yo, this shit is coming or whatever. So, during the pandemic, I was like, listen, because it was only teenagers like Food Lion or Farm Fresh or whatever, Kroger, whatever, Walmarts or whatever. They was open, but the smaller shops weren't open or whatever. And there was a lot of teenagers in there working. I used to always tell, I was like, yo, man, I appreciate it. Because I thought, listen, I'm not even going to front. I wasn't on something like this shit is bogus. I thought it was for real. It was for real. I'm not even going to say it won't for real. It was for real. And I would be like, if you remember the lockdowns, it was pretty cool because there was a lot of streaming going on. You could hop on streams and everybody was streaming because everybody was sitting at home. And
I remember telling people YouTubers became really popular.
I was telling people, I was like, I was going finish what I'm saying. I was telling people, I was like, look, man, we need to salute these teenagers, man, that's in there working in them stores, bro. You know what I'm saying? I used to tell them all the time when I go through the line and stuff, like, man, I appreciate y'all, man. For real, you out here doing what you got to do. And if it weren't for them teenagers, man, working, man, and them, teenagers working in the grocery stores, man, it would have been hard, man. I remember going, you go and look for food and there won't no meats and shit, man. It was a wild. We gonna look back on that. Somebody's gonna do a documentary on it eventually, and it's gonna be
still hard
alarming.
To find, like a lot of the quality of stuff doesn't. Our plans don't seem as pretty quality. Is not very consistent compared to how they used to be before the pandemic.
I understood.
Workers that's in places.
I understood.
It doesn't seem right, and things cost more.
I understood the ABC store. I understood the alcohol store being open to a certain extent. Like, yo, if you gonna lock these motherfuckers up in their crib, you better at least let them be able to drink something. I understood that, but the strip clubs, I did not get. I did not get that.
Well,
For real.
Down the churches, but you can go to the strip club.
And they shut down the churches. You can go and buy alcohol, and you can go to the strip club, but the churches was closed. That was weird to me.
Well, like, alcohol, yeah, it's like, okay, people could have withdrawal symptoms if they're real alcoholics. But yeah, I agree. Like, if you're going to let people go to strip clubs, they should definitely go to churches, because at least in a church, people are sitting down. In a strip club, people are getting fucking lap dances potentially. They're cramming together,
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, there was something up about that. And of course, they would try to mischaracterize the religious people as the assholes. They'd be like, oh, these religious nutcases. But it's like, just, chill out. Like, yeah, two people with different sides, three different sides think they're all, the opposing side are assholes. But, nobody's hurting anybody, especially with the outdoor church masses. They would still give people a hard time. They'd say, oh, this outdoor event was a super spreader event. And it's like, geez, man, like, you had fucking riots.
You're absolutely right. I remember that. And they were doing riots. They were doing goddamn it summer up, y'all. You're absolutely right.
Too. But they could have but if it was like a BLM or an Antifa protest.
Yep.
It was a lot, and it's like, well, why not allow both? Or they did allow the Trump. I guess he did allow the Trump thing, but it's like, why is one being stigmatized and not the other?
And the one thing that stigmatizes church, and the other thing that ain't stigmatized is strip clubs and motherfuckers in the street rioting and shit. It's really weird, yo. It was really, really weird, bro.
Carlos says, hit the like, thumbs up, hope you were nice, laughing. Yeah, it was fun.
I think when somebody look back on it and somebody's going to do a documentary on it. It's going to be a lot of questions, bro. It's going to be a lot of questions.
It's going to be slanted somehow. It's probably not going to be very even.
It's going to be a lot of fucking questions because something was going on, bro. Something was right about that.
Yeah, there were kind of things.
I hope so.
Too much detail on it.
You muffled, man. You muffled like for real. It's hard to hear you, dog.
No, he moved in with the Little Mermaid. Didn't you hear?
Under the sea.
Are you guys hearing her? Can hear me? Yeah,
I can hear you, but you're like mad muffled.
Yeah. I mean, we'll listen intently. It's like that time that it happened to you, but it would be random. You'd come and go. You'd be perfectly clear. Then for like a minute, you'd go into like, ruh, 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 and then you come back. So, we'll just listen intently,
Hey, Wilton and Troll. You a troll, man?
Yo, so what happened was I was impersonating my friend. He does a puppet show, right? And he's got a character named Wilton the Troll. I kid you not. And I could like just show you what he looks like so you can see. In fact, he did a video about climate change, but it was actually about how it was cold outside. And he's like, I got a solution. Keep your car on and then, it'll make everything warmer. See, that's Wilton the Troll right there. And he talks with like a funny lisp. I'll put a link in the chat. But he appears in my friend's show on a weekly basis on Wednesdays. And so what he usually does is on Wednesdays, he'll like do the first half of the show as the green guy that you see in the corner. And then he'll do the second half. Yeah, I'll drop a link. And I was on like as Mrs. Flu. So one week I was Mrs. Flu. Then on a subsequent week, I was like pretending to be Wilton, which I didn't do a good job on that episode. So there we go. Okay, this is me. So
now see, that's content. That's content. You know what I'm saying? Okay. Can you play it? Is it okay if you play it right now?
Yeah, sure thing. Yeah, let me just make sure my audio is properly adjusted here because otherwise
I like that. That's talent. That's talent, dog. Puppeteering and stuff. That's talent, B.
Let me just make a quick tweak to this because
look, I grew up on Fraggle Rock, you know what I'm saying, and the Muppets and the Dark Crystal and all that. That's talent. Now that's content. I'm with that.
All right, give me 2 seconds. I almost got it.
I was asking about watching something on YouTube, man. This is something I can watch, man. I like this. Well, I haven't seen it yet, but I like the premise of it.
Is this any better?
That is a little better. I think so. All right, there we
Restarted
go.
on my phone.
Of course, yeah.
There's
Set is
cache
default
in my
device.
browser.
Then I gotta go here.
So
and
y'all
sure
make
the StreamYard audio is good.
y'all make the puppets yourself?
Sound check. Ah, shoot! I killed my audio. I think.
I can hear you.
Well, I'll play it. I can't hear you, but I'm gonna play the video for you. In fact, I'll play the one with Wilton the Troll.
Can you make it big?
That's what she said.
I gotta fix my. I'm gonna fix my audio while I play this.
We're not gonna get to this.
Oh wait, wrong one. Wait, is that the right one? That's the right one.
Good evening, everyone. The president has asked me to come and speak to all of you today to get ahead of some really inconvenient things. Yeah, anyway. First, we'd like to say we know it's been 2 years since news broke about Bunter Hayden being a nefarious criminal. But we want to assure you that we're very pleased with your compliance in not addressing it for this long. I know what it means for you to probably have thought about some really good questions over the last 2 years, because, all the evidence has been available for that long, so it's not like anyone's being willfully blind or anything.
Wow.
Especially not us. No. We were just completely unaware of what the Justice Department was doing, and so we're fully prepared to, not talk about it. We've been informed by the president that he has no idea about his son's business dealings. We also don't know where he is. In fact, I think he wandered off 3 hours ago, and the Secret Service is trying to locate that, huh? You don't want me to say that? Oh, sorry. Alright, we're wanting to make sure to address this because we know that you guys have some questions. The president wants me to assure you FTX exploding has absolutely nothing to do with why the news is allowed to talk about this being finally addressed. In fact, we don't know what FTX is doing. I think it's just for Fat Tacos Extreme, because who doesn't like tacos? Am I right, Latinx folks? Although, we're disgusted that Elon Musk has proven to be a danger to democracy by being a democratic and hosting polls. Yeah, this is evil and it must be stopped for the good of the fatherland. I'm now able to take some questions. Son of a Biden.
Dope.
So is that going to be trouble? No, I'm actually.
I gotta fix my audio. I'm gonna come back in 2 seconds.
Hey, did y'all make those puppets? Oh, he bounced. That was nice, man. That was dope. Actually, it was really, really insightful.
He's not here. He's fixing his audio.
Yeah, I know. I was talking to you like that was mad insightful, like, cause he was saying some real shit, like, the shit is right in front of your face, and you pose to pretend not to see.
Yeah, I was playing this about a half hour ago.
Yeah.
Be back soon. And I dropped the link. Yeah,
I wonder if he made those.
And Tahoe's Retro Gaming. You put on. Hit the thumbs up and hope your name is rocking. Thanks, Tahoe's.
I wonder if he made those, or his friend, or whoever. I wonder if he made those puppets by hand, man. It was a nice looking.
Was this a friend of his who made it?
Yeah, it's a nice looking puppet, man. I respect talent.
I was wondering. I was just hoping it wasn't copyrighted. Because it's
you really worried about you really live in. Don't take this the wrong way,
It's
but you really
okay.
live in. I'm sorry.
No, it's
Right.
okay. It's not copywritten. It's my friend's stuff. He gives me permission to share it
I
out.
appreciate that. Yeah, it was kind of.
So you really live in fear of getting yoked, man. Like, you know, you.
Well, after a 4-hour fucking stream, and all of a sudden, like something at the end gets me struck, that would suck.
Yeah, fine.
Or
You
not
know, I
struck.
don't have a. I don't know, so I don't have a channel, so I can't really speak to that. You're right.
Yeah,
I tell
recommend
you,
that you start hosting your own streams.
yeah,
You might find it interesting.
yeah.
It may be
Well,
rewarding, but it can also.
it's about 1:30 in the morning over here, man. So I'm gonna let
Yeah,
y'all.
that's the time it is here. I need to end the stream soon. But
Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and slide, man. It's been real, man. Zoe, thanks for having me, man. Thanks for letting me, you know.
Thanks for joining on the panel.
Yeah, I had a great time talking to you, TJ, and I appreciate hearing your insights.
Same to you, brother. Same to you. And look, I'm gonna go back and hit that link, man, because I really like what I saw, man. And, much success, man. Keep it up, yo. You know what I mean? And I like your insights, man. It was cool talking to you, bro. Hope to talk to you again. Y'all be easy.
You too.
Yep.
Thanks for going on the stream.
That was cool.
And, your IG, where can we find you?
You can find me under a rock. No, I'm kidding. I put a link to my friend's channel, and there's actually an episode I was on where I impersonated Mrs. Flu, which is like the one that, like, remember in fact, like, I just never changed my StreamYard name, which is why I show up there.
I remember that.
So the episode where I played Mrs. Flu is, me impersonating Mrs. Flu, and I'll put a link there. But yeah, like he does the show every Wednesday, and I'll drop you a link to my channel because I may just fire up a stream in a moment. I'm gonna double check, make sure nobody else is streaming right now, but I'm gonna fire up a stream on my channel, and I guess I should just drop a link. You know what? Let me see if I can start a stream right now, just because that would make it easier, right? And I'll just put a link to my channel there. So I'll do that real quick right now, and we'll call this one astronomy and pod racing, or some bullshit like that.
Well, and I think YouTube likes it when people drop links to other, like, so I don't know, maybe now they hate it because YouTube's got a crazy algorithm, but
yo, I know what you're saying.
They liked it when people would recommend other channels, like send people over to another channel that was streaming.
Yeah, I know what you mean. Well, I got the link there. I'm just gonna. Oh wait, I gotta click another button. I forgot. I always mix up on this part.
It used to mutually benefit both channels. I don't know if that's true anymore. It could do the opposite.
I don't see why it wouldn't hurt, because if I'm on your stream right now, Lorenzo, and for anybody watching my stream right now, because my stream just started, I'm currently just wrapping up on Lorenzo's Sleestakians channel. I'll drop a link in the chat for anybody interested. And getting back to you, Lorenzo, yeah, I think it helps with the engagement metrics for people to be sharing one another's channels, but I'm just kind of guessing here, But I'm gonna pop that link.
I think people have to be very careful because of.
There we go.
Just how they phrase things, because they don't want it like a tit for tat kind of arrangement where, well, if you subscribe to me, I'll, like that.
The sub for sub
thing,
crap.
even though they shouldn't care about things like that. I don't. But yet YouTube does, and so people have to be kind of careful how they say things.
That's a good point.
Even like saying that they don't like the word subscribe if somebody types that in, and I've heard that even saying things like "I'm sending my support," well, the YouTube algorithm figured that out. That means subscribe, so. They don't like that in text. I haven't heard it as far as people saying it on air. I've heard that, though, if somebody types something about subscribe to my channel, that YouTube can penalize. that personally, so, or is it penalized?
Basically, yeah. I mean, I know what you're saying, though. They essentially like penalize certain things, and I mean, the rules change so often. Sometimes it's just best to not, like even follow the rules. I mean, yeah, there's certain rules you got to follow, but you know what I mean. Like, it's pointless to please the algorithm or please the organization because they're always doing they're always changing it up, and so somebody's got to do your own thing, and then the only time that it matters is like if you're monetized and you're trying to protect that monetization, and that's like where I took exception with the likes of Tim Pool because it's like when the when the whole thing that time in 2020 was going on. I remember he had a pretty hardlining stance against certain, rules and certain things. But then when his channel, when he was more concerned about protecting his channel, he suddenly flips the script and he's quoting the, the mainstream propaganda, as if he's being objective. And I didn't appreciate that. That was when I basically unsubscribed, stopped funding Tim Pool.
I get what I know. So he had originally, when I first started him watching one of his channels, he was covering protests, and you could watch him live at a protest without any jump cuts. It wasn't edited; it was just him live. Now, I could be putting a slant on what is giving his interpretation on what he's seeing, but it was different than when he started giving political commentary on some articles he read. And it's kind of funny because he'd say he was neutral, but he would really passionately argue for one point of view, and then he'd go and say something like, but I'm probably wrong. And then he'd go and again and argue for that same point of view, and it's but then he would just kind of slightly walk it back. That way, if he ends up being wrong, he could say, no, I actually argued for the opposite thing.
Yeah, pretty much. And that's the thing. He would be like this, as people bitch and they would say he was like a fence sitter or perpetual fence sitter or something like that. And it's because they wanted him to take a stance. And I don't mind people being diplomatic, but he sort of was doing it in such a way, I think, that rubbed people the wrong way for one reason or another.
I think he was taking a stance because I think he'd be very passionate about his stance, but then he would just throw in kind of as an afterthought, oh, but I'm probably wrong. Or, but because and then people would comment on it. And so,
he was covering for himself or something like that.
There was this liberal YouTuber, and I wouldn't necessarily or ordinarily recommend the guy Creationist Cat. I don't really like his stuff, but I do think he did a good video with the Tim Pool stuff about how he would just, even though the guy was definitely biased to begin with, but I thought it was interesting that he would this video he had done where it was a bunch of different times where Tim Pool would really argue. He would argue for a certain point of view, and people would have a pretty good idea what he actually believed, but then just slightly walk back his statement just enough so he could, if he turned out to be wrong, he could say he argued against the thing he was arguing for. Does that make sense?
Yeah, no, I mean, that's basically what he was going for. It's he was sort of I think people got pissed because it was is he listening to the wind and trying to adapt to what his, subscriber base so to speak?
Yeah, you would
Yep.
And so the subscribers would walk away thinking that he had advocated for a point, but if it turned out he was wrong, he had point to that part in the video where he kind of walked things back, even if it was only half-hearted.
Yes.
it does feel like pandering. Like,
I agree. That's pretty much, I think, the angle, and I can empathize with people's position on that. You know.
and it's sad because if he really was, like, say, if he really was taking that kind of a medium road approach, or if he was approaching things from the left, criticizing the left from a genuine left-wing point of view, that would be good. Either one of those would be good. But it seemed like he was just, advocating for whatever was popular, and then just putting in some stuff that just doing some damage control by pretending to be more wishy-washy than he actually was. I mean, I guess in a way he was wishy-washy, and that he would be making whatever statement that he thought his audience would want to hear.
Yeah, it's pretty much how I see it. I think that it was wishy-washiness a lot too. That's a reasonable angle to look at it from.
And just it felt like he was. I didn't like the part where I didn't like how he kind of. Once I realized he was starting to walk things, that he would walk things back, just in case he was wrong.
Pretty much.
But still, like I think you could get a basic feeling of what he was stating. Like, he would only pretend to be new. I think he only pretended to be a fence sitter.
That's interesting. Maybe that's true. You know, I don't know. I just got tired of like trying to figure it out. So I said, you know what? Like, I'll just do my own thing, sort of type shit. You know. And Adam Krigler, what's interesting is like he's true to himself, but like I got bored of his show, but I never stopped subscribing because at least he was true to himself and true to like what he said. You know, his statements seem to be congruent with like his his stated positions. And the other day I got a shout out. I got to make a clip out of it because I got a shout out when I left the members chat, and he was like, "Holy shit, 38 months!" You know, so I'm like, I feel like that's something that I should definitely like make a clip out of. You know.
Wait, so
Adam Krigler, Tim's old co-host, the guy with the long hair.
Yeah.
Yeah, so he has his own show called The Krigler Show. Because when he left Tim Pool, he like started that, and so,
there's a lot of key people left.
Yeah, that too. There were other people after him, but he was like originally Tim's basically like sort of like a best friend, you know, like so. It was like, I guess, kind of like a weird situation that they stopped talking.
Yeah, I think that sort of thing happened a lot. I think that.
Yeah, it's true though. It's like and even Lydia is gone. The lady who was like the lady in his show, and of course that Molly lady, she long since stopped talking to Tim. They
had a falling out over I think it had to do with the stuff in DC, and she claimed that she had some film footage of some of Tim's friends doing some stuff at the, in the Capitol stuff.
Oh wow! Yeah, I didn't know that.
And then she had to like try to get. She had her cat at his place.
Yes, I remember that one. Oh, that was weird. Kicking the dog or some crazy shit.
Huh?
I think she like allegedly said he kicked her dog or some crazy shit like that.
Well, it was just that I think she wanted to get her. All I had heard is she wanted to get her cat back, but she claimed she was afraid of him because he lived in the middle of nowhere and like in the middle of the woods or something, in a compound and with guns. I don't know. The whole thing had kind of like a soap opera.
But yeah, I that's another thing like where I just and like I mean the thing with Tim's brother, if you remember Tim's brother, like whatever the fuck his name was, that shit was weird because they had like a whole thing where his brother tried to sue him for a boatload of money, and then there's like videos where on his Cast Castle channel they're all buddy buddy after that. So it's like, well, was this made up just like to get like
That
clout?
was
I mean, to
another
make
weird thing.
drama.
Because yeah, his brother had supposedly started the whole Substack, or maybe it wasn't not Substack. What was the name of the channel?
The fucking I know you're talking about Reactor
It
or
was
no,
like,
no, is that
yeah,
other
Reactor had supposedly started
the
this.
news name? Is I know you're talking about the fucking like hot box. No, I know what you're talking about. It had the website. It was like called Subverse.
The Subverse, yes, yeah. And so supposedly his brother had started it, and then Tim had went and incorporated the company, but without having his brother on the board of directors. There's all sorts of weird stuff going on.
Yep. And then he ended up using a different name, and then that site got hijacked anyway, because I remember that Rocco Castoria guy. Something about that guy seemed off, and it seemed to kind of pan out as, you know, Tim had some untrustworthy friends or something. It was very fishy.
And I think, was that the guy who, along with Emily Molly, tried to take that over? And
Yep,
that's
the guy.
A big mess.
He's the weird
But
guy
I
who...
liked Emily. There was another thing where he went to Sweden and they supposedly staged some stuff there. Like he was in this neighborhood of like a certain religious minority, and
oh, that's interesting.
He needed a police escort out of there because people were threatening. But the other side of the story is that I think it was a creationist cat guy. Claimed he got it from Emily Molly. Was that really the police were just like, here's some people. They were like immigrants who wondering why these people are going around with cameras, gigantic cameras, you know, filming in the neighborhood. And so they contact the police, and the police and the police ask them to leave is the other side of the story.
Huh.
So Tim claimed he was being intimidated and forced to leave this area, and that it was a no-go area in Sweden, and the other side of the story is no, that just the people there, the people living there were actually allegedly scared.
Depends on the laws, like, I guess, like does the president, even if someone's scared of a camera, if I'm filming in public in America at least,
yeah,
I'm still allowed to film. But Europe is weird. It's, I mean, not weird by my standards.
I thought about that too. In my days in public access TV, is that he was filming in public. So, but the thing is, according to the story that said to come from Emily Molly, was that was filming the camera woman. I think her side of the story was, it wasn't that the people of that neighborhood, the immigrants, of religious minority, it wasn't that they were threatening him. It was that they felt threatened and contacted the police, and then Tim then asked the police if they could escort Jim out of the neighborhood, but apparently the police were heading that direction to begin with, or something. I don't know. And then some of the people he met up with in the movie were said to be connected to a very right-wing party in Sweden, supposedly. Which is, I'm all for people interviewing, whomever they want to interview, but I would think that they maybe he should include that information instead of just making it seem like he was just interviewing some random people.
You could say, if he didn't do this, this is what he should have done. Is this put on the screen or mention, by the way, these people are from such and such political party. I think before I even saw that, I think the last straw for me was when he was starting to sell the buckets full of food. It's nearly 2 a.m. I need to get going. I don't know if you can hear me over.
Shit, I'm sorry, I was on mute. I was agreeing with you a lot on that, by the way. I'm sorry, I was on mute for quite a while. But yeah, I agreed with a lot of what you said. I did say, like, I don't know what the fuck about Tim with certain things, but basically I agreed with you. And then the only other thing was with the disaster food. It's like, when you combine it with all of the other bullshit, and he's profiting from that, then it kind of like builds a case. But I think it's something we should continue sometime, because I don't want to hold you up on your sleep, because I didn't even know I was on mute. I apologize.
Show people or whatever.
Yeah, I was on mute for a while. Holy cow! But no, it was pretty much, you nailed it mostly on that whole Tim thing. And at some point, I don't even know what part I was started muting and what part to repeat. So I don't know. I'll leave you to it, and I'm just gonna play some Pod Racer.
I didn't hear anything from you for, I guess, like, since you mentioned that guy who wasn't all that.
I got you. I apologize for that, but yeah, basically.
I'm sorry. I should have stopped it.
No worries, man. But
there was
Mhm.
something else about it. Oh yeah, he would put things that like in the titles of the videos. Like one time he said that we were at war, and he was just talking about like, okay, there's protesters fighting each other in the street, which it's a horrible situation. But I thought it meant that we had entered like an actual with the U.S. that.
It's like a metaphor, but he's got to understand that, like, when he used the word hyperbole, which he used that word wrong. He'll say the word hyperbolic, which is more like a mathematical function with a parabola, but he really means to say hyperbole, not hyperbolic. But he'll always bitch about hyperbole, and he's the one who usually, apparently in some cases, he's the one engaging in it as well.
I say quite a bit of the time. It's so weird because it's, as I said, it seems like he really strongly, passionately argues for one position, and then just kind of mildly will also then argue for that opposite position. Yeah, kind of just in a mild, kind of half-hearted fashion, just in case he's wrong, so he can walk it back. Say, oh, I never said that. In fact, I argued the opposite. He gets it wrong. It's just.
So basically.
And I can understand with some of the censorship on YouTube. Like sometimes people do have to go and say something, and then state the opposite thing if they don't want to get kicked off of YouTube. But a lot of that stuff seemed like he was just doing that to cover his hind head.
Yeah, I think it's a fair way to put it. But it's always just a preponderance of things that make it hard to trust that guy for me. But I mean, like, there's people who have issues with him, but their issues with him are different than why I have my issues, which is pretty much everything. Like, I'll have an issue with some conservative politician, but when I'll Google to see if anybody is like-minded, it'll usually be like the, canned version, the CNN talking point, as opposed to like my reason for having the issue with the guy. Like, my angle is like, oh, the guy's not embracing his values with honesty, and they'll say, oh, but this guy's got, they'll make up, I don't know, I'm not, like, they'll say whatever, like, this guy's a threat to democracy, or this guy's a Christian nut job. Recently, there was the new Speaker of the House, like, they were just saying some crazy shit about the guy, and I don't know if I like the guy or not, but he seemed pretty reasonable, and they just kind of, you know, have those canned talking points where they make him sound like some lunatic when he seemed pretty, like, reasonable. Like, I don't know anything about the guy, but just speaking wise, he doesn't sound like a madman. In fact, that's what they did. They criticized the guy for sounding reasonable. They said that, like, oh, see, he makes all of this crazy right-wing stuff sound reasonable, and that's the real danger. So it's like, when a guy's unreasonable, he's bad, like Trump. When he sounds reasonable, he's bad because he's making it palatable to be, you know, whatever they hate. So I don't know. I just kind of.
I don't know what. I'm not sure one of those guys, but yeah, it's. Well, the thing about even with Trump, there was a news article that claimed that the House of Sod owns an entire floor of, I don't know if it's Trump Plaza or it's one of the Trump buildings. But that's not anything that he ever, like, anybody ever, like, really called him out for. If that's the case. Like, like of all the things that he'd get in trouble for, like the Stormy Daniels thing or whatever. You know what I mean? Like, when or like the thing with, like, Putin, he scrapped, like, a key nuclear treaty, or the nuclear treaty with Russia that Trump got rid of, and made it so that both the U.S. and Russia could, I don't know, start the arms race again. But
You know, there's some truth to that, you know, but it's sort of like, you know, well, yeah, that's a whole geopolitics thing right there, you know.
yeah, I mean, like, he sold weapons to Ukraine, Trump did, and he got impeached because he stopped doing it. If I understand it correctly, Obama didn't sell any weapons to Ukraine, but Trump got impeached because he kind of held up the weapon sale or something. I can't remember exactly. So it's just a lot of weird stuff.
Like, what they're trying to, that's part of that narrative, right? They're trying to say that he's got some affiliation with, you know, with Putin's country, and that he's, you know, looking to forward their interests. So, of course, they're trying to say that also the election, there's collusion, and that he wouldn't have won without that collusion. So I think they're combining the narratives, and they're just trying to find anything that would support that narrative. In this case, apparently, it's him preventing the sale of arms being, you know, evidence of him being a puppet of that guy, you know, or some some shit like that, you know.
And I think this, if that was with Zelensky, there was, I think, when Zelensky, like, first took power, not, or unless it was a previous president, but, like, whatever it was like they had a new president, and I think that's what had happened. Don't know for certain. You know, this is just an entertainment show. I expect, you know, not really awkward.
Well, not too yet.
But it's funny because they could have gone after him for, like, his ties to the Saudi, but then again, but there's so many different people.
That's the thing.
Like, the Clinton Foundation was accused of being tied to the House of God, so maybe
that's probably it. Like you said, like the other people heads would have to roll if they used that particular thing. So they had to find something that other people can't be accused of, because of course if they didn't, the defense would be, well, these other people are doing the same thing, you know, kettle calling the pot black, you know.
Yeah, I think that's why they come up. I think that's why, like, the stuff Trump has, I guess they got in trouble for, but, like, the things that people that have gone after Trump for, I think that's why they're so kind of like things where I think there could have been a much stronger case with everything, but yeah, I think there would be a lot of people would be involved in that, so they have to go after what I would consider to be kind of weaker situations. I don't know about the current charges because there's so many of them. But like even the whole thing with the documents at his house, which I don't know why I had him there to begin with.
I think that he might have been legally permitted to have those documents, but you never know because people would say, oh, well, he's allowed to declassify anything, and then other people would say, no, he's not. But honestly, that looked like a witch hunt. And in particular, what bothered me was, like, I don't know jack shit about that, but what I do know is that people were running around with these pictures of, like documents in a toilet, and they're like, oh, see, look, these say secret documents on these ripped up pieces of paper, and it's like... this isn't really evidence of anything. Like, it looks like you just, like, someone, like a reporter took a picture of a piece of scrap paper that they threw in a toilet and made a claim. You know, this is not real evidence, but, you know, I guess based on people's confirmation biases, it's like they know that there's going to be a viewer base who will happily, you know, eat that right up.
I think it's funny that Biden had these documents that were sitting in his garage.
Yep.
Though maybe he was more cooperative with that. I don't know. Maybe
as I understand it, he wasn't. As I understand it, Trump was actually legitimately cooperative. He sought from like the Department of Records or whatever it was. He was like, okay, so you would like me to do this? And they were like, we want you to put these in a more secure place. So I guess maybe some people would argue that the goal was to prosecute him or accuse him of not securing them correctly. So he said, okay, how would you like me to secure them? And he followed up. He said, okay, I will use this type of lock and I'll secure it as you guys tell me. And they kind of just moved the goalpost on it at that point. At least that's my view on it as I currently understand it.
I thought maybe he had access to those documents when he was in office, but maybe that he was out of office was the issue. I don't know. The whole thing is...
Yeah, I mean, like, as I understand it, those were documents that he had access while in office that he took with him to his estate, which he may have been allowed to do for his job, you know, and...
I don't know if... did they ever prove whether or not he had declassified it? Because it should be able to...
Well, so that's a weird thing. People made it sound like... Some people made it sound like he could declassify anything at the... like on a whim, like, just by being like... I declassify this, like, without signing anything. And I don't know if that's true, but that's what some people characterized it as, being like some weird presidential power, but I'm not going to pretend to be, you know, aware.
It's okay. Maybe I would think he could issue an executive order, maybe, but
like, I don't even think he might not even need to issue an executive order, but what I do know is that there was a lot of projection, and it's like, I almost like didn't care. Like, I mean, I do care like what the real answer is, you know, because I do get like getting into the details, but I see a lot of projection where like other people were doing, you know, similar things or worse things. I mean, you had that email server thing that Hillary had, and the only example people had.
I was just thinking about that too, with the black phones that were, I think there were a bunch of phones that were smashed and stuff. That evidence and nothing happened.
Yeah, there was that too, and then there was the whole, like, you know, bleach. I don't know, it's a whole bunch of shit there, but that was a whole can of worms where it looked like a potential case of rules for V and yada yada yada.
Or like the whole Steele dossier, and that shouldn't have been used for an FBI case. You know, like, it was opposition research gathered by a guy who was like a British spy. And the information wasn't really all that, seems like it wasn't necessarily particularly accurate. And yet this led to this whole investigation into Trump that lasted years. It was just... That's a weird thing. That's the thing. I haven't been... ever since I paid attention to politics when I was a kid. Because during the Reagan years, I've been disappointed by all the presidents, so it's like...
Yeah, all things being equal, it's like I can find something wrong with each and every one of the ones in my lifetime, you know, and, you know, so when I judged Trump, I said, well, let's like try to put this in the scale of what we've experienced so far. You know, something may or may not be right, but it's like all things being equal, if this is okay, I'm gonna have to accept this other action as being okay, you know, or something like that, you know, or we're gonna have to prosecute other people for a lot more, especially if it's some minor thing. Like if it's a real offense, like, you know, it's like, okay, did he really give nuclear codes and there was no evidence? And that's another thing. People would kind of make shit up, you know, or not make shit up, but exaggerate something and not show the receipts as, you know, one might argue, right? You know, the receipts, the evidence, you know.
I think he's going after his what's the YouTube friendly term for his deleting of that top Iranian general.
Oh yeah. See, that was that's a great example, because like maybe that's against Geneva Conventions and stuff, but like I really didn't think that was any more egregious than what we've seen already. And it's like, I'm not, you know, it may not like there's valid criticisms against that, but it's like I don't think it was like the biggest, you know, war crime by any measure. It's like, okay,
I think all the sorry.
Yeah, please go on. No, actually, that's pretty much all I wanted to say about that. I'm sorry.
I think it was a really. I don't know. I don't know much about the situation very. I think he almost started a war with Iran. And,
well, that's the thing. So exactly. So that's a valid concern. He almost starting a war. But the beautiful thing was that a war like didn't ensue. It was like we fired at them, they fired back at us, and then it was like, okay, we're even. Have a nice day. And like, so what I liked was we, you know, where other presidents would use something like that as a pretext to make a bigger, you know, thing about it. Maybe do some nation building. In that instance, we didn't get that result. You know, we didn't end up in a war. So did he violate something?
Talked him out of it because Tucker did a piece on why it was a bad idea. And
maybe that's possible.
It's I don't know. I'm just saying a lot of people think that he was like just this real like anti-war guy, but it's a lot more complicated. Like he dropped the largest non-nuclear bomb on Afghanistan, and then like bragged about how big the explosion was. Like he did like crazy stuff like that. I thought it was like really absolutely insane. But then he did sign did negotiate a peace treaties with Afghanistan. So I think it was a pretty complex president as far as like he was kind of all over the place as far as going to this he did bad and that this thing he did good. I guess that's the case with every president.
I mean, there's always going to be the critics, depending on people's confirmation bias and whatnot.
Huh? I'm sorry.
No, there's always going to be critics, you know, depending on everyone's confirmation bias. Every, you know, executive will always have people who feel like really strongly or some shit. But half the time, I don't think people care about honesty because when their own guy does something similar, they don't give a shit all of a sudden, you know.
Yeah. So, Kamala Harris going down to, what was it, somewhere in Central America, I can't remember which country, telling people not to cross the border, but or not to cross, well, Mexico, and not to cross all the way up into Mexico and then cross into the U.S. just to stay put. Where if Trump had done that, he would have gotten in big trouble. So.
I mean, that was a whole, I don't know, his current situation is a bit messier now. I mean, like, New York City, the budget is, like, strained by that whole situation that we have currently now. And, you know, I mean, the refugee thing, we know, they call them asylum seekers, and we know that's just an excuse to, like, you know, like, facilitate. And then there's people who are, even Democrats in New York are unhappy right now because, not a lot of them, but some of them are unhappy because, like, they see they set up these tents to put up housing for the people who are asylum seekers. And some of the Democrats in New York are like, wait, why aren't we doing this for the homeless? And I know why we don't build tents for the homeless. It's basically just a moral hazard. It might promote people to keep doing that. But at the same time, if we're willing to do this for people from abroad, it is a valid question. Like, why don't we do this for people from within our country? That's an interesting question, in that regard.
Yeah, and I wish this. It's almost my understanding that the U.S. has been involved in like funding various rebel groups and stuff in the countries that I don't know if there's like if any branch of the government is doing this now, but like I know there was a lot of stuff down in Central America with it back in the 80s, I think, and like the certain factions of the U.S. government would think that the countries so one side might be like a very socialist leaning group of people, and then the U.S. would fund like some sort of real right wing type group of people, and then they'd have like a civil war and then so there could U.S. policy could be just interfering in other countries could be causing some of
that is a part of it. But yeah, right now I'm just fighting with this telescope here. I got a weird setting. It's not centering on the target, so it's basically what I'm working on at this point, man. It's got me in the zone here. And you're sounding, you're underwater again.
Yeah, I just let you guys. Well, have a good night.
All right, man. You have a good night. Thanks for having me on, Lorenzo. And for everyone else, as usual, I left my link above. And with that being said, everyone have a good night on Lorenzo's channel. But I'm on my channel, so catch you guys later. See you later, Lorenzo. Thanks, man.
You know, you can never, yeah, I can't remember it.